beyond the Mage. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 276 Deploy in troops to the Icefield Temple. The vast, once bustling square fell into deathly silence. No one stepped forward to respond to Gauda's words. This wasn't because the Shenbing people disrespected Gauda, nor because his words lacked weight. On the contrary, his words carried immense weight, like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of everyone in the square. They were completely stunned, rendered speechless for a moment. Elder Claude, standing at the forefront of the crowd, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He instinctively stepped forward, pointing a finger at Gauda, his body trembling. He was an elder of the reformist faction, having received guidance from Donald in his youth. Donald had even saved his life during a hunting trip together. To him, Donald was both a mentor and a savior. Therefore, he had always stood by Donald's side, a member of Donald's protégé, a staunch reformist. So now, seeing Donald's head fall before him, he instinctively wanted to say something, but remained silent. Gauda simply watched him silently, his face expressionless. His actions were both revenge and a test. Whether it was the assassin lying in ambush on the road using melt into stone, or Donald's direct attempt to capture Flora, both events meant that the enmity between him and Donald was already a blood feud, impossible to bury the hatchet, if it weren't for his caution and the combination of detection magic plus, and the second-tier Mandora's Eye, he would most likely have died at the hands of that third circle mage. If it weren't for the protection of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, Flora's fate would be unimaginable. How could such a deep-seated hatred be eased or forgiven simply because Donald now made a gesture of remorse? The test, on the other hand, was that Gauda wanted to see this Shenbing tribe's tolerance and obedience towards their so-called new king. Just like in the ancient dynasties of his previous life, subjects wouldn't unconditionally obey any command of the monarch unless that monarch possessed sufficient authority. He was not only an outsider, but also merely a first-ring mage. From any perspective, he was unworthy of the title King of the Frost, and possessed no authority whatsoever. Now, simply because of a magical prophecy, Goddard had been placed on the throne. The problem was that everyone had their own thoughts and interests. How much loyalty would they have to a strange new king based on a vague prophecy? How much patience would they have? These were all unknown. Even the orders of the War Mother were met with dissent. Would they truly respect and obey the prophecy of a War Mother who had been buried for countless years? Goddard asked himself this question, and at least he himself couldn't. Under Goddard's gaze, Elder Claude ultimately couldn't utter a single word. His finger, pointing at Goddard, fell limply, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he lowered his head and silently retreated back to his original position in the ranks. This was not only Elder Claude's emotional shift, but also a microcosm of the current state of mind of most of the reformist elders present. Ever since the unexpected death of Glenn Boreas and the ensuing power struggle involving Donald, the true Ice Clan had been divided into two factions. Even after Sunifa returned as Queen of the Storm, ascending to the throne, this division remained, merely suppressed. Throughout this process, Sunifa, for the sake of so-called unity and the greater good, repeatedly convinced herself to tolerate Donald's transgressions, preventing the true Ice Clan from descending into internal strife and division. But everyone knew that as long as the conservatives and reformers existed, they were a ticking time bomb. Who could have imagined that on the first day of the prophesied appearance of our king, the king's first act would be to eliminate this threat with the north wind? After the initial shock, Sunifa and the elders, gradually calming down, discovered that the current situation was, as Gordy had predicted, true unity. After beheading Donald, the reformist elders were headless. What other choice did they have but to support Sunifa? The only choice was the best choice. Eliminating Donald and leaving only Sunifa would eliminate the factional division between reformers and conservatives, thus removing the potential for division and defusing the bomb. In truth, everyone understands this principle. But understanding is useless. Donald is the grand elder of this Shenbing tribe, second only to the leader. No one can bring themselves to do such a drastic measure for this Shenbing tribe. The Iceborn and elders of this Shenbing tribe cannot, It would be insubordination. They lack both the courage and the ability. Sunnifa has the ability, but she is unsuitable for this task and cannot bring herself to do it. Solving internal problems through bloodshed is not a good choice for the War Mother. That's one reason. Furthermore, Sunnifa is actually a junior to Donald. When her mother, Glenn Boreas, was still alive, Donald had a very close relationship with her and took good care of her. It was because of this relationship that Donald hesitated to kill Sunnifa when she left for a phoenix, out of consideration for her past relationship. Although, this became a decision Donald regretted for years to come. But it was also because of Donald's soft heart back then that Sunnifa had never considered killing him all these years. Since you didn't go all the way then, I won't easily go all the way now. That's the second reason. Thirdly, Donald, as the tribe's elder, had made undeniable contributions to this Henbing tribe. For any dynasty, such a veteran and meritorious official, unless he had committed a serious crime like treason, would be difficult to kill. But now, there's no need to hesitate, no need to agonize. Gaod had made a decision for this Henbing tribe with a very simple sword-wielding gesture. Logically, he was the prophesied new king of this Henbing tribe, and his status was sufficient to support his decision. Emotionally, he had never received any favors from Donald, nor was he a member of this Henbing tribe, so he didn't need to care about Donald's merits and hardships. Most importantly, Donald was dead, any opposition was meaningless. A wise person knows when to yield. And Donald wasn't the only wise person. That's all. The reformist elders, looking at God on the high platform and at Donald's unseeing death, wore expressions of complex emotions. Sunnifa, her mouth slightly agape in shock, closed again. She had completely calmed down and accepted the reality. Looking at her tribe's people, each with their own thoughts, she calmly ordered, "Collect the body of Elder Donald." Only now did the conservative elders, who had always supported Sunnifa, react, their hearts pounding with excitement. After a slight commotion, someone quickly stepped forward to collect Donald's decapitated body and carry it away. Donald was a thing of the past. Now was the era of the new king. "My king, is there anything else you wish to ask?" Sunnifa calmly looked at God, her deep blue eyes like a tranquil ice lake. In this situation, at this moment, God no longer doubted the falsehood of the prophecy, nor the sincerity of the other party. "How is the strength of this Henbing tribe?" he asked. "The number of Iceborn who can be considered combat-ready is approximately 20,000. Among them, there are 5 4th-ring Iceborn mages, including myself, currently 4, about 200 3rd-ring Iceborn mages, nearly 1,000 2nd-ring Iceborn mages, and about 12,000 1st-ring Iceborn mages. The remaining Iceborn are in your outlying region and should be classified as apprentices," Sunnifa answered without hesitation. Even though he had some expectations, God still couldn't help but marvel at how a tribe with a population of only 500,000 could possess such a powerful force. It was truly unbelievable. Although this distribution of combat power didn't actually conform to the general pattern. Because the ratio of mages to ordinary people was too high, and the number of first-ring Iceborn mages was even greater than the number of apprentice-level Iceborn mages. Normally, the number of Iceborn mages at each level should decrease as the level increases. The reason why the distribution of Iceborn mages in this Henbing tribe was so strange was simple: their power did not come from cultivation, but from the Iceborn bloodline within them. A stronger bloodline means a higher mage level. How do they compare to the Snowfield Guardians? Gauda asked again. The Henbing tribe is not only the largest tribe in the north, but also the largest power, Sunnifa replied. In a place like the north, the Henbing tribe's power is the strongest. As far as I know, the Snowfield Guardians have 3 4th-ring mages, Gauda thought for a moment, then confirmed further. Originally, the Henbing tribe had 5 4th-ring Iceborn mages, but after he killed Donald, only 4 remained. Therefore, in terms of top-tier combat power, the Henbing tribe's advantage wasn't that significant. "I can handle all 3 of them by myself," Sunnifa stated calmly. There was no arrogance in her tone, as if this were truly an extremely ordinary matter. "Very well," Gauda nodded, and finally slowly said, "Prepare yourselves. In 5 days, we will march on the Icefield Temple." After saying this, Gauda's gaze remained fixed on Sunnifa's face, wanting to see her reaction. Sunnifa's expression remained calm, as if he had spoken of something insignificant. However, the elders standing behind Sunnifa below the platform reacted strongly to God's words. Some were confused, some surprised, some frowned, and some hesitated with worry. Undoubtedly, his words were not ordinary. The Icefield Temple was the headquarters of the Snowfield Guardians. More importantly, Phoenix was 500 or 600 kilometers away from the Icefield Temple. In the north, there were no traditional roads. This 500 or 600 kilometers could only be traversed by wading through snow, taking approximately half a month to reach. Half a month's march, the food and logistical burden, would be an enormous strain on a primitive tribe of over 500,000 people. And the rewards? At least for now, they were nowhere to be seen. The Snowfield Guardians were merely an ancient sect whose doctrine was to protect the snowfields. Even if they possessed some wealth, it was certainly insufficient to cover the losses from a military expedition. Therefore, it could be said that this was an extremely irresponsible and absurd order. Gata had expected Sunayfa to reject, or at least ask for specific reasons. But she didn't. She simply nodded calmly. "All right." Then she turned to face the Zhanbing tribe members. "You should have heard our king's order, to march on the Icefield Temple in 5 days. Any questions?" After a few seconds of silence, a thunderous reply rang out, "No." After the voices subsided, Sunayfa continued, "Marching on the Icefield Temple is of great importance, and time is of the essence. Everyone, please step back and begin preparations." Everyone knelt on one knee again, placed one hand on their chest in salute to Gauda, and then orderly withdrew from the square. The once bustling square quickly emptied, leaving only Gauda and Sunayfa. "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Gauda asked. "The first guidance we received from the prophecy is to believe in you. Now that we have chosen you as our new king according to the prophecy, we will follow that guidance and believe in you unconditionally. Even if my decision is wrong, the outcome is uncertain. Who can know whether a decision is right or wrong?" "Fine." God changed his approach. "Even if my decision seems absurd to you," Sunayfa shook her head. "What seems absurd is simply a difference in perception. What is unexpected, what is beyond our understanding, often seems absurd." She paused, then continued, "But if your decisions are all within our expectations, within our understanding, then we could do everything ourselves, so why would we need you? And how can you be called the hope of revival? It is precisely because we know that we cannot, on our own, bring glory to Zhanbing, nor can we unify the North, that we need hope, and the more unusual your decisions are, the more they prove the prophecy's correctness. Just because of a prophecy, you trust a stranger like me and entrust your tribe of over 500,000 people to an outsider?" Gauda asked again. "Don't you think that's a bit irresponsible towards your people? Even in ritual magic, I only saw a glimpse of the future. I can't be sure of anything, but the decline of the Iceborn is undeniable. The North hasn't produced a fifth ring Iceborn mage in 1,000 years, and the Zhanbing tribe, excluding me, hasn't produced a fourth ring Iceborn mage in 100 years. If this continues, in just 1,000 years, perhaps the Iceborn will disappear completely, like the Dragonborn, cease to exist." Sunayfa revealed some secrets. "We don't have time to test or wait anymore. All we can do now is believe. I'm just a first-ring mage." Gauda shook his head, speaking the truth. Solve the problem of the Iceborn's declining bloodline? Sunayfa believed him, but he didn't believe himself. At least for now, he had no clue what to do. "That's all for now. During the ancient Iceborn ritual I performed, I couldn't see your face or figure clearly, only a blurry outline coming from the mountain peak. I couldn't see your future either, only that you are closely connected to our Zhanbing tribe. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is that I saw a powerful force in your blurry figure, and this powerful force can change everything." Chapter 277 Royal Power. A powerful force? After hearing Sunayfa's words, Gauda fell into deep thought. The first and only thing he could think of was Wind Spirit Moon Shadow from his own magical sea. Besides that, Gauda couldn't think of anything else he possessed that Sunayfa could call a force capable of changing everything. So, the prophecy actually chose Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, not him? No. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow is now mine, a part of me, so choosing Wind Spirit Moon Shadow is equivalent to choosing me. Gauda thought to himself. From a newly promoted first-ring mage with no relatives or friends after his mentor, Hizai's death, he suddenly became the new king of a tribe with over 500,000 people. The change was too great, too sudden, leaving Gauda still feeling a sense of unreality. Leading the glorious revival of Zhanbing, unifying the Northern Territory, the prophecy placed high hopes on him. Each goal was a monumental achievement, unimaginable to ordinary people. Was he fearful? Was he under immense pressure? Gauda thought seriously, and surprisingly found that he didn't experience any of these negative emotions. He was chosen by prophecy, chosen by Sunayfa and this Zhanbing tribe. Therefore, If anyone should feel pressure, it should be SYNOPSIS, not him. Besides, since arriving in this world, Gouda never believed he would be mediocre. As a reborn transmigrator with a wind spirit moon shadow cheat ability, if you were timid and lacked confidence, what would be the point of transmigrating? He might as well have burned at the stake in the library. Because there was no pressure, Gouda could easily get into character, and many ideas began to unfold in his mind. In the north, with his Hanbing tribe's immense power at his disposal, there were countless things he could do. At least, in the matter of planting trees, he could do it much better and bolder than he had previously imagined. I hope you're not seeing things, Gouda picked up, North Wind, again, its blade gleaming with a deep blue light. Should we return it to you? SYNOPSIS shook her head. North Wind is both a tool used to find the prophesied one and a symbol of the leader of this Hanbing tribe. I already have Blizzard, which is the weapon of Boreas himself. I no longer need North Wind as a symbol, so North Wind will be your sword from now on. To be honest, I can't control its power yet. Gouda loosened his grip on the hilt of North Wind. A small layer of ice crystals was visibly forming in his palm, turning his hand pale. Gouda's current cold resistance wasn't enough to completely resist the chill of the North Wind. Of course, it was only a matter of time. With adaptive force, in a week or two, or at most a month or two, his cold resistance would evolve to the point where wielding North Wind was no different from wielding any other sword. To be honest, me too, SYNOPSIS smiled, a rare occurrence, and opened her pale palm to God. A thin layer of frost had formed on her hand. Doesn't it hurt? God asked, shocked. He knew this was from the chill of the true ice washing over her body. In God's memory, SYNOPSIS, Blizzard, was always with her. He naturally assumed that SYNOPSIS' ice blood would completely ignore the extreme cold emanating from Blizzard, but that wasn't the case. The extreme cold of Blizzard could still harm SYNOPSIS, just like North Wind did for him. He had adaptive. And as long as he continued to endure the pain from the extreme cold of true ice, he would eventually evolve to ignore the pain. But SYNOPSIS didn't have this specialization. This meant that the price she paid for carrying Blizzard every day was the constant pain from the extreme cold. What kind of willpower and nerves did that require? To exaggerate a bit, God even suspected that only a masochist could endure such torment. It was indeed difficult at first, but it's a symbol of leadership. I needed it to gain the tribe's approval, so I had to bear it, SYNOPSIS calmly explained. Later, I no longer needed to rely on the Blizzard to gain their approval, but I became familiar with the feeling. The cold still hurt, but this pain allowed me to focus, clear my mind, and stay clear-headed. God took a deep breath, and for the first time, he felt admiration for this young woman who already held the position of war mother. Bearing immense responsibility and pain, yet remaining self-disciplined, loyal to her ideals, and committed to her tribe, SYNOPSIS was undoubtedly a true leader. Come with me. Ever since we saw you arrive in the north through the Iceborne ritual magic, we've made all the preparations for your arrival, SYNOPSIS added. God, without suspicion, followed SYNOPSIS. As they walked, SYNOPSIS explained the details of the True Ice tribe in Phoenix to God. The total population of this Hanbing tribe is approximately 550,000, but the total population of Phoenix is nearly 700,000. The extra 100,000 or so are outsiders. After all, Phoenix is the largest and only city in the north, offering the most convenient trade and the best environment, attracting many outsiders to trade and even reside there. If it weren't for the inconvenient transportation in the north, Phoenix's population would certainly be even greater. The most important reason why this Hanbing tribe doesn't have to live a nomadic life like other tribes is their unique geographical location. First, it's adjacent to Mount Castella. The volcanic land provided by Mount Castella allows them to develop agriculture, rare, if not unique, in the north. However, the arable area of volcanic land is limited, and the yield of golden radiance wheat is far from enough to supply the 550,000 Hanbing people. In fact, currently, the yield of golden radiance wheat is only enough to supply the tribe's Iceborne mages of the first ring and above. The Hanbing tribe's main food sources are still fishing and hunting. Phoenix is built against the mountains, and at the foot of the Wesker Mountains lies a vast freshwater lake, the Arctic Lake, covering over 1,000 square kilometers. The Arctic Lake abounds in various cold water fish, including salmon, catfish, and perch, providing the Hanbing people with fish to meet their nutritional needs. In addition, there's the food from hunting. The ice-blooded mages of this hunting tribe are organized into hunting teams, spending at least half the year hunting to obtain food resources. Combined with a small amount of livestock, these four methods barely maintain a balance between food supply and demand for this hunting tribe. However, this is only a precarious balance, and their ability to withstand risks is extremely poor. A problem in any link could cause this balance to collapse completely. This is why Elder Grant was so anxious after the golden glow wheat problem arose. Golden glow wheat is the ration for over 10,000 ice-blooded mages in this hunting tribe. Food is of paramount importance for any tribe in the north. How much ice marrow is there in Phoenix? God asked, addressing his most pressing concern. Actually, it's quite limited, Sunifa said frankly. Ice marrow has become the currency of the north not only because it's hard to obtain, but most importantly because of its practical value. For most iceborn mages, ice marrow is the only way to enhance their iceborn bloodline power. An iceborn bloodline determines a mage's rank. The relative importance of external resources versus one's own strength is self-evident. Therefore, most iceborn mages accumulate ice marrow after condensing it, and once they reach a certain level, they consume it to enhance their bloodline power. The Zhenbing tribe is indeed the largest tribe in the north, and theoretically should have the largest reserves of ice marrow. But you should be able to sense that the ratio of iceborn mages to ordinary people in this Zhenbing tribe is extremely high, far exceeding most tribes. Therefore, the Zhenbing tribe also has the most iceborn mages among the tribes of the north, and its consumption of ice marrow is also the greatest. Sunifa no longer treated Gaod as an outsider, and openly told him about the secrets and resources of this Zhenbing tribe. We produce about 10 drops of 4th tier ice marrow each year, 400 drops of 3rd tier ice marrow, 2,000 drops of 2nd tier ice marrow, and about 25,000 drops of 1st tier ice marrow. The output is actually quite substantial. However, for an iceborn to advance their bloodline, they need at least 400 drops of ice marrow from the next higher tier. In other words, to advance a 3rd ring iceborn mage to 4th ring, 400 drops of 4th tier ice marrow are needed, and the same applies to others. Sunifa gave an example. Only 4th ring ice mage can condense 4th tier ice marrow. This means that all the 4th ring mages in this Zhenbing tribe would have to provide for 40 years worth of production to cultivate a single new 4th ring iceborn mage. Moreover, this is clearly impossible. All the 4th ring iceborn mages production for 40 years only to supply one person? Unless that person is Sunifa's offspring. Normally, for a 3rd ring iceborn mage to collect 400 drops of 4th tier ice marrow to advance further, they can only rely on contributing to the tribe, accumulating it slowly over time. Given how sought after ice marrow is, the reserves in Phoenix are understandably meager. However, Gada didn't need to worry too much. Sunifa had already provided the answer. Last year's 4th tier ice marrow production has already been distributed according to contributions. Not a single drop is left. This year's production, if you need it, can be reserved for you. Donald, this year's 4th tier ice marrow production should only be 7 drops. 3rd tier ice marrow, about 20 drops remain. 2nd tier ice marrow, about 100 drops remain. 1st tier ice marrow will have more remaining, probably over 1,000 drops in reserves. This is pitifully little. Because this is the entire tribe's ice marrow reserves. Keep in mind that Elder Grant alone gave 15 drops of 2nd tier ice marrow to express his gratitude. This is roughly equivalent to 1.5% of this Zhenbing tribe's 2nd tier ice marrow reserves. However, Sunifa explained the specific reasons, which Gaod could understand. In general, it was due to demand far exceeding production. Only iceborn could condense ice marrow, but every iceborn needed it to improve themselves. Furthermore, an iceborn mage could only advance to the next rank by relying on a higher-ranking iceborn mage to condense ice marrow. After all, iceborn mages could only condense ice marrow of the same rank. A 1st-ring iceborn mage could only condense a certain amount, while advancing the iceborn bloodline required higher-rank ice marrow. This meant that the reserves of ice marrow would never increase. Moreover, most ice marrow was held tightly in the hands of the iceborn, rarely being shared. Although ice marrow was said to be the currency of the north, it wasn't true currency and had its limitations. Its consumable nature meant it didn't conform to the characteristics of conventional currency. I need 71 drops of Tier 2 ice marrow, Gaod said after thinking for a moment. 71 drops of Tier 2 ice marrow would be just enough for him to upgrade his Tier 2 Mandorazite to Tier 3. To upgrade the 3rd tier Mandorazite to the 4th tier, it would require 72 drops of 3rd tier ice marrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This exceeds this Handbing tribe's current reserves of third-tier ice marrow, so he didn't intend to use it all and would only take second-tier ice marrow for now. No problem, I'll have someone deliver it to you later, SYNOPSIS replied without hesitation, without even asking about Geode's purpose or use. Does the tribe have any spell recipes? Geode asked again. There are some, but they mostly come from you outsiders. You know, we Iceborn mages aren't like you outsiders, we don't need to construct spell models and master spells ourselves. Our spells come from the awakening of our bloodline, so we're somewhat lacking in spell recipe reserves. This was the expected answer. However, the Snowfield Guardians have a large reserve of spell recipes, SYNOPSIS suddenly added. Geode nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and said, then please make a copy of all the spell recipes currently available in the tribe. No problem, SYNOPSIS readily agreed again. So far, Gauda felt quite satisfied with being the king of this Handbing tribe. As a leader, the most important things are two powers, financial power and military power. He had already tried both, and all requests were unconditionally fulfilled. It felt good. When had he ever been so powerful? Gauda was filled with emotion. This was the benefit of having a force. In the prison of St. Sen City, Gauda had already understood the importance of having a force that supported him, or rather, belonged to him. But he never expected that in less than 3 months, he would actually possess his own force, and such a powerful one at that. Thinking of this, he gradually began to feel a sense of belonging to the king of this Handbing tribe. As they spoke, SYNOPSIS led Gauda to a building constructed of black stone. It corresponded perfectly to SYNOPSIS' residence, which was built of white stone. The black stone building also distinguished it from the uniform gray stone buildings in Phoenix, and it was also not far from the core spiritual land where the Ice Jade Wutong resided. From now on, this place is yours. SYNOPSIS opened the door and led Gauda inside, explaining, due to time constraints, it wasn't built very large. Upon entering, a dense magical energy immediately enveloped them. While the concentration couldn't compare to the 5th-tier spiritual ground where Bingai Wutong resided, it was still at the 4th-tier level. A 4th-tier spiritual ground meant a magical energy concentration greater than 4,500. In the Seer's Academy, even a 3rd-tier training room with a magical energy concentration of 1,000 cost 10 gold per 2 hours to rent, and it wasn't open to students. One day, he, a first-ring mage, would actually own a residence equivalent to a 4th-tier training room. In the Duchy of Xinan, even princes didn't receive such treatment. Gauda sighed once more. And this was just one of the benefits of the new king of this Handbing tribe. Someone will come to take your measurements later, SYNOPSIS added. Then, the tribe will prepare a new set of clothes for you. Given Geode's current status, since he has been hailed as the new king of this Handbing tribe, it is natural that a set of clothes be prepared for him that matches his status, which is also a manifestation of his position and authority. Chapter 278 Third Order Mandora's Eye. Don't you really want to ask me why I'm sending troops to the Icefield Temple? Gauda nodded, indicating he understood, then glanced around the rather prestigious room before suddenly asking SYNOPSIS. SYNOPSIS smiled slightly. I do, but there's no need. Whatever the reason, I will unconditionally support your decision. So why bother knowing the reason? Knowing the reason might only add to your troubles. Beyond self-discipline and loyalty to her ideals, SYNOPSIS possessed a serene wisdom. The reason is actually quite simple, SYNOPSIS said, not asking but not refusing to explain. Since Handbing wants a glorious revival and to unify the North, it must first have a sense of ownership and treat all the tribes in the North as its own people. Among the 3 great guardians of the Snowfield, one is practicing forbidden necromancy and is using the people of the North as resources, driving beast tides to annihilate the tribes. The Snowflake clan is a bloody example. At times like these, the Handbing tribe must stand up, both to protect its future people and to uphold the greater good. When someone threatens many tribes in the North, the Handbing tribe steps in to resolve this threat. That's preemptive action. This at least lets all the tribes, large and small, in the North know that this Handbing tribe is protecting the interests of the people of the North and is their leader. Of course, this is the stated explanation. Gauda smiled slightly as he said this. The real reason is that those among the Snowfield Guardians who practice forbidden necromancy have repeatedly tried to kill me. Now that I control the power of this Handbing tribe, I must avenge this grudge, and I don't want to wait a moment longer. Of course, I know this is called abusing public power for private gain. For my own selfish reasons, I've squandered a great deal of this Handbing tribe's resources. Do you still think I'm the person prophesied to be? You're wrong. This isn't abusing public power for private gain, because the king's command is inviolable. To defy the king is to defy this Hanbing tribe. Sunifa bowed slightly, speaking earnestly and solemnly. They will surely pay for their transgression with blood. Watching Sunifa leave, God sat down at the stone table in his new room, lost in thought. Mage, what is it, king? Flora flew to God's ear, tugged at his hair, and interrupted his reverie. It's about being the ruler of a tribe, possessing the highest decision-making and executive power, but also shouldering the heavy responsibility of leadership to ensure the tribe's stability and development. I don't understand. It means that from now on, no one in Phoenix will dare to bully Lady Flora anymore. Yay, was Lady Flora scared just now? Scared of what? I just cut off Donald's head. Oh, not scared. Lady Flora is so brave for her age, because he was a bad guy. He was killed by the mage, so Lady Flora wasn't scared. This time he was a bad guy, but sometimes, I don't only kill bad guys. A mage is a mage, so no matter what the mage does, Lady Flora won't be afraid. God turned to look at Flora. Flora's eyes were exceptionally clear. Not flowery words, but the Flora of the heart of nature always spoke the truth. Lady Flora is truly unparalleled in wisdom, God praised earnestly. You don't need to tell me that. Lady Flora raised her head high. Although she didn't know why the mage suddenly praised her, he was right. That bird seems to really like Lady Flora. She couldn't help but boast. That bird, Gwen thought for a moment before realizing Flora was referring to the magical falcon on Sunifa's shoulder. Why do you say that? Because it keeps looking at Lady Flora. When you like someone, you can't help but want to look at them, God translated. That's right, Flora nodded. But that's normal. Who doesn't like Lady Flora? No, that old man doesn't like me either, Flora corrected earnestly. Wrong. He wants to take you away because he likes you. Everyone treats things they like differently. Some people are kind to them, others show possessiveness. What am I going to do? Flora was troubled. Everyone liked her, surely someone else would want to take her away in the future. So, Lady Flora, you must hurry up and continue learning magic, so that even if I'm not around, you can protect yourself. Tonight I'll teach Lady Flora attack spells. Okay, it's settled then. Flora stared blankly at God. She clearly hadn't said anything. How could it be settled? Phoenix, outer city, an inconspicuous gray stone house. The owner of this house wasn't from this Hanbing tribe, but an older outsider. He had arrived in Phoenix a year ago and settled here. It was said that his tribe was wiped out in a beast tide, and he himself had escaped by chance thanks to the magic bestowed upon him by his iceborn bloodline. After losing his tribe, he simply chose to retire in Phoenix. As an iceborn mage, he would go hunting every so often to exchange for the various supplies he needed. Although survival in the north was difficult, for an iceborn, survival was actually a piece of cake, unless one person was hungry and the whole family wasn't, unless they deliberately courted death. This outsider had recently returned to Phoenix after a hunting trip. It was nearing dusk, the sky just before darkness fell. This was the time when families were cooking, the most lively and bustling time of the day. However, a series of hurried footsteps disrupted the tranquility of the street. Following the footsteps was a powerful surge of magical energy and a pervasive chill. However, this powerful magical energy arrived and dissipated just as quickly. Inside a gray stone house, a middle-aged man dressed in typical northern attire sat in a chair, two people holding his hands. Standing before him was an elder of this Hanbing tribe, clad in a long animal skin robe. If Gouda were here, he would undoubtedly find this elder strangely familiar. It was Elder Claude, the only one who had reacted after Gouda had beheaded Donald, stepping forward to rebuke him. You betrayed the cooperation and alliance between me and Elder Donald. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, staring intently at Elder Claude. Elder Donald is gone, so the cooperation and alliance are naturally null and void. Elder Claude remained unusually calm in the face of the middle-aged man's accusations. Elder Donald is gone. What do you mean? The middle-aged man, already bound by his master, was so shocked by Elder Claude's words that he disregarded his own predicament and asked in disbelief. It means exactly what it says, Claude said coldly. Although he couldn't accept it emotionally, he had rationally accepted the fact. He looked at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes filled with hatred, and gritted his teeth, saying, if it weren't for your instigation, the Grand Elder wouldn't have fallen so deep and ended up like this. Donald had been beheaded by Gouda, and Claude's negative emotions had already reached a peak. But Gouda was the new king, and he couldn't say anything. So he chose to vent all his anger on the middle-aged man before him. It was clearly Donald who was in complete agreement with us. There was no instigation. The middle-aged man couldn't help but retort slap. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Claude slapped him across the face, the force so strong it drew blood from his mouth. The slap stunned the man. Claude no longer looked at him, simply waving his hand coldly. Take him away, send him to the War Mother. As a staunch reformer and one of the 5 Fourth Circle mages in this Handing tribe, Claude was Donald's true henchman. He knew almost everything about Donald, including Donald's cooperation with the Snowfield Guardians. When Donald was alive, there was a distinction between the conservatives and the reformers. Now that Donald was dead, only the distinction between insiders and outsiders remained. Claude could tell which was more important. So, after accepting Donald's death and the fact that this Handing tribe was about to march on the Icefield Temple, Claude's first action was to lead his men to capture the Snowfield Guardians agents planted in Phoenix who were in contact with Donald. The only choice was the best choice. This was unity, the unity this Handing tribe had desperately sought. Outside Catherine and Loach's residence, almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps echoed. This time, however, the leader was Elder Grant. Elder Grant, what do you mean by this? Catherine looked at him, bewildered. I apologize, Grant shrugged. Our king intends to settle all conflicts with your sect, until the settlement is complete. To prevent you from tipping off our tribe or interfering with their actions, we must temporarily restrict your movements. Elder Grant's tone was polite, but his actions were anything but. Restriction was just a euphemism. A more literal translation would be imprisonment, or at least house arrest. You'd better not resist, otherwise, to prevent the conflict from escalating, Elder Landwin might not be able to stop, Elder Grant added. Beside Grant stood an old man who hadn't uttered a word. At this moment, the old man raised his head and glanced indifferently at Catherine. This was Elder Landwin, the other Fourth Circle Iceborn mage from this Handing tribe, whom Grant had mentioned. Catherine gritted her teeth in anger, simultaneously puzzled. My king, the leader of this Handing tribe has always been the War Mother. When did they get another king? She'd never heard of him before. Speaking of which, we have to thank the Holy Maiden. It was you who brought my king to Phoenix, Grant said sincerely. Catherine was stunned. Then, she gaped. God, Lurch beside Catherine was still bewildered. What king? What does this have to do with God? God hadn't been in the room long when Sunifa had already sent someone to deliver the second-tier ice marrow and spell formula he needed. Looking at the 71 drops of ice marrow condensed from pure ice elemental power in the ice crystal bottle, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just a few days ago, his Mandoraza had only just reached the second tier. According to God's expectations, it would be at least several years before the Mandoraza could advance to the third tier again. Who could have imagined that things in the world would be so unpredictable? After a brief moment of reflection, God immediately opened the ice crystal bottle. He intended to absorb and refine all 71 drops of second-tier ice marrow that day. As soon as a drop of second-tier ice marrow entered his eye, a familiar and powerful ice elemental force instantly spread through Gauda's left eye, then merged into the depths of his pupil. With the merging of the ice elemental force, the golden light that had already appeared in his Mandora demon eye grew increasingly intense and stronger. Just 2 minutes later, the ice elemental force contained in that drop of second-tier ice marrow was completely absorbed. Without hesitation, Gauda dripped another drop of second-tier ice marrow into his eye. Time slowly passed. More than an hour later, Gauda opened his Mandora demon eye again. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth into his clear eyes, shining like stars in the night sky. That golden light, having absorbed enough ice elemental force, had expanded to its limit and begun to undergo a fundamental change. The golden light suddenly began to extend, from a single point into a golden line, like a golden lightning bolt piercing the night sky. The instant the golden line formed, the golden rune, originally composed of 3 golden lines, also appeared. The new golden line, like a wandering child hearing its mother's call, merged directly into the golden rune at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The rune began to spin violently, as if a miniature galaxy was forming in God's eyes, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, in a burst of brilliant light, a completely new and more complex golden rune formed in his eyes. Mandora's Eye, Tier 2, 36/72. God took a deep breath. This wasn't over yet. He continued to drip Tier 2 ice marrow into his eyes. With this action, another point of new golden light emerged in his eyes, like a newly born star. More than an hour later, the fifth golden line had formed in his eyes. Amidst the blooming golden light, the rune representing the insight ability appeared, beginning to absorb the newly appeared golden line. 5 golden lines, like 5 golden lightning bolts, intertwined to form a more complex and powerful rune. The rune's lines became more refined, its structure more intricate. God felt this powerful force gathering in his eyes, making his vision clearer and sharper. However, this time, the light didn't dim after the new rune formed. Because, as the fifth golden line formed, God's Mandora's eye also advanced. The advancement of the Mandora's eye is always accompanied by a fundamental improvement, gaining a new ability. A point of blue light, like a comet, suddenly streaked across God's eye. The blue light rapidly spread into a line, like a blue lightning bolt piercing the night sky, stabbing deep into God's pupil. The appearance of this blue line connected to an unknown source of power. It merged with a golden rune representing insight, making the rune's light no longer a single gold, and simultaneously making that rune even more powerful. Finally, the light dissipated, and a brand new, interwoven gold and blue rune was formed, insight. This is the new ability gained by the third tier Mandora's eye. Illusion refers to the illusory. Breaking through illusion means possessing true vision to see through illusions, including but not limited to illusion magic. In terms of practicality and versatility, it is not as good as insight, but it has its own unique advantages. Chapter 279 Sixth Order Ice Jade Wutong. Once again choosing Flora as his test subject, God unleashed the Mandora's eye. Compared to last time, this time it only took a moment for insight to help God build a preliminary 3D human model of Flora, and this model was far more detailed than the one he had built at the second tier. The model could even clearly depict the subtle energy flow on Flora's body surface. However, the mana consumption of casting the Mandora's eye also increased dramatically, more than doubling. God could only quickly retract the Mandora's eye, inwardly lamenting the waste. This ability was useful, but he really couldn't use it too much right now. A first-ring mage level, a third-tier Mandora's eye. This could be considered a case of high score but low ability. Immediately afterwards, God opened the door, gazed into the distance, and tested the vision of the Mandora's eye again. Apart from insight, and insightful insight, which consumed a lot of mana to cast, the Mandora's eye's inherent farsightedness and microscopic abilities also saw a leap after the tier upgrade. Now, he could even see details of things 10,000 meters away with his Mandora's eye. Not quite a clairvoyant, but certainly a 20-mile-long vision, God thought to himself. This effect was comparable to a third circle spell, wasn't it? If he were to rely solely on himself to raise his Mandora's eye to this level, it would take forever. But with the help of this Handing tribe, it was done in a single night. Through this experience, God understood even more clearly and profoundly the importance of having a force. After all, resources and knowledge were far too important for a mage. And these were precisely the weaknesses of a lone wolf. Thinking this, Gauda returned to his room. He began to peruse the spell recipes that Sunefa had sent. As Sunefa had said, the Zhenbing tribe's spell recipe reserves were extremely limited. The spell recipes sent included tricks, all common tricks, which Gauda had already mastered. So, after scanning them, he set them aside. As for fourth circle spell recipes, there were none. There were 2 third circle spell recipes and 5 second circle spell recipes. Gauda glanced at them and found that these second circle and third circle spell recipes were all common, general-purpose spells. He wouldn't need these higher circle spell recipes for the time being, so he just glanced at them and put them aside. Gauda was mainly focused on first circle spell recipes. There were 11 in total. These included the ones he already knew: language proficiency, shield, and environmental tolerance. The remaining 8 spell recipes were mage armor, oily, great stride, featherfall, jump, heavy burden, detect plants and animals, and light feather step. They were all general-purpose spells, and none of them were damage spells. They were either utility spells or defensive spells. This was because the Zhenbing tribe never deliberately collected spell recipes. These recipes all came from outsiders wandering to Phoenix. Although there were no damaging spells, the utility spells were quite useful, and Gauda certainly wouldn't complain about having too many spells. He'd want to master them all on the spot. The problem was that constructing a first-level spell required not only the corresponding spell recipe, but also the use of a specific potion. While the materials needed for these potions weren't particularly rare, Most were simply unavailable in the north. The extreme environment meant that even the most common spell materials here were rare outside. Similarly, common spell materials outside were practically non-existent in the north. Furthermore, the north's relatively primitive and isolated environment meant that trade was sparse and resources were scarce. In the north, only ice elemental spells could easily find the magical materials needed for their potions. Gulda had no immediate solution to this situation. He could only memorize the spell recipes and gather the corresponding potions after leaving the north. He had anticipated this when he chose to enter the north. There are always trade-offs. However, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, as his mage level was the most important factor. As long as he finds a suitable place in the north to plant Yugathera, his mage level will rapidly increase. With a high mage level, the order of scheming spells will be straightforward. Not to mention the unexpected gain of this Handing tribe. Putting away all the spell recipes, Gulda sat down and began his training for the day, ready to experience the speed of training in a 4th-tier spiritual land with a magic concentration of 4,500. It turns out that the saying "it's hard for a poor family to produce a successful child" applies to almost any world. Gulda was astonished to find that his training progress here was nearly 10 times that of his previous training. A year of training for a first-rank mage in a 4th-tier spiritual land is equivalent to 10 years of training for an ordinary mage. How can a poor family compare to a second-generation mage? According to Gulda's original estimate, it would take him about a year to condense a new drop of liquid mana. However, only 5 months have passed since he advanced to first-rank mage, and 1 month of that time was spent restricted from training. Therefore, his progress in condensing this new drop of liquid mana is actually less than a third. After consuming the Ice Jade Wutong leaf water, his spiritual power surged from 100 to 132, resulting in a significant increase in his cultivation speed. Now, with the blessing of a 4th-tier spiritual land, his cultivation efficiency has increased nearly tenfold. Combined, his cultivation speed has skyrocketed to almost 11 times his normal speed. In other words, at this rate, the 21st drop of liquid mana, which would normally take 8 months to condense, can be condensed within a month. Condensing a new drop of liquid mana in just over a month, 20 drops would only take a little over 2 years. In less than 3 years, his mage level would advance from the initial stage of the first ring to the mid-stage. This speed is simply astonishing. And that's not all. After planting the tree, combined with the increased cultivation speed from the Greenwood longevity scripture, my cultivation efficiency can be further improved, although I don't know by how much yet. Gulda calculated on his fingers, feeling reassured. He was only 15 years old this year, while a first-rank mage's lifespan was a full 150 years. At this pace, he should reach the late stage of the first ring in his early 20s, which is more than enough time to not know how to spend it. Also, don't forget, the Azure Wood longevity scripture also has the effect of increasing lifespan. Laying a good foundation means having more lifespan left in the early stages, which will give me more confidence when I reach higher rings, Gulda thought to himself. Having finished his training for the day and made a preliminary plan for his future progress, his gaze shifted to the seemingly bored little figure beside him. Flora, alert, pricked up her pointed ears, seemingly sensing something amiss. She flapped her small wings, about to leave, but Gulda's voice reached her ears. Lady Flora, today I will teach you the friendship technique, Phoenix, in the core spiritual land. Today, the area under the Ice Jade Wutong tree was exceptionally lively. Most of the elders of this Handing tribe had come. If there hadn't been so many people, there would probably have been even more. War Mother Sunafa and Gulda were also present. Because today was the day the Ice Jade Wutong tree advanced. Why did Gulda choose 5 days later to launch his campaign? Besides the need for preparation time on this Handing tribe's side, the more important reason was Gulda's consideration of the Ice Jade Wutong. He needed to upgrade the Ice Jade Wutong's rank before he could confidently leave Phoenix. In this respect, Gulda was responsible. Moreover, with the 6th rank Ice Jade Wutong standing as a guardian tree in Phoenix, even if most of this Handing tribe's ice descendants went to war, there was no need to worry about fire breaking out at home. After so many days of rotating magical energy supply from the elders of this Handing tribe, the Ice Jade Wutong, nourished by the ice element, was completely transformed. The more than 20 cracks that had previously appeared on the tree had long since healed, its surface smooth as a mirror, shimmering with a faint blue light, without a trace, as if the cracks had never appeared. The biggest change was that the ice jade wutong was now constantly oozing wisps of delicate and pure cold air, slowly rising, somewhat resembling dry ice. This was a sign that the ice jade phoenix tree had absorbed enough energy and was preparing to transform into a sixth-tier being. This final step, too, required external assistance. Let's begin. Everyone, just like before, channel your mana and provide ice elemental energy to the ice jade phoenix tree, Gata calmly instructed after receiving Flora's instructions. The ice jade phoenix tree requires an extremely large amount of energy to advance, so this time you only need to channel mana into it. Don't worry about it not being able to handle it. After confirming with Sunifa, Gata nodded slightly. Then, all the elders under the ice jade phoenix tree simultaneously extended their hands, palms facing the tree. The next moment, a vast expanse of icy blue spiritual light, formed from mana, burst forth from their palms, dazzling and continuously flowing towards the ice jade phoenix tree. In an instant, this core spiritual land was rendered dreamlike, as if transformed into an aurora-filled land. A dense magical power, imbued with pure ice elemental energy, almost solidified into solid ice, enveloped the entire ice jade phoenix tree. The ice jade phoenix tree instinctively began to absorb this immense ice elemental power. Its leaves, seemingly formed from ice crystals, swayed gently in the breeze like wind chimes, producing a clear and melodious sound. Meanwhile, deep blue spiritual light flickered continuously on its trunk, meandering like serpents. Each flash of blue light was accompanied by a surge and sublimation of power and life force within the ice jade phoenix tree. Time seemed to accelerate at this moment. The ice jade phoenix tree grew at an astonishing speed. Its trunk became thicker and extended upwards. Originally only 3 meters tall, it had now grown to 4 meters, and its growth showed no signs of stopping, continuing to climb. Its already lush canopy expanded outwards, its branches spreading even wider. Unexpectedly, the icy leaves that had been rustling and making a crisp sound on the branches began to fall off as the tree grew. In no time, all the leaves of the ice jade phoenix tree had fallen, leaving only a bare trunk. Before anyone could react, tiny, icy buds began to sprout from where the leaves had been. These buds, like newborn babies, greedily absorbed the ice elemental power from the icy blue spiritual light, growing at an astonishing speed, becoming larger and more lush. In the blink of an eye, the ice jade phoenix tree, which had just been bald, was once again lush and leafy. The new leaves were larger and more translucent than before, shimmering with a faint blue light. And that wasn't all. Among the newly sprouted icy leaves, 3 more flower buds emerged. Gata's face lit up with joy at this sight. The emergence of flower buds signified that the ice jade phoenix tree was about to successfully advance to the next level. However, these 3 flower stamens were more delicate than the leaves. They required a greater amount of magic power and ice element to nourish and stabilize them, otherwise they might wither and die. Increase the magic power supply. At Flora's reminder, God quickly commanded again. Upon receiving God's order, the elders immediately gritted their teeth and released all the remaining magic power within their bodies without reservation, precisely channeling it onto the 3 flower stamens on the ice jade wutong tree, providing them with a continuous stream of nutrients. Even Sunifa, seeing this scene, stepped forward, stretched out her palms, and released the magic power within her body. However, unlike the elders, the magical aura manifested by her magic power was silver white, not deep blue. It was the purest and noblest silver white, containing not ice element power, but a further, higher quality, purer, and more powerful true ice element power. Under Sunifa's control, that silver white magical aura, like a rainbow, poured into the 3 flower stamens. Nourished by such pure and powerful true ice elements, the 3 flower stamens finally began to slowly bloom. After the 3 stamens bloomed, the ice jade phoenix tree finally stopped growing, its height fixed at 5 meters. The blue light shimmering on the tree trunk also disappeared at this moment. This meant that the ice jade phoenix tree had successfully advanced and stabilized at the 6th tier. Next, it would continue to absorb and gather magic power and ice elements to continue its natural growth. War Mother, my king, did it succeed? Elder Grant confirmed. Sunifa stepped forward, gently stroking the ice jade phoenix tree that had undergone such a great change, and then nodded slightly. It succeeded, that's great. All the elders present finally relaxed completely and couldn't help but cheer. Collect the fallen ice jade phoenix tree leaves. In her joy, Sunifa did not forget to instruct. These fallen 5th-tier ice jade phoenix tree leaves, when steeped in water, could be drunk to enhance mental power and were quite valuable. As the leaves of the guardian tree, they dared not pick them without permission, only waiting for the ice jade wutong leaves to fall naturally before collecting them. Normally, the ice jade wutong only sheds a few leaves every few years. Therefore, even SYNOPSIS rarely drank much ice jade wutong water. Now, during the ice jade wutong's advancement, all the old leaves had fallen. A rough count estimated 300 or 400 ice jade wutong leaves, a considerable windfall. As for the 3 newly formed flower buds, according to records, they would eventually condense into ice jade fruit. Eating 1 ice jade fruit will increase a mage's liquid mana for ice attribute cultivation by 30 drops, SYNOPSIS explained to Gaode. Even though Gaode had guessed that a 6th-tier magical plant would be extraordinary, he still couldn't help but gasp upon hearing the effects of the ice jade fruit. It should be noted that a late-stage first-ring mage's total mana is only 60 drops of liquid mana. How long will it take to bear fruit? Gaode asked. It ripens once every 30 years, SYNOPSIS answered. The ice jade phoenix mother tree in the history of the Zhenbing tribe was a rank as high as 8th grade. Therefore, the Zhenbing tribe still possesses some information about the specific details of each rank of the ice jade phoenix tree. Of course, even if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. With Flora around, all she needed to do was communicate with the ice jade phoenix tree, and this information would naturally be revealed. Chapter 280 The Inquisitor of Ryan. Unfortunately, the ice jade fruit can only increase the liquid mana of ice attribute cultivation methods. Clearly, Gaoda's Azure Wood longevity scripture has nothing to do with ice attribute cultivation methods. So even if the ice jade fruit matures in 30 years, it will be useless to him. However, by then, he might be at the 3rd or 4th ring, or even higher, so the small increase in mana from the ice jade fruit wouldn't matter much. Is there a way to accelerate the ripening of the ice jade fruit? Looking at the 3 newly blooming stamens, Gaoda suddenly thought of this and turned to Flora, humbly asking for her opinion. Compared to the powerful effects of the ice jade fruit, a ripening period of 30 years isn't actually a demanding condition. Without the unique advantage of a 4th-tier spiritual land, with Gaoda's own mage talent, condensing a single drop of liquid mana would take more than a year. Condensing 30 drops of liquid mana would take more than 30 years, even longer than the time required for the ice jade fruit to mature. But even so, for Gaoda, who hasn't even lived for 30 years in total, this time still seems too long. So his first thought was whether he could shorten the growth and ripening time of the ice jade fruit. And coincidentally, Flora's abilities could support this idea. Lady Flora, please ask, Flora said, immediately flapping her small wings as she approached the newly advanced ice jade sycamore tree. She gently stroked the tree trunk, and after a brief communication, she received feedback from the tree. Mage, it can ripen faster, and it's beneficial to it, it's willing. Flora gave a positive answer. How do I do that? Gaoda was delighted, thinking to himself, just as I expected. Grind the fire elemental magical material into powder, mix it with water, and spray it on its flower stamens. This will accelerate the fruit's growth. Flora had already learned the specific method during her communication with the ice jade sycamore. Gaoda accepted this relatively well, but everyone else present was shocked. Flora could not only directly observe and understand the state of magical plants, but she could even understand their corresponding habits and suitable cultivation methods. This ability is too exaggerated. But then, thinking of the guidance's mention of nature's spirits by her side, she gradually calmed down and felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. This is nature's spirits, after all. However, it's only just grown up and is still adapting to its new body. We need to wait a while. Flora spoke up again. She seemed stumped, counting carefully on her fingers for a long time before finally giving an answer. It needs 50 of these. Flora gestured with her right palm, then held up another finger, and 1 more of these, and it will be able to adapt to its current body. Then we can accelerate its growth. That's 251 days. God nodded slightly, but his mind was elsewhere. We can't neglect one subject. We need to start character education from a young age. It's not just about magic, we also need to teach Flora arithmetic. Flora looked warily at God, who had briefly drifted off into thought and was now back to normal. She frowned in surprise. Her keen intuition told her that she had just sensed some dangerous aura emanating from God. But this dangerous aura vanished in an instant, making Flora wonder if she was hallucinating. Holy Maiden, how much longer will we be kept under house arrest like this? In the room, Lochi, who had been confined by this Handing tribe for 5 days and unable to do anything, was somewhat irritated and couldn't help but ask. Even though he knew Catherine couldn't give him a definite answer. Catherine didn't reply. Her mind was filled with what Elder Grant had said 5 days ago. Our king is preparing to settle all conflicts with your sect. Catherine was certain that the Our King Elder Grant referred to was God. What she wasn't sure about now was how God intended to settle the conflict with the Snowfield Guardians. Would he question the sect in the name of this Handing tribe? Or would he use the two of them as bargaining chips to threaten the sect? No matter how much she thought about it, she still couldn't be sure what God was thinking. Only now did Catherine realize that although she had been in contact with God for some time, she actually didn't know much about him. She knew nothing of the other's origins, how he had suddenly become the king of this Handing tribe, or his personality and style of doing things. Just as various thoughts flashed through Catherine's mind, a knock came at the door. Then, the door opened. The very person Catherine had been pondering, God, entered, and beside him, walking in step with him, was Sunifa, carrying the blizzard spell. Long time no see, God said slowly, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. The strangeness of fate, who could have foreseen this? A month ago, he was searching for a tree planting spot alone on the snowfield, never expecting to be tracked down by the two, forcibly injected with forbidden ice needles, and brought to Phoenix under house arrest. And now, Catherine and Loich were being held captive here by this Handing tribe because of him. Truly, what goes around comes around. Because Catherine wore a mask, her expression was obscured, making it impossible to discern her inner emotions. But Loch's expression was completely transparent. It was a complex mix of emotions, confusion, doubt, worry, and awe and trepidation towards God's current identity. God, Loch opened his mouth, his voice a little dry, but then he suddenly remembered God's current identity, and his expression changed slightly as he added, My Lord. God waved his hand and got straight to the point. I'm here today mainly to tell you two things. First, the Handing tribe has already captured the accomplice your sect planted in Phoenix who was in contact with Donald. After interrogation, we have identified the mastermind behind all of this. Who is it? Catherine's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but ask, her tone urgent. God didn't keep them in suspense and gave the answer directly. It's the Inquisitor Ryan that Elder Grant previously speculated about. It really is him. Loch and Catherine exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. God didn't give them much time to be shocked, continuing, I was assassinated by a Third Circle Mage in Phoenix, an operation orchestrated by your Inquisitor Ryan. That's one point. Furthermore, the hunter team from this Handing tribe that captured the Dragonblood Frost Lizard but was ambushed and killed on their return journey was also the work of Inquisitor Ryan. For me, and for this Handing tribe, these are intolerable, indelible blood feuds. Therefore, tomorrow this Handing tribe will march on your Icefield temple. God's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the two momentarily speechless. Ignoring the unease and shock in their hearts, God turned his gaze to Loich and continued, I will let you go first. After you return to the Icefield temple, please pass on a message for us. Your sect either hands over Inquisitor Ryan and all his accomplices, and we will withdraw immediately upon receiving them, or wait for this Handing tribe's army to arrive, and we will come to take them ourselves. God grinned, revealing his white teeth. This is called diplomacy before force. I hope your sect will make the right choice. The next day, before the sun had fully risen, God was already up. Not only him, but most of this Handing tribe members were already awake at this time. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the cold morning air, for today was the day of departure. Elder Grant was already waiting at the door. Because Gauda was most familiar with Elder Grant within this Handing tribe, many matters these past few days had been communicated directly between Elder Grant and Gauda. My king, your clothes are ready. Elder Grant brought God the attire prepared for him by this Handing tribe. 5 days ago, someone had taken God's measurements to determine his size. However, even with his Handing tribe's exceptional craftsmanship, and the tribe's most skilled seamstresses working overtime, they could only barely finish God's clothes today. The Handing tribe reveres the colors blue, white, and black. Deep blue represents the northern ocean and the vast sky, and is also a symbol of ice. Pure silver white is the embodiment of snow and Handing ice. Solemn black represents nobility and fearlessness. Naturally, as the most honored person in this Handing tribe, God's clothes were also composed of these three colors. Although conditions in the north are limited, the Zhenbing tribe's attire for their king is not far inferior to that of the outside world. It is truly extraordinary. The upper body was clad in an exquisite short robe, predominantly dark blue, edged with fine silver thread that shimmered with a cold light in the dim light, like the brightest star in the night sky. The front of the robe was intricately embroidered with delicate totem symbols in silver thread. The lower body consisted of tight-fitting trousers, primarily black, gradually transitioning to dark blue below the knees. The trouser legs were also trimmed with silver, ensuring both agility and a dignified air. The shoes were a pair of specially made black leather boots. In addition, there was a cloak, ankle length, primarily pure white. However, on the center of the back, embroidered in black thread was the emblem of this Zhenbing tribe, a soaring ice crystal phoenix, lifelike as if such a creature truly existed. The edges of the cloak were also woven with intricate patterns of dark blue and silver thread. Whenever the wind rose, the cloak billowed, making the ice crystal phoenix seem ready to take flight at any moment. It is said that clothes make the man, and this is certainly true. After changing into this new outfit, Goda's entire demeanor instantly became much more noble, exuding a magnificent aura. Elder Grant couldn't help but be impressed. "My king, this outfit truly suits you," Goda smiled slightly. After 5 days, he had developed sufficient immunity to the praise from others. However, Flora's ardent gaze made Goda somewhat uneasy. He knew that Flora definitely wanted a new outfit as well. "Let's go." Having finished his preparations, Goda walked out of the room and headed towards the plaza where the Ice Sword Challenge had once been held. Elder Grant quickly followed. At this moment, in the plaza, 5,000 powerful Iceborn mages, dressed in their usual hunting attire, stood in neat rows, quietly awaiting the arrival of Goda and Sunifa. All 5,000 Iceborn mages were at least at the first level of cultivation. At least in the north, only the True Ice tribe, the Frost Wolf clan, and the Winterhammer could muster such strength. As everyone waited, Gotti and Sunifa appeared together at the other end of the plaza. They walked side by side, their steps synchronized. Gotti, now a far cry from the disheveled outsider he had been when he first arrived in Phoenix, now wore a magnificent outfit that few in the entire north would wear, giving him a completely transformed aura. But that was secondary. Most importantly, he carried the absolute ice sword, Northwind. He and Sunifa, one carrying an ice bow, the other wielding the absolute ice sword, walked onto the high platform under the watchful eyes of everyone. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Upon reaching the platform, Sunifa didn't speak, but simply drew Blizzard from her back and raised it high. Gotti, too, raised Northwind with his right hand. After a few seconds of silence, the scene erupted. "War Mother, my king! War Mother, my king! War Mother, my king!" A deafening roar, like a collapsing mountain, filled the air. Behind them, the banner of the Zhenbing tribe soared into the sky, fluttering high. Half an hour later, the Zhenbing tribe's 5,000 Iceborn mage troops marched off, sweeping towards the ice-filled temple with unparalleled momentum. They made no attempt to conceal their actions, such a large-scale commotion could not be hidden. Watching the Zhenbing tribe's army depart, the foreigners in Phoenix who had received the news were all dumbfounded. What was this all about? In the Northern Territory, they hadn't witnessed such a large-scale expedition in a long time. The news of this Zhenbing tribe welcoming a new king had already spread in the past few days, thanks to Sunifa's instructions. At least in Phoenix, everyone knew that the person prophesied by this Zhenbing tribe's war mother, Orisha, who would bring hope for revival, had appeared and ascended the throne of this Zhenbing tribe. However, they never expected that the first thing this prophesied person would do after becoming the new king of this Zhenbing tribe was to lead an army into battle. Was this hope for revival, or a scourge to the north? After leaving Phoenix, the Iceborn army of this Zhenbing tribe headed towards the Icefield Temple. Because the Iceborn in the tribe spent most of their time hunting, they were adept at marching through the snow and possessed travel spells similar to ice walking. Therefore, even with such a large force, relying solely on their own 2 feet, they still covered over 70 kilometers in a single day. However, compared to Loich, whom God had released the previous night, this was nothing. Upon gaining his freedom, Loich didn't dare delay for a moment, leaving Phoenix overnight and rushing back to the Icefield Temple without a moment's rest. Although the Snowfield Guardians were the oldest and most powerful sect in the north, they were no match for this Zhenbing tribe. To avoid this inevitable defeat, Loich knew he had to return to headquarters as quickly as possible. Only then, After reporting the situation clearly and conveying God's intentions, would there be enough time for the sect to make a decision? He was certainly inclined to eliminate the sect and hand over Inquisitor Ryan. But Lurk knew things wouldn't be that simple. The Inquisitor Ryan's status was far too high. He was one of the sect's 3 leaders. On the other hand, Chief Quentin was rarely at headquarters. This meant that only Archbishop Rune was of equal status with the Inquisitor Ryan at headquarters. And in a one-on-one situation, anything could happen. If they started fighting amongst themselves, the Inquisitor Ryan, a hunter by trade and a master of powerful forbidden necromancy, would be no match for Archbishop Rune. Thinking of this, Lurk felt a wave of despair wash over him. But no matter what, he had to get back first. He couldn't let the sect fight this Handing tribe. Otherwise, the Snowfield Guardians might be wiped out in this battle, and the sect's long history would become history. Chapter 281 The Fifth Ring Necromancer. Inside the council chamber of the Icefield Temple, a solemn and dignified atmosphere prevailed. Thick, smooth ice walls, crafted from solid ice, effectively shut out the outside world's noise and cold. Intricate religious symbols were carved into the ice walls, shimmering with a mysterious light. Several magical lamps hung high, emitting a soft yet bright glow, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime, yet without being glaring. As this was the council chamber, where important matters of the sect were discussed and decided, secrecy was paramount. It was a completely enclosed room, without windows, and with only one door leading to the outside. At the very center of the hall stood a long ice table. 2 rows of chairs were neatly arranged beside the table, awaiting the arrival of each mage. At the head seat were 3 positions, representing the 3 leaders of the Snowfield Guardians, the Archbishop, the Inquisitor, and the Chief Guardian. At this moment, the high-ring mages of the Snowfield Guardians, residing in their headquarters, had all gathered here, taking their seats at the ice table. Their expressions varied. "Lord Ryan, what important matter has prompted you to summon us to the council chamber in such a hurry?" 2 of the 3 main seats were occupied. The one who spoke was one of the 2 seated figures, Archbishop Rune. Originally, the power structure within the Snowfield Guardians was led by the Archbishop, with a Lord Inquisitor, who oversees the hunters, and the Chief Guardian serving as his deputies. However, this structure was disrupted after the previous Archbishop, Lucy Hernandez, failed in her attempt to ascend to the 4th ring and quickly died from the backlash. Rune, who succeeded her, was also a 4th ring holder, but clearly not as powerful as Archbishop Lucy, and therefore lacked the authority to command the respect of Lord Inquisitor Ryan and Chief Guardian Quentin. Thus, the Snowfield Guardians now held a 3-way power struggle within the council. Upon hearing Rune's question, the hunter commander, Inquisitor Ryan, seated in another main seat, slowly swept his gaze across Archbishop Rune's face and the equally curious faces of the crowd, before speaking in a deep voice. "I have summoned you all here today because there is a matter of life and death concerning our sect that needs to be discussed. You may not know this, but the War Mother Sunafa of this Handing tribe is currently leading 5,000 Iceborn mages on a march towards our Icefield Temple." As soon as Inquisitor Ryan finished speaking, the previously solemn council hall erupted in chaos, as if a boulder had been thrown into it. "Ah, really? How is this possible? Has she gone mad? What is she trying to do? We have always kept to ourselves with this Handing tribe. Why would she do this?" A cacophony of shocked, confused, and angry voices filled the completely sealed council hall, as if an invisible storm was raging within. Inquisitor Ryan sat there quietly, letting the crowd discuss and vent, his face expressionless. Only after a moment did someone notice his unusual demeanor and quiet begin to fall. "Inquisitor, what exactly is going on? We, the Snowfield Guardians, have no enmity with this Handing tribe. Why did Sunafa lead her people to attack us without any reason? And where did you get this information?" Archbishop Rune asked on behalf of everyone present. All eyes in the council chamber were now focused on Inquisitor Ryan, awaiting his answer. Inquisitor Ryan was over 400 years old, an age that even for a 4th circle mage with a lifespan of 600 years, considered middle to late adulthood. Yet, he was remarkably well preserved, his face had few wrinkles, and his hair was completely white, exuding an aura of authority. "Naturally, it's not without reason," Ryan said slowly, seemingly after a moment's thought. His words caused a stir among the crowd. "So, what was the reason?" Ryan glanced at everyone, then spoke again in a low voice. "It's all because of me, because of you," Ryan said slowly, The Zhenbing tribe has found the person in the prophecy left by the War Mother Orisha who will bring them hope for revival, and they have supported him as the new king of this Zhenbing tribe. Archbishop Rune, surprised, subconsciously said, in Orisha's time, the Iceborne bloodline had only just begun to decline. Orisha was a 7th circle Iceborne mage, and the rituals she performed were quite grand. Therefore, the Zhenbing tribe has always been very faithful to the prophecy she left behind. Even in the north, there are some tribes that believe in this prophecy and look forward to the appearance of the person foretold, so it's not surprising that this Zhenbing tribe has placed this prophesied person on the throne as their new king. After all, they have lived by this prophecy for so many years. Judging from his tone, Archbishop Rune clearly didn't have much faith in this prophecy. And this new king of this Zhenbing tribe has some grudges with me. Ryan glanced at Archbishop Rune, chuckled, and then changed his words. Maybe more than just some grudges? What grudges could make this new king lead a large army to attack our Icefield temple? Archbishop Rune asked incredulously, also expressing his dissatisfaction with Ryan's nonchalant attitude. For the northern tribes, the resources required for a long-distance, large-scale troop raid are actually quite prohibitive. Only this Zhenbing tribe has the resources for such an operation, but even then, it would only happen once or twice, otherwise, they would collapse internally. So, what kind of grudges would prompt this Zhenbing tribe to go to such lengths? And Ryan's evasive attitude after getting involved in such a serious matter is truly unacceptable to him. Not only Archbishop Rune, but the high-ranking members of the sect present were equally puzzled. Ryan didn't answer Rune's question, but instead changed the subject. The first thing that new king did after being supported by this Zhenbing tribe to ascend the throne was to behead Elder Donald, who had always harbored dissent within the tribe, completely silencing any dissenting voices. He said that this was what he considered unity, because the only choice is the best choice. At this point, Ryan, the Holy Inquisitor, revealed admiration on his face. This was indeed done beautifully, even for me. It was a great inspiration. Why are you saying this? Rune frowned. So, the reason I've been so eager to call you all here today is to learn from the actions of this new king of this Zhenbing tribe. Ryan still didn't answer Rune's question, but instead looked at everyone with a smile. But although Ryan was clearly smiling, everyone in the room felt a strange chill, a coldness creeping down their spines. Learn from the actions of this new king? Ryan, what do you mean by that? Archbishop Rune also sensed something was wrong and almost slammed his fist on the table. Archbishop, you are still as impatient as ever. Faced with Archbishop Rune's furious outburst, Inquisitor Ryan's face remained calm and indifferent, as if no sound could touch his heart. However, a violent surge of magical power suddenly rose from Ryan's body, completely opposite to his calm expression. An unprecedented sense of deathly silence arose in the closed council hall. Then, a chilling phenomenon suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Behind Inquisitor Ryan, dark tentacles, like the tentacles of a giant octopus from the deep sea, extended out. These tentacles twisted and coiled, bearing their fangs and claws, carrying an ancient and evil aura. They danced nimbly in the air like living creatures, directly coiling around Archbishop Rune beside Ryan. The power of the tentacles was too great. Although Archbishop Rune was a 4th circle mage, he was insignificant in the face of the tentacles' power and was directly restrained in place, unable to move. As the tentacles tightened their grip, wisps of blood mist emanated from Archbishop Rune's body. This blood mist was absorbed into the tentacles as soon as it emerged from Rune's body, then flowed into Ryan's body through the tentacles' veins, like conduits for life. Visibly, as this blood mist energy entered his body, Ryan's complexion became rosy, even radiating a sickly glow. In contrast, Rune's face was deathly pale, his eyes also a lifeless white, making him look like an old man drained of life force, on the verge of death. Forbidden necromancer spell, energy drain. A terrified cry rang out. Someone in the arena recognized the meaning of this horrifying phenomenon. These tentacles were the manifestation of the 5th circle necromancy spell, energy drain, an evil spell that could directly drain the target's life force to heal and replenish its own. The ability to cast 5th circle necromancy spells meant that Ryan had quietly advanced to the 5th circle mage level. The moment they recognized the spell, everyone present understood its meaning, staring at Ryan in disbelief. The fact that Inquisitor Ryan was already a 5th circle mage was far more shocking than his ability to cast necromancy. In the Northern Territory, since the Iceborne bloodline had declined, no 5th circle mage had emerged for many years. This is my meaning, Seeing Rune's face growing paler and his life force fading, Ryan's calm and cold voice echoed in the council hall. "Spare me." Rune's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He struggled, using his last ounce of strength to force out broken pleas for mercy from his parched throat. He was still young, his mage level only at the early 4th circle. And among mages, the higher the level, the greater the difference in strength. Therefore, Rune couldn't even withstand a single spell from Ryan, who was already a 5th circle mage. Ryan remained unmoved by Rune's pleas for mercy. Faced with absolute power, Archbishop Rune could only watch in despair as his life force slowly ebbed away. Finally, his life force was completely extinguished, leaving only an empty shell that slid helplessly from its seat and lay on the floor of the council chamber. However, even so, Inquisitor Ryan was not prepared to let Rune go. He extended his right hand, and a dark, sinister line, as deep as ink, extended from his fingertip, carrying endless chill and the aura of death, piercing directly through Archbishop Rune's lifeless corpse. To the astonishment of the crowd, Archbishop Rune's body, which should have been devoid of all life force, began to tremble slightly, and then, in an unbelievable way, he shakily rose from the ground. His movements were stiff and eerie, his eyes empty and lifeless, like a puppet controlled by some evil force, mechanically standing up and silently standing behind Inquisitor Ryan. He stood up, but he was no longer the noble archbishop who once possessed the power of a 4th circle mage. He was now a walking corpse controlled by necromancy. Rune's face was expressionless, his eyes filled with deathly stillness. It was still forbidden necromancy. After cruelly killing Rune, Ryan intended to manipulate his body, turning him into his pawn and puppet. This was the terrifying aspect of necromancy. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. As you can see, because of my practice of forbidden necromancy, I have incurred the enmity of that new king. Ryan clapped his hands lightly, and then the doors of the council chamber were violently pushed open. Loich, who had been released by Goddard, was rudely dragged in by 2 hunters. He looked up at the Inquisitor Ryan sitting in the main seat and the puppet Archbishop Rune behind him, his face filled with terror. Archbishop Ryan didn't even glance at Loich. Continuing on his own, the new king sent Loich with a message: either hand me over, and they'll withdraw their troops and cease their incursions into the peace of our Icefield Temple, or they'll lead their army to raze this place to the ground and capture me themselves. A cold smile appeared on Ryan's face. He surveyed the crowd in the council hall and continued, I know that after hearing this news, many of you will likely favor handing me over to prevent a war for the Snowfield Guardians, especially Archbishop Rune, who is devoted to his sect and certainly doesn't want to fight this Handing tribe, but I certainly can't just surrender like this, and my people won't agree either. That wouldn't be good. Such a disagreement would plunge our sect into an atmosphere of disunity. So, Ryan smiled slightly, I've made the choice for you. Archbishop Rune now unconditionally supports me, and I believe you won't have any other objections. These words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Rune had become a zombie manipulated by Ryan. How could they not unconditionally support him? But what could they do? Even the 4th ring Archbishop of Rune couldn't resist Ryan and had become a zombie. How could these 3rd ring mages possibly contend with Ryan? We shall obey the orders of the Holy Inquisitor. A hoarse voice rang out in the council hall, followed by more voices echoing. Although their hearts were filled with resentment and helplessness, submission was their only choice in the face of absolute power. Ryan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over everyone present. Rest assured, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness, while this Handing tribe is powerful, they are nothing before a 5th circle necromancer. I will personally handle this matter. Those from this Handing tribe who attempt to invade our Icefield Temple will absolutely not be allowed to set foot inside. His tone was full of confidence and domineering arrogance, as if everything was under his control. As for the sect, under my leadership, it will surely once again embark on the path of glory, the hope of revival. How? Chapter 282 Evolution, the Body of the Magic Ninja. The vast, white snowfield stretched as far as the eye could see, like an endless ocean. The howling wind swept across the land, occasionally whipping up waves of snow. After 4 days of marching, the Zhenbing tribe's 5,000-strong force had covered over 200 kilometers. This speed was even faster than Gouda had anticipated. At this moment, they were less than 400 kilometers from the Icefield Temple, the headquarters of the Snowfield Guardians. The closer they got to the Icefield Temple, the higher the spirits of the mages in the army grew. Their relatively primitive way of life had made the Northerners accustomed to the harsh natural environment and endowed them with astonishing resilience and adaptability. A primal wildness flowed through their veins. This wildness was not only physical strength but also an indomitable spirit. The Northerners never feared battle, in fact, they craved it. They were accustomed to obtaining the food necessary for survival through combat. Therefore, aside from SYNOPSIS, the ruler, and the elders who had to worry about logistics and resources, everyone else was filled with a burning fighting spirit for this expedition. God rode atop a strong snow wolf, his gaze sweeping over the long, serpentine army. The snow wolf was Elder Grant's pet. He himself hadn't gone with the main force, but had sent his pet with God. At this point, God was completely certain that the Truice tribe truly respected and trusted him, this outsider who had become the new king because of a prophecy. Even though he was young and weak, even though his orders would come at a considerable cost to the Truice tribe, his ideas would still be resolutely obeyed and implemented by the tribe from top to bottom. SYNOPSIS said he could lead Truice to a glorious revival, unify the North, and support him as the ruler of the Truice tribe. This was a heavy responsibility and an extremely difficult task. First and foremost, God needed to determine whether this Handing tribe was worthy of his responsibility and whether he could truly control them. This attack on the ice-filled temple was both revenge and a test for him. If this Handing tribe and SYNOPSIS failed this test, God would treat them as mere tools. After all, while the North was relatively poor, the Handing tribe still possessed considerable resources, enough for a first-ring mage like himself. Clearly, by now, God's heart had begun to accept this Handing tribe. The entire tribe, from the most ordinary members to figures like SYNOPSIS whose strength far surpassed his, unconditionally trusted him. This trust gave him a profound sense of mission and belonging. At this moment, the sun was about to set. The main force had already skillfully begun searching for campsites and preparing food for the night. After setting up camp, Gada didn't rest but instead inspected the temporary camp. Everyone who saw Gada approaching would pause what they were doing and bow respectfully, placing their hands on their chests. Their primitive way of life and social structure had endowed the Northerners with a primal simplicity. Outside the North, nowhere else would people show such respect to a first-ring mage because of a seemingly unfounded prophecy. Everyone's food consisted of uniformly dried meat, prepared by simply boiling it in water to make a soup, which they would then gulp down. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was quite substantial. Providing enough rations to supply a force of 5,000 for nearly a month was a feat few tribes in the North possessed. The food problem still needs to be solved first, Gada thought silently, though various ideas flashed through his mind. Without a stable food source, the so-called glorious revival and unification of the North were merely castles in the air, impossible to achieve. This was certainly not a principle only Gada understood. The problem was, understanding the principle didn't mean being able to put it into practice. However, Gada had Flora, so the food problem was something he could actually address. After circling the camp, he returned to the tent his Handing tribe had set up for him, where a pot of stewed meat soup was already prepared. Unlike the dried meat soup of the others, Gada's soup was made with fresh perilla snake meat. This was something the main force had casually killed during their journey. Perilla snakes are second-ring feline creatures. If Gada had encountered one alone on the snowfield, he wouldn't have had time to run. But facing the main force of this Handing tribe, it had barely peeked out before a third-ring iceborn mage had dealt with it, before Gada could even react. Otherwise, he would have definitely told the mage to hold back. This was another benefit of becoming the king of this Handing tribe. With his status, he seemed to no longer need to worry about acquiring origin, at least until he reached the fourth ring. As long as Gada needed it, someone would hunt feline creatures for him. The abundant feline creature resources of the North could definitely satisfy most of his needs. However, there was plenty of time ahead, and the most important thing right now was to continue his journey, so Gada wasn't in a hurry to have this Handing tribe help him acquire origin. Gada picked up the pot of perilla snake soup, ready to dig in, when he caught a glimpse of Flora craning her neck, her eyes fixed on the pot. He paused, smiled slightly, and scooped a small piece of perilla snake meat from the pot. Though called a small piece, Gada compared it to Flora's size and knew it was enormous for the little girl. He thought for a moment, then carefully tore off an even smaller piece before handing it to Flora. Flora leaned closer, sniffing the meat, then looked up at him. "What is this, for Lady Flora?" Oh, Flora frowned. She clearly wanted to know what kind of meat it was. "That wretched mage." Flora's eyes darted left and right, Then she reached out and cupped the piece of snake meat in her hands, carefully taking a bite. Hiss! The next moment, Flora gasped, saying anxiously, "My mouth is burning." Gata laughed heartily. The taste of the perilla snake meat was unusually spicy, and Flora had never liked this type of food. For example, she had once thought the ginger tea Chief Simo had served was poisonous. "Spicy, but it warms you up, it's a good thing," Gata said seriously. "Lady Flora isn't afraid of the cold." "Oh, I forgot, Mage, you're not smart," Flora said angrily, looking at Gata's laughter, already preparing to hold a grudge. After finishing the entire pot of meat soup, Gata picked up North Wind. A familiar chill instantly surged through him, and a thin layer of ice instantly formed on his palm. But that was all. The thin ice only condensed in his palm and didn't spread further. After these days of continuous adaptation, Gata is incredibly close to achieving complete immunity to the cold of the North Wind. During the extreme cold, your cold resistance increases by 268%. During the extreme pain of cold, your pain tolerance increases by 99.9%. Currently suffering from extreme cold injuries, your body's injury recovery ability increases by 79.6%. This is the progress of his adaptive skill under the stimulation of the North Wind. The increase in cold resistance is 68% higher than the intermediate ice body, demonstrating the terrifying power of the North Wind. However, at this point, the increase in cold resistance has once again stagnated. The stimulation of the North Wind is no longer sufficient to drive a rapid increase in cold resistance. Similarly, with the increase in cold resistance, the North Wind can no longer inflict extreme cold injuries on his body. Nevertheless, Gata is extremely excited. The reason is simple. His pain tolerance has actually been stuck at 99.9% for 2 days, just like the signs before evolving into the initial ice body. Gata had a premonition that he would break through this bottleneck today. And if nothing unexpected happened, after the breakthrough, adaptive should also evolve into an effect similar to the primary ice-blessed body. Thinking this, Gata slightly tightened his grip on the hilt of North Wind. With his movement, the chill from the North Wind intensified. The chill was like needles, pricking Gata's palms painfully, but he gritted his teeth and maintained his grip. This continued for about half an hour. Gata's eyes brightened, and once again the room was filled with white light. He saw the daylight. A clear sound came from within his body, as if some shackles had been broken at that moment. During the pain of extreme cold, pain tolerance increased by 100%. The bottleneck had finally been overcome. Some profound information had already surfaced in Gata's consciousness. Your body continuously experiences the pain of extreme cold, and your pain tolerance increases accordingly, adapting and evolving into the Dharma Ninja body. After evolving into the body of a spell ninja, you will possess extremely strong concentration, making it difficult for external suffering such as hunger, thirst, cold, heat, and pain to affect your spellcasting, cultivation state, or crafting. Enduring pain for a long time will make your mind exceptionally resilient, giving you a stronger resistance to enchantment spells that directly attack and interfere with the mind. The body of a spell ninja is accompanied by pain, giving you a small chance to foresee impending disasters and suffering. After the intermediate ice-blessed body, Gata finally gained a new ability through adaptive, the body of a spell ninja. Like the intermediate ice-blessed body, the body of a spell ninja also has 3 buff effects. The first 2 buff effects are easy to understand and don't need much explanation. It's just that the last one, a small chance to foresee impending disasters and suffering, is somewhat mystical. At least Gata can't imagine how this premonition works. Moreover, this small chance is also quite significant. 10% can be considered a small chance, but similarly, a small chance could also be 0.01%. After pondering for a moment, Gata shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Ultimately, this ability shouldn't be taken too seriously. Being able to foresee disasters is good. But the most important thing is to have the ability to resist them, not to rely on this. Of course, if you can truly foresee something, even just once, this ability is worthwhile. The only pity is that the ninja body doesn't have a prefix like the ice body. This means it's already in its complete form and can't be improved further. Before he could fully recover from the joy of acquiring his new ability, a scene suddenly flashed into Gata's mind, hordes of white skeletons and deep, inky black mist rushing towards him. However, this scene was fleeting, as if it were just an illusion. But even this brief moment of vision sent a chill down Gata's spine. What was going on? Gato was stunned for a moment, then his whole body trembled as he realized what was happening. This was the ninja body's ability to foresee impending disasters and suffering with a low probability. He had thought this ability would be a little Easter egg, revealed sometime in the future, but unexpectedly, he used it just moments later. Was this some kind of first-time purchase bonus? While finding humor in his predicament, Gato was already taking action. He quickly left his tent and ran towards another tent not far away. That was SYNOPSIS' tent. "It's me," Gato said softly but urgently outside the tent. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the tent flap was abruptly flung open. SYNOPSIS' cool and beautiful face appeared in the doorway. Her eyes were deep blue, questioning. "My king, is something the matter? There might be an attack tonight." Gato's words had barely faded when a series of eerie creaking sounds suddenly echoed through the temporary camp, making everyone's heart clench. The next instant, an even more chilling scene unfolded. The previously calm and thick snow suddenly erupted with a series of cracking sounds, as if something underground was stirring restlessly, eager to break free. Then, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand, the thick snow layer exploded violently. With a deafening roar, one massive crack after another appeared. One after another, skeletal skeletons rose from the cracks in the snow, like evil spirits summoned from the abyss of death. These skeletons varied in shape, but without exception, they all exuded a chilling aura of death. Their bones gleamed a ghastly white in the moonlight, and their eye sockets flickered with an eerie green phosphorescence. In the instant of their resurrection, these skeletons cruelly pounced on the nearest living person. Their arms swung in the air, their white bones gleaming, as if to tear apart any obstacle in their path. Their movements were stiff, yet incredibly swift. Because everything happened so suddenly, the iceborn mages of this Handing tribe had no time to react, and many were immediately knocked to the ground. Despite their powerful magical abilities as mages, the skeletons' close proximity and pounce on them left them no time to cast spells. Without magical support, they were ultimately just mortals. How could they possibly contend with skeletons that felt no pain and possessed immense strength? Once knocked down, there was almost no chance of them getting back up. With a tearing sound, the skeletons used brute force to rip open the iceborn mage's arms, thighs, and even heads, blood splattering everywhere, staining the snow red, plunging the entire camp into chaos. The desperate screams of the wounded iceborn mages were horrifying. And in the tent where Gato had just been, a skeleton crawled out and ripped it open, revealing a scene of utter devastation. It's easy to imagine that if Gato hadn't had a premonition and left the tent beforehand, he would be badly injured, if not dead. Chapter 283 The Right Path. Forbidden Necromancer's spells. SYNOPSIS' already aloof expression turned even colder upon witnessing this scene. Necromancer's spells, which revive the dead into skeletons or zombies, are considered an inviolable red line, absolutely forbidden, both within and outside the North. In fact, necromancy, especially offensive necromancy, primarily focuses on evil and bizarre effects such as draining life force and creating undead creatures. While those with impure intentions may use their knowledge of any school of magic for unethical purposes, necromancy undoubtedly possesses a greater potential for harm. Therefore, after deliberation, the high-ranking mages at the top of the hierarchy decided to make a clean sweep, listing all necromancy spells as forbidden, prohibiting mages from learning or mastering them. This is also the reason why necromancy has always been extremely weak among the 8 major schools of magic. Powerful necromancy spells are all banned. History has repeatedly proven that forbidden arts, like forbidden books, are only ever present despite repeated bans. Therefore, even though forbidden necromancy has fallen to the level of being universally reviled, it still survives tenaciously like weeds, proving impossible to eradicate. Skeletons are the lowest-ranking group of undead creatures, but within this group, there are further subdivisions based on type and strength. The most common are skeleton warriors composed of the bones of ordinary humans or other humanoid creatures, usually equipped with simple weapons and shields made of bone. These skeletons look terrifying, but are actually clumsy and fragile. Even a well-trained militia member can defeat multiple skeleton warriors. Skeletons of this level can only pose a threat through sheer numbers. A higher-ranking skeleton monster is the skeleton mage. The corpses of former mages, resurrected through necromancy, become skeleton mages. Skeleton mages possess greater strength and tougher bones than skeleton warriors, and can also cast some basic spells mastered by the corpses in life. They even possess unique abilities depending on their cultivation methods. The skeletons currently appearing in the camp are all skeleton mages, sourced from northern iceborne mages. Visibly, these skeleton mages' pale bones gleam with specks of blue light representing frost. This gives them high resistance to ice elemental spells. While iceborne mages, who hunt year-round in the snowfields, may not be as disciplined as rigorously trained military mages, they are no less skilled in combat and handling unexpected situations, especially adept in skirmishes. After all, encounters with feline creatures are commonplace when hunting in the snowfields. Therefore, after the initial chaos, the temporary camp of this hunting tribe immediately resounded with urgent and impassioned horns. The untouched iceborne mages reacted swiftly, casting their spells and entering battle mode. Instantly, snow and ice swirled across the camp, a fierce wind howled, and various blue magical lights flickered. A torrential downpour of ice elemental spells rained down on the skeleton mages. At the center of the skeleton horde, a third ring iceborne mage moved his hands rapidly. Instantly, a massive ice wall rose from the ground, isolating a large portion of the skeleton mages and buying precious casting time for the remaining iceborne mages. Protected by the ice wall, the remaining iceborne mages, now free to attack, quickly unleashed their own spells. Where the skeleton mages were densely packed, ice spikes abruptly rose from the ground, piercing the gaps in the skeleton's bones and impaling them. Then, many more sharp ice spikes shot towards the skeleton mage horde like arrows. Although these skeleton mages possessed high resistance to ice elemental magic, they were ultimately unable to withstand such a dense onslaught. Their skeletal bodies shattered and disintegrated, and the eerie green phosphorescent flames flickering in their eye sockets were extinguished. Necromantic spells have limited casting range. The necromancer controlling these skeletons must be hiding nearby. Meanwhile, SYNOPSIS didn't participate in the battle to eliminate the skeleton mages, but instead decisively began searching for the necromancer's location. Despite the necromancer's ability to create a massive swarm of skeletons, once the necromancer was killed, all the skeletons he created would crumble into piles of scattered bones, like soulless shells, posing no further threat. Furthermore, the necromancer's range of control over the skeletons was limited. This meant that the necromancer controlling this sinister army of skeletons must be lurking in some dark corner not far from the battlefield. SYNOPSIS understood this, so her objective was clear. Rather than slowly wiping out the numerous skeleton mages, it was more efficient to directly eliminate the necromancer behind them. This was the fastest way to end the battle. Upon hearing this, Geode turned and looked around. It was night, the darkness as black as ink, the light dim, making everything hazy and difficult to discern. However, this was certainly no problem for SYNOPSIS. A second circle spell, Dark Vision, could solve it. The problem was that their camp was currently a chaotic battleground between ice-blooded mages and skeleton mages. Moreover, the surrounding snow provided perfect cover for the lurkers. If the opponent were to camouflage themselves even slightly, quickly and accurately locating the necromancer in such an environment would be extremely difficult. But SYNOPSIS wasn't worried about that. A high-pitched, resounding cry came from her tent. Then, a silver-white light, like lightning piercing the night sky, suddenly shot out from the tent's gaps, its speed astonishing. The light and shadow instantly drew a graceful arc in the air, circling higher and farther into the sky. That was SYNOPSIS's magical falcon, Azure. Falcons are naturally adept at reconnaissance. Azure, being an alien species, possessed terrifyingly strong reconnaissance abilities, capable of detecting the faintest fluctuations and anomalies. As it soared high into the sky, overlooking the battlefield, it could ignore the interference of the chaotic environment and locate its target more quickly. Just as Azure began its search, a deep voice seemed to come from the abyss, clearly audible even in the noisy and chaotic camp. SYNOPSIS, you don't need to bother looking for me. God and SYNOPSIS turned their heads almost simultaneously, their eyes sharp, locking onto the direction from which the voice came. A large cloud of black mist was churning there. Something big. Several iceborne mages at the edge of the black mist shouted, their voices trembling slightly, yet they still tried their best to warn them. Their voices had barely faded when the black mist seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a terrifying behemoth burst forth. Its size was enormous, like a rampaging prehistoric mammoth, but its skin was withered, covered in grayish-white rotting flesh, and it emitted wisps of smoke and a nauseating stench. The beast's eyes were empty and lifeless, but its speed and momentum were terrifyingly powerful. With a deafening crash, the ice wall constructed by a third circle mage shattered under the impact of this behemoth, turning into countless flying ice shards. Yet, the behemoth's speed remained unaffected, continuing its unstoppable charge towards SYNOPSIS' location. Each step it took created a trembling rhythm on the snow. Logically, given its massive size and terrifying weight, it should have sunk into the snow. However, a pale blue magical light flickered on its 4 feet, formed of rotting flesh. It had been blessed with powerful spells, allowing it to traverse the snow with ease. Any iceborn mages who dared to stand in its path, regardless of their spells, were rendered utterly powerless and insignificant, like eggs striking a rock, a futile and ineffective effort that failed to even cause a ripple. Then, the behemoth simply rammed them away. Some mages tumbled through the air, screaming as their bones snapped, others were thrown far away, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates unknown. A zombie behemoth, SYNOPSIS' eyes flashed coldly as she murmured. Zombies are undead creatures, a level above skeletons. And zombie behemoths are among the most powerful of the zombies, possessing astonishing strength, defense, and regenerative abilities, making them extremely troublesome on the battlefield. Atop the giant zombie beast, a figure clad in black robes stood arrogantly, a sinister smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. "SYNOPSIS, once I kill you, the main force of your Shenbing tribe should retreat, right, Ryan?" SYNOPSIS' gaze narrowed, locking onto the figure atop the zombie beast. "Just you? Where are the other fourth ring mages?" Judge Ryan, standing atop the rapidly charging beast, looked down coldly. After Donald's death, the Shenbing tribe had 4 fourth ring iceborn mages remaining. However, for this campaign against the Icefield Temple, only SYNOPSIS came. This was SYNOPSIS' decision. According to her, the Snowfield Guardians only had 3 fourth ring mages in total, and they weren't necessarily all at the Icefield Temple. For her, even if all 3 fourth ring mages were present, or even doubled, she could easily suppress them. This was the confidence of a pure-blooded iceborn. "My king, step back." SYNOPSIS didn't answer Ryan's question, but instead instructed God while taking down the massive ice bow, Blizzard, from her back. The next moment, she took a deep breath, gripped the bow with one hand, and pulled back the string with the other. Then, a ghostly blue light shone on the bowstring. The light quickly transformed into tiny ice crystals, shining like stars in the night sky. These ice crystals swirled and coalesced in the air, finally forming a crystal-clear ice arrow radiating a chilling aura. Whoosh! With a crisp sound of air being pierced, the ice arrow shot through the sky like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Ryan. Seeing this, Ryan's lips curled into a calm smile, seemingly utterly unafraid of this attack launched by the magical weapon wielded by Boreas himself. A blazing, bright flame, as if summoned by some mysterious force, suddenly surged from his body, rapidly enveloping him and forming a fiery shield shimmering with an orange-red light. SYNOPSIS' ice arrow, fired with Blizzard, precisely locked onto Ryan, but just before it touched the fiery shield, it seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier. The ice arrow collided with the fiery shield, producing a hissing sound, like ice meeting molten lava, rapidly melting from the arrowhead down into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the air. However, the fiery shield, having blocked the ice arrow, also extinguished completely. Boom! Ryan had actually brought the zombie behemoth to a sudden halt. The violent movement instantly created a small blizzard. As expected of Blizzard, Ryan, having stopped his charge, looked at SYNOPSIS, his expression slightly changed, surprised by SYNOPSIS' attack. Compared to Ryan's astonishment, SYNOPSIS' expression became extremely solemn. "Flame Shield is only a 4th ring spell, it's impossible for it to stop a true ice arrow. Indeed, you are far stronger than I imagined, SYNOPSIS. Even with Flame Shield, enhanced by ascended ring spells, it could only block one of your arrows." Ryan's gaze shifted back and forth between SYNOPSIS' face and the blizzard in her hand, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "Ascended ring spells." SYNOPSIS took a deep breath, understanding everything upon hearing this. "You are already a 5th ring mage?" Looking around, she couldn't see anyone else besides Ryan. This meant Ryan had come alone. His 5th ring mage level was the source of his confidence in daring to storm the True Ice Tribe's camp alone. "Unexpected, isn't it?" Ryan smiled at SYNOPSIS, beaming with pride. "The first and only 5th ring mage in the Northern Realm is actually me." "You've changed your cultivation method." As a pure-blooded iceborn, SYNOPSIS possessed an extremely keen sensitivity to ice elements, yet now she could no longer sense any ice elemental power in Ryan. This was illogical, because even the mages of the Snowfield Guardians were generally iceborn, their power inextricably linked to ice elements. "Yes," Ryan nodded, his face showing no hesitation or reluctance. I'm now cultivating the necromancer's ritual, and it was this that helped me break through to the 5th ring, possessing iceborn blood, yet becoming a necromancer. Synopsis's voice carried a chill. Ryan had not only betrayed the Snowfield Guardian's teachings but also his own bloodline. What do you know? Synopsis, the iceborn bloodline is useless. Ryan's voice was tinged with agitation, as if Synopsis's doubts had touched a raw nerve. The path I chose is the only correct one. You are the last pure-blooded iceborn of this generation. You must know that in the past, with the power of the iceborn bloodline, the minimum level for a pure-blooded iceborn should have been at least the 5th ring. Ryan's words carried a hint of regret, as if recalling the iceborn race's past glory. After you fully awakened your iceborn bloodline, your mage level rose to the 4th ring in just 2 years, but 3 years have passed, and you are still only at the 4th ring. What does this mean? It means that the power of the iceborn bloodline has decayed to its maximum, only reaching the 4th ring. The iceborn bloodline was indeed powerful in ancient times, reaching its peak and creating the powerful iceborn race, but since ancient times, the iceborn bloodline has begun to decline. Now, the iceborn bloodline is a complete dead end. To advance further, one must abandon the iceborn bloodline and find another way. Ryan's words carried a hint of sarcasm, mocking Synopsis's stubbornness and ignorance. It's just that you're used to the immense power of the iceborn bloodline and can't bring yourself to give up everything you have now, so you can only stay in the same place. To take a step forward means that you must give up something. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Ultimate Force, Construct Mage. Whoosh, responding to Inquisitor Ryan was Synopsis's decisive and resolute drawing of her bow. With a flick of her wrist, the bowstring swelled to its fullest extent, and an arrow imbued with extreme cold, called a blizzard, was formed on the bowstring. A moment later, it shot forth, piercing the sky, aimed directly at the still rambling Inquisitor Ryan. Ryan's expression hardened. He had just experienced the power of the blizzard arrow. Even his 4th ring spell, Fire Shield, cast after being upgraded, could only withstand one blizzard arrow. This meant that if he weren't a 5th ring mage, Fire Shield, as a 4th ring spell, wouldn't be able to withstand a single arrow from Synopsis, who was also a 4th ring mage. One could easily imagine just how terrifying Synopsis's combat power was at the same level. But that was all. Even if Synopsis was invincible among her peers, so what? The difference between 5th and 4th rings wasn't something that could be overcome simply by being invincible among peers. Ryan's mind raced, and the zombie behemoth beneath his feet erupted with billowing black mist. This mist surged and churned, rapidly coalescing into a massive black energy blast that hurtled towards the rapidly approaching arrow of pure ice. The two collided in midair. With a deafening boom, a massive shockwave spread outwards like a raging storm, tearing the surrounding air to shreds. The icy blue magical light and the surging black mist intertwined and tumbled in the air, as if two completely different forces were engaged in a fierce collision and contest. In the end, the icy blue magical light prevailed, annihilating all the black mist. However, after the standoff, the arrow of pure ice seemed to have shrunk considerably, its size reduced by more than one size, and its speed drastically decreased. Bang! The weakened arrow of pure ice finally struck the zombie behemoth beneath Ryan's feet, shattering instantly into countless tiny ice crystals like delicate porcelain. The sudden release of chilling energy condensed and covered the zombie behemoth's body with a thin layer of ice. However, due to the limited power remaining in the arrow and the enormous size of the zombie behemoth, the thin layer of ice only covered the front half of its body before abruptly stopping. This exchange posed no threat to Ryan, but it thoroughly enraged him. Synopsis, why don't you just stay in Phoenix and be your war mother? Why do you have to come looking for trouble? His words had barely faded when a dense aura of darkness suddenly surged above Synopsis. After Synopsis fired the frost arrow, Ryan, controlling the zombie behemoth to counter her attack, wasn't idle either, casting spells in his own attack. The dense dark aura coalesced, instantly forming a complex magical symbol. The symbol emitted an eerie light, erupting with a dazzling and deep, inky black light that enveloped Synopsis. Synopsis's expression changed slightly. This black light contained an evil power, corroding her body and making her movement sluggish. 4th ring necromancer spell, Curse of Curse. A curse is cast on the target, weakening one of their strength, mental power, speed, mana, or reaction time, or reducing their elemental resistance or spell damage bonus, or giving them a 50% chance of failure with each spellcasting action. Ryan chose the last one, a 50% chance of failure with each spellcasting action. Porus's magical weapons do indeed give you the ability to threaten me. But the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Ryan laughed. Tell me, how many arrows like that can you shoot? His tone was provocative. SYNOPSIS' expression turned solemn. What Ryan said was true. Blizzard made her almost unrivaled in the fourth ring, even possessing the terrifying power to instantly kill a mage of the same rank with a single arrow. However, Ryan, the Inquisitor, relying on his fifth ring mage level, was able to block the most ferocious attacks of Blizzard with his fourth ring defensive spells cast during his ring up spellcasting. To be honest, SYNOPSIS was only a fourth ring mage, yet she managed to break through a fourth ring defensive spell cast by an ascending ring mage. Her combat power was already terrifyingly strong. Normally, even a typical fourth ring mage would struggle to break through Ryan's fire shield, no matter how hard they tried. But for SYNOPSIS, that wasn't enough. She needed more than just breaking through, she needed to pose a threat. At this moment, she felt like she was standing on a delicate cusp. If the power of her true ice arrow could be increased even slightly, Ryan's defensive spells wouldn't be able to completely withstand SYNOPSIS' attacks, forcing him to be more cautious and less reckless. But that tiny difference felt like an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, as Ryan had said, the mana cost of each true ice arrow she fired through Blizzard was staggering. More importantly, SYNOPSIS was currently under a curse of curse, meaning that both casting spells and firing arrows could fail due to interference from evil forces. What to do? SYNOPSIS felt the extreme cold emanating from the blizzard. Although the situation was incredibly dire, she remained remarkably calm, pondering possible ways to break the deadlock. As she thought, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly erupted from her body. This light burst forth from her, carrying an indescribable purity and chill, like holy light pouring down, enveloping her entirely. As the silver-white light flickered and flowed, the evil forces that had bound her like shackles seemed to have encountered their natural enemy, fleeing from her body and dissipating into nothingness as a wisp of black smoke. SYNOPSIS' body, which had been hampered by the curse, was restored to its original state, even enveloped in a faint glow, making her movements more agile and even providing her with subtle protection. A spell with both purification and enhancement effects. True ice spell. Ryan's expression stiffened upon seeing this. He had chosen to cast the curse because SYNOPSIS likely had ways to deal with ordinary attack spells. However, the Curse of the Void is different. As a fourth circle necromancy spell, the curse it creates cannot be dispelled, meaning that dispel magic is ineffective against it. To counter a Curse of the Void, one needs to use a higher level or specific spell, such as Dispel Magic, Limited Wishes, or Removal of Curses. Except for Removal of Curses, all of these are spells higher than fourth circle spells, which a fourth circle mage like SYNOPSIS certainly couldn't cast. Removal of Curses is indeed a fourth circle spell. The problem is that Removal of Curses is not among the spells that can be awakened by the Iceborne bloodline. And the possibility of SYNOPSIS learning and mastering an obscure spell whose effect is merely to remove curses from objects or creatures is extremely low. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the curse of his carefully designed spell was purified and dispelled by SYNOPSIS in this way. Ryan couldn't even recognize what spell SYNOPSIS used to counter his Curse of the Void, only confirming that it was a type of pure ice spell. Pure ice spells are spells that only pure-blooded Iceborne can awaken. Pure-blooded Iceborne are extremely rare, making true ice magic incredibly mysterious even to the people of the North. The last pure-blooded Iceborne of our time, born of ice and snow, Ryan exclaimed with immense admiration. How enviable. If I hadn't advanced to the fifth ring, how could I possibly compete with you? He even had the composure to sigh. His confidence stemmed from his composure. Compared to fourth ring mages, fifth ring mages, besides the superiority of their spellcasting abilities, possess a more direct and overwhelming advantage in their spells. Each ring advancement significantly increases the power and effect of a spell. Ryan had already been at the fifth ring for some time, and he hadn't slacked off, so he now possessed two fifth ring spells, both offensive. This meant that SYNOPSIS couldn't possibly turn the tide today. But now, you are no match for me, Ryan declared arrogantly. You are no match for him. At the same time, God's steady voice echoed in SYNOPSIS' mind. The same words, but with different meanings. She shuddered, only then noticing that Gauda, who had hastily retreated after her instructions, had somehow returned. "My king, why have you returned?" SYNOPSIS, who had maintained a calm demeanor towards Ryan, finally lost her composure upon discovering Gauda's return. Facing Ryan, a fifth-ring warrior, she was already struggling to protect herself, let alone Gauda. And Gauda was incredibly important to this Handing tribe. In SYNOPSIS' heart, Gauda's safety was even more important than her own life. Therefore, her emotions inevitably wavered. "Can you defeat him?" Gauda continued to communicate with SYNOPSIS through telepathy, his tone extremely calm, as if asking a perfectly ordinary question. "It's difficult," SYNOPSIS gritted her teeth and admitted, not trying to be brave, but also showing no sign of backing down or fear. "I will do my best to hold him off. There are so many of us here, and we will all do our best to hold him off. My king, you must leave quickly and return to Phoenix. With a guardian tree here, even a fifth circle mage cannot offend us, my king, since the prophecy has chosen you. As long as you are here, Zhanbing will surely rise, and it will be the same even without me." As she said this, a resolute glint flashed in SYNOPSIS' deep blue eyes. "The Zhanbing tribe cannot do without SYNOPSIS," God affirmed. SYNOPSIS was about to say something when she suddenly realized that Flora had already flown to her side. "The mage asked Lady Flora to give this to you." The next moment, Flora's clear voice reached her ears. Before she could react, Flora's figure had already disappeared in a flash. This was God temporarily dispelling, summon familiar, and sending Flora to her private space, which was what she called the little black room. "This is..." SYNOPSIS' lips parted slightly as she looked at the object that had suddenly appeared in her hand. It was a set of stacked components, shimmering with a faint light. Interwoven with these components were silver and white lights, their surfaces covered with complex and intricate runes and patterns. They resembled totem symbols. Mysterious yet different from totems, for they were delicate as silk, arranged according to specific logic and rules, possessing a refined and precise beauty. They were like a traditional battle robe, the components including the head, body, and limbs, but more abstract and smaller than a battle robe, and their overall streamlined shape made them somewhat like armor. "Concentrate your mind on it, then put it on," Gauda's decisive voice echoed in her mind once more. After advancing to the first ring, Gauda clearly understood the vast difference between a first-ring mage and a mage apprentice. If the difference between the lowest-ranking first-ring mage and a mage apprentice was so great, what about the difference between a fifth-ring mage and a fourth-ring mage? Gauda was absolutely certain that even if SYNOPSIS was powerful, she would likely find it difficult to survive against Ryan today. But is there truly no chance to break the deadlock? Not entirely. When Hizai was introducing rune constructs to Gauda, he said, "In the mage world, it's generally acknowledged that fighting beyond one's level is almost impossible. If it were to happen, there's only one possibility: the lower-level mage side is equipped with rune constructs. Construct mages are the ultimate force among mages." And coincidentally, Gauda always carries a set of Tier 4 rune constructs left to him by Hizai, Breath of the Wild. Tier 4 rune construct plus the invincible SYNOPSIS of the same level. If Hizai wasn't exaggerating, then SYNOPSIS equipped with Breath of the Wild could definitely fight beyond one's level. Clearly, the seemingly unyielding Hizai isn't one to boast. Rune constructs are extremely rare even outside the north, let alone in the primitive north. Therefore, although SYNOPSIS is the war mother of this Handing tribe, this is actually the first time in her life she has seen a rune construct. Therefore, she didn't recognize what it was at all. Not only her, but Ryan was the same. He noticed something suddenly appearing in SYNOPSIS' hand, but didn't recognize it either. According to the customs of Gauda's hometown, SYNOPSIS and Ryan should both be called country bumpkins, but not recognizing the runic construct didn't matter, because SYNOPSIS had subconsciously focused her mental energy on Breath of the Wild, as Gauda had instructed. The next moment, a layer of brilliant light flowed across the surfaces of many parts of Breath of the Wild, as if it had been activated. All the parts suddenly floated up, as if drawn by an invisible force, transforming into illusory scales that covered SYNOPSIS' body, fitting her perfectly and enveloping her. Amidst the dappled light, these parts quickly solidified, transforming from illusory light into physical form, arming SYNOPSIS. The scales shimmered, majestic yet somewhat ornate. Breath of the Wild was a robe-style runic construct, primarily silver and white. The combination of these two colors created a visually elegant and mysterious effect, perfectly complementing SYNOPSIS' attire and even her temperament, almost as if it were custom-made for her. Perhaps, this was fate. After being fitted onto Sunifa, the armor was enlarged to perfectly fit her figure. This was due to the adaptive inclusion rune effect inherent in the Breath of the Wild. As the overall structure expanded, the runes on it became much clearer. Finally, when all the parts were precisely assembled, the rune patterns were suddenly activated, flashing a dazzling silver-white light. The light quickly spread to every corner of the armor, imbuing the originally cold parts with a lifelike vitality. All the rune patterns shimmered, weaving together into a brilliant net of light. At the same time, some information entered Sunifa's mind. Breath of the Wild, Tier 4 rune construct, rune effects, level 4 elemental resistance, level 4 fortitude, level 4 agility, level 4 spell damage increase, adaptive inclusion. Construct effect, the wearer's stamina regeneration rate is increased by 57%, mana regeneration rate is increased by 62%, and the mana cost of casting spells is reduced by 31%. When the wearer is standing on the ground, these effects are doubled. Chapter 285 Calming the Storm. At this moment, after equipping the runic construct, Sunifa, judging by appearance alone, didn't resemble a traditional mage but rather a ranger. The Breath of the Wild set consisted of 5 parts, a breastplate, bracers, leg armor, boots, and a headdress. The breastplate was the largest piece, covering the torso. It was entirely silver, with a tight-fitting design and a metallic sheen, perfectly conforming to Sunifa's body curves. The surface of the breastplate was smooth and textured, as if crafted from the purest silver. The silver bracers wrapped around the forearms, extending to the palms. The design was particularly intricate, composed of multiple layers of thin, metal-like plates, each layer inlaid with other metal elements. At the very center, where Sunifa's wrist met her palm, was an extremely complex runic array, glowing softly. From a distance, it looked like a sapphire was set atop it, exuding exceptional nobility. Tight leg armor encased Sunifa's long, slender legs, its flowing lines blending perfectly with her figure, showcasing both power and agility. The surface of the leg armor also shimmered with the cool luster of metal, echoing the breastplate on her torso and creating a unified style. The leg armor employed a lightweight construction concept. Through precise open-work carving techniques, it significantly reduced weight while maintaining protection, allowing Sunifa greater freedom of movement. The leg armor at the knees was particularly thickened and designed as sharp knee guards, enhancing not only protection but also adding a touch of ferocity. Particularly striking was the intricate silver runes inlaid around the edge of each leg armor piece. The boots were white, their shafts tightly wrapping around Sunifa's calves, also inlaid with fine runes. At the ankles, the boots cleverly formed delicate silver ankle guards, engraved with the rune arrays identical to the sapphire on the wrist guards. The boots had slightly upturned toes, sharp as eagle claws. The headdress was particularly intricately designed, with interlocking metal plates forming a three-dimensional, sharp shape. Unlike a helmet, which was a wrapping structure, it resembled a skull, only sharper and more ornate. Each component was directly connected, with intricate rune patterns at the joints. Together, the 5 components created the powerful construct of Breath of the Wild. The instant Breath of the Wild was done, Sunifa clearly felt a powerful force surging from the ground beneath her feet. This was the runic array on Breath of the Wild, drawing power from the earth for Sunifa's use. The most powerful aspect of runic constructs was their ability to miniaturize a large, powerful magic circle into a portable, personal one. Breath of the Wild, Sunifa murmured, a smile spreading across her face, clearly very satisfied with the powerful force of the runic construct. How could a first-rank mage possess something so powerful? This was utterly incomprehensible to ordinary people. But Sunifa didn't consider these things to be called the hope of revival. Whatever astonishing things one did were justifiable. She simply understood even more why Goddard was the one prophesied by the mother of Orisha. The next moment, a chilling light suddenly intensified in Sunifa's deep blue eyes. How to break the deadlock? The answer was already there. Huff. Sunifa took a deep breath, her right hand, not holding the bow, slightly raised. Making a gesture similar to firing upwards, her index finger pointing towards the sky. The next instant, a point of blue light suddenly bloomed at her fingertip, rapidly extending to form a suspended halo centered on her fingertip. Immediately, Sunifa flicked the blue halo, letting it fall into the bowstring of Blizzard. A blue stream of light flashed past. It was yet another true ice spell. Even though Ryan had never seen runic constructs before, He could see the clues in Sunifa's changes and sensed something was wrong. But Sunifa didn't give him much time to think. She drew her bow again. A far more dazzling and blinding blue light shone on the bowstring than before. Tiny ice crystals, like stars, constantly emitted arcs of light. As Sunifa pulled the bowstring tighter, the ice crystals spun and coalesced in the air. At the same time, the sapphire rune array on Sunifa's bracers glowed, merging into the true ice arrow. This was the inherent rune effect of Breath of the Wild, level 4 spell damage increase. Moments later, a terrifying energy, like a vast tsunami, had fully coalesced. This arrow, Ryan felt an unprecedented threat, sensing something ominous. Whoosh! The true ice arrow shot out, its tail trailing a brilliant blue flame, resembling a shooting star against the deep, inky night. Watching the deep blue arrow descend from the sky, a hint of seriousness flashed in Ryan's eyes, and he unconsciously gritted his teeth. He could easily see that Sunef's attack this time was extraordinary, far beyond what a mere flame shield, cast by a higher ring mage could withstand. As he pondered this, the massive zombie beast beneath Ryan suddenly let out a deafening roar, as if burning with some unknown power. The dense black mist erupting from its body was far more turbulent than before, almost swallowing up the surrounding air. The black mist boiled, even soaring into the sky, rapidly condensing into a gigantic black hand that blotted out the sun, tightly gripping the incoming frost arrow in its palm. A series of earth-shattering thunderclaps echoed through the night sky as the black hand continuously shattered into black mist, dissipating, but also gradually weakening the frost arrow's power. "You're ultimately just a fourth ring mage, not to mention a human." A sinister glint flashed in Ryan's eyes. The zombie behemoth beneath him was a fifth circle undead creature he created using the fifth circle necromancy spell, Dance of the Skeletons. While zombies themselves weren't particularly powerful undead creatures, the fifth circle level provided a significant advantage, allowing it to withstand the attacks of the fourth circle Sunifa for a short time. Under the mental control of Inquisitor Ryan, the zombie behemoth let out another low roar, its massive body charging towards Sunifa like a wild horse. Meanwhile, he himself channeled his mana, activating another extremely complex and massive spell model within his spell array. Seeing this, Sunifa lightly touched the ground with her toes, her figure flashing to the side like lightning, her speed breathtaking. She hadn't actually cast any spell. This astonishing speed was due to the glowing runes on the ankles of Sunifa's boots. Rune effect, 4th level agility. 4th level agility was equivalent to the movement speed boost provided by a 4th circle spell. Sunifa understood that her greatest advantage lay in the casting range of Blizzard, which was 4 to 5 times greater than ordinary spells. Therefore, maintaining distance was advantageous for her. At this moment, watching Ryan drive the zombie behemoth closer, she understood his intention. Their current distance must exceed the casting range of his intended spell. Although she didn't know what spell he was planning, preventing him from succeeding was definitely the right thing to do. While rapidly retreating, Sunifa's hands didn't stop moving. Another arrow of pure ice condensed and shot out, the air seemingly frozen, a chilling aura spreading outwards, a terrifying sight. Ryan, however, showed no sign of panic. Black smoke once again billowed from the zombie behemoth's massive body, transforming into a black hand to intercept the arrow of pure ice. A muffled explosion resounded, and a massive surge of magical power erupted and spread from the point of impact. The two disintegrated and dissolved into each other. In the end, the power of the frost arrow reached its peak, completely piercing through the giant hand formed from black smoke. However, the residual force of the black hand struck the arrow's tail, changing its direction and sending it shooting diagonally upwards into the sky. At the same time, another magical light appeared in the hand of the Holy Inquisitor Ryan, which he unhesitatingly struck the zombie behemoth beneath him. After the magical light entered its body, the zombie behemoth's speed visibly increased significantly, rumbling as it chased after Sunifa. Third circle transmutation spell, acceleration. All obstacles in its path were easily smashed aside by the zombie behemoth. Sunifa did not cast any spells to restrict the zombie behemoth's movements. She noticed that the zombie behemoth's forefeet were already enveloped in a powerful magical fluctuation, and even the thin ice that had condensed from the frost arrow's previous impact had not affected its movement. Ryan must have precast the fourth circle spell Freedom of Movement on the zombie behemoth, allowing it to move regardless of any difficult terrain and rendering any spells or magical effects that slowed, paralyzed, or bound it ineffective. To be honest, undead creatures were quite effective against her. Another powerful aspect of the frost arrow was the explosive, spreading chill that followed its impact. However, undead creatures lacked pain perception, so the chill's effect on them was minimized. With the acceleration spell, the zombie behemoth was already faster than Sunifa, constantly closing the distance. Fortunately, the zombie behemoth's massive size made turning and changing direction difficult, allowing Sunifa to manage a slight delaying action. Sunifa's guess was correct. Ryan had the zombie behemoth charging towards Sunifa with him because he needed to shorten the distance to cast Drain Energy to attack. A 5th circle necromancy spell, Drain Energy, Archbishop Rune, also a 4th ring mage, died without a struggle from Drain Energy. This demonstrates the power of 5th ring spells. However, even for a 5th ring spell, Drain Energy's casting range is far inferior to Sunifa's Blizzard, Arrow of True Ice. Therefore, the current situation is that Sunifa can hide him, but he cannot mount an effective counterattack, forced into constant defensive posture. This is unacceptable to Ryan. Even in his view, if this drags on, he will win. Sunifa's mana reserves are certainly no match for his, a 5th ring mage. And she will eventually run out of mana. But such a frustrating victory is not what Ryan desires. Furthermore, he cannot afford to prolong the battle. After all, this is the True Ice Tribe's camp, and the enemy outnumbers them. Even if they are all insignificant low-ring mages, many ants can still kill an elephant. Ryan had to take advantage of the fact that the Iceborn mages of the True Ice Tribe were still being held back by the skeleton mages he had already laid in ambush to kill Sunifa first. Finally, after this long intense chase, Ryan found that the distance between him and Sunifa had reached a casting range of Drain Energy, and immediately cast the Drain Energy spell he had prepared beforehand. However, he was also amazed by Sunifa's combat power, that she could fire so many true ice arrows with Blizzard. If he hadn't created a 5th ring undead creature, he would probably have had a headache. Thinking this, a huge black tentacle suddenly stretched out from behind Ryan, the Inquisitor. These tentacles were a deep color, and even in the same color of the night, they were particularly conspicuous and stood out. They twisted and coiled, baring their fangs and claws, carrying an ancient and evil aura, dancing nimbly in the air like living things, and suddenly wrapped around Sunifa. "Don't come near me again in your next life." Ryan stood atop the zombie behemoth, head held high, and declared. Just as the dark tentacles of energy drain were extending with unstoppable force, about to ensnare and engulf Sunifa's body, Sunifa suddenly stopped, no longer moving. Was she paralyzed with fear, giving up the struggle? This thought flashed through Ryan's mind subconsciously, before he regained his composure. Sunifa was not one to waver so easily. She drew her bow again. But this time, not just one true ice arrow materialized on the bowstring, but 3. The sharp-eyed Inquisitor Ryan even noticed that a silvery white light shone from the tip of Sunifa's right finger, connecting perfectly with the glow of the strange patterns on her wristband, creating a synergy. In the night, it resembled a crescent moon. Sunifa's face was pale, but she steadfastly tightened the bowstring. With her feet firmly planted on the ground, Breath of the Wild reduced her spellcasting mana consumption by 62%. This reduced mana didn't vanish into thin air. Instead, the runic array of Breath of the Wild drew upon the earth's power as a substitute, allowing Sunifa to unleash powerful attacks despite her limited mana. However, even with the mana consumption reduced by more than half, this attack was still extremely difficult for Sunifa. She was practically pushing herself to her limits, all to deliver a fatal blow to the Inquisitor Ryan at this moment. The Inquisitor Ryan stared wide-eyed at the aloof woman drawing her bow and shooting an arrow, as if trying to memorize her face. 3 true ice arrows shot out, like 3 streaks of cold light piercing the night sky. It wasn't a simple 1+1+1. The 3 true ice arrows formed a fan-shaped arc of light. Within the arc, the 3 arrows spun continuously, creating a slight vortex. Outside the arc, countless shards of ice condensed and formed an ice storm. Sunifa completely ignored the approaching dark tentacles of the Drain Energy spell. She was absolutely certain that her arrow was faster. Besides casting range, spell speed was also a key advantage of the True Ice Arrow. At this moment, Inquisitor Ryan was casting Drain Energy, meaning he had no energy left to cast other spells. He could only rely on the 5th circle undead creature he had created, the zombie beast. But during their relentless chase, Sunifa had already gauged the zombie beast's power limits. Ryan sensed something was wrong. The zombie beast, the undead creature he had painstakingly obtained, was now gushing out all the black mist within its body in a near self-destructive manner. This black mist, the source of the zombie beast's power, was now pouring out uncontrollably like a burst dam. Visibly, as the black mist dissipated, the flesh on the zombie beast's body began to rapidly shrink and wither, as if its life essence had been drained. Ryan, at the cost of destroying his own fifth-ring undead creature, controlled the zombie behemoth to unleash its most powerful force. I can definitely stop it. This is a fifth-ring undead creature, Ryan thought to himself. If he could stop this attack, tonight's battle would be over, and Sunifa would die under his energy drain spell. However, the black mist that had previously been able to contend with the frost arrows crumbled instantly like a fragile bubble under the impact of the fan-shaped arrow light, vanishing without a trace. The three frost arrows, carrying unstoppable power, descended in an arc, accompanied by an ice storm. A chilling aura instantly swept through, freezing all life. With a scream of unwilling despair, in just a breath, the previously invincible fifth-ring necromancer and the zombie behemoth beneath him were completely frozen, becoming an ice sculpture fused together. Within the ice sculpture, Ryan's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and resentment, his death unfulfilled. The dark tentacles that had been closing in on Sunaf were suddenly disintegrated and turned into black smoke the instant Ryan turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 286 Recruiting the Snowfield Guardians. It wasn't just the disappearance of the dark tentacles of the energy drain spell. The instant Ryan the Inquisitor turned into an ice sculpture, all the skeleton mages in the camp, who had been so domineering just moments before, instantly had their phosphorescent flames extinguished in their eye sockets. Then, these skeletons, stripped of their soul fire, began to crack and pop. First, their joints loosened, then their sternums, their spines, until their entire skeletons collapsed, turning into lifeless, scattered bones. The camp, which had been in complete chaos due to the skeleton mage's sneak attack, returned to calm. After drawing her bow and firing the three deadly arrows that killed Ryan, Sunifa's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to her knees on the snow. An unprecedented feeling of weakness filled her body. The method used to finally kill Ryan seemed to be a simple 3 arrows fired at once, without anything special. But the danger and strategy behind it were beyond what outsiders could know. If 3 arrows were truly enough to easily kill Ryan, why would Sunifa have bothered with him for so long? She could have simply used her ultimate attack the moment she equipped Breath of the Wild. This isn't a theatrical performance. Ending a battle too quickly would affect attendance. The second of the 3 fundamental principles of mages: never let others know your spells. During the previous chase, Sunifa's continuous attacks were aimed at figuring out the nature of the zombie behemoth summoned by Ryan. Ryan, however, only knew of the ice arrows she had fired, unaware of her ultimate attack of 3 arrows simultaneously. That's one point. Secondly, while Sunifa had figured out the zombie behemoth's strength, Ryan's was still unknown. Therefore, she could only wait for Ryan to launch his spell attack first, seizing the opportunity when he was distracted and unable to cast defensive or life-saving spells, the so-called aftercast period, before unleashing her ultimate attack. Furthermore, she had to ensure that Ryan's spell attacks had a trajectory, so that she could use the absolute speed of her frost arrows to overtake him and kill him first. Fortunately, she got her chance. Just as she had predicted, the zombie behemoth, even at the cost of self-destruction, still couldn't stop her 3 arrows fired simultaneously. Of course, strategy and planning are one thing, but what truly enabled Sunifa to kill enemies beyond her level was her unparalleled strength as a 4th ring mage and the support of Breath of the Wild. Why is fighting beyond 1 ring so difficult? The biggest reason is actually the suppression of lower ring spells by higher ring spells. Even the most powerful 4th ring mage cannot cast a single 5th ring spell. This is the rule, an ironclad law, unbreakable. This means that a 4th ring mage is inherently inferior to a 5th ring mage due to the difference in spells. It's like a martial arts master facing an elite special forces soldier with a gun. In terms of individual strength, the martial arts master may be superior to the special forces soldier, but the latter has a gun. 5th circle spells are simply guns, nothing more. But Sunifa is different. Because she possesses Blizzard. Blizzard is the magical weapon of Boreas himself, and Boreas himself is an 8th circle archmage. And Blizzard is precisely an 8th tier magical weapon. The power it can unleash depends on the user's own strength, Therefore, if Sunifa is strong enough, even if she is only a 4th circle mage, she can completely use Blizzard to unleash attacks comparable to 5th circle spells. This is the foundation of her ability to fight beyond her circle. And Breath of the Wild is the final piece of the puzzle. The 62% reduction in mana consumption in the construct effect allows Sunifa to break through her limits and unleash a triple arrow that would normally require a 5th circle mage to fire. The mage level suppression in this world is still too powerful. Seeing Ryan turn into an ice sculpture, God finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sunifa was undoubtedly a top-tier 4th ring mage, possessing the powerful Blizzard magic weapon, while Ryan was clearly just a weak 5th ring mage who had recently advanced. According to the novels he had read in his previous life, a prodigy of Sunifa's caliber should have easily defeated a lowly Karami like Ryan, even if it meant crossing a major realm. Yet, after equipping Breath of the Wild, Sunifa only managed a difficult victory over Ryan. Meanwhile, after resting briefly, and with a double boost to stamina and mana recovery from Breath of the Wild, Sunifa recovered. She approached God, her scales shimmering, and Breath of the Wild detached, returning to its original size and shape. "My king," Sunifa said, handing Breath of the Wild to God. "It suits you well. From now on, Breath of the Wild is yours." God, however, did not accept Breath of the Wild. This is a tier 4 rune construct, requiring at least a 4th ring mage to equip. He had only recently advanced to the 1st ring, a long way from 4th. Rather than letting the Breath of the Wild sit idle, he'd rather give it to Sunifa so she could make the most of it. With a rune construct equipped, Sunifa could essentially be considered half a 5th ring mage. And after Ryan's death, there should be no more native 5th ring mages in the north. In other words, I, Sunifa, am invincible in the north. Possessing such overwhelming power was crucial to Sunifa's vision of unifying the north. Therefore, God didn't hesitate to part with his precious tier 4 rune construct. "Thank you, my king." A faint hint of joy flashed in Sunifa's deep blue eyes. Clearly, she greatly admired the Breath of the Wild. She didn't stand on ceremony with God. In her eyes, the entire Shenbing tribe belonged to God, so why be polite? After solemnly accepting the Breath of the Wild, Sunifa couldn't help but glance at God again. If her initial support for God as the new king of the True Ice tribe stemmed from the prophecy of the War Mother Orisha, which she felt compelled to uphold, then now she felt a new, heartfelt sense of identification with this new king. "The culprit behind everything, Ryan, has been slain, my king. Shall we return to Phoenix, or?" Sunifa again sought God's opinion. "Return to Phoenix?" God shook his head. "It's not that simple, since Ryan has already advanced to the 5th ring, and through the necromancy practiced the ritual of the dead, and was able to ambush here early. It's highly likely he has unified the Snowfield Guardians." He stated a cruel statement with a calm expression. "Ryan is dead, and the Snowfield Guardians naturally have no need to exist anymore." Sunifa's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon hearing this. Clearly, God's decision coincided with her own thoughts. After a brief respite, the battle losses were tallied. A total of 2 3rd ring Iceborn mages, 6 2nd ring Iceborn mages, and 11 1st ring Iceborn mages perished. Most were caught off guard during the first wave of attacks, caught off guard by skeleton mages that suddenly emerged from the snow. They were killed before they could even cast a spell, their heads ripped apart. Ryan, relying on his familiarity with the Snowfield's geography, launched a night raid that only a necromancer could accomplish, a truly remarkable achievement. With sacrifices come corresponding gains. Killing Ryan was merely paying for a blood debt, not a gain. Therefore, at sunrise the next day, the main force of the Shenbing tribe was fully prepared and set off once again towards the Icefield Temple. After another 4 days of marching, this time without any setbacks, accidents, or obstacles, the main force of the Shenbing tribe finally entered the vicinity of the Icefield Temple, only 20 kilometers away. The Iceborn people made no attempt to conceal their movements, nor could they. Such a large-scale troop movement was unlikely to escape detection on the vast, boundless snowfield. Therefore, as soon as the main force crossed the border of the Icefield Temple, the high-ranking mages of the temple, along with all its members, waited anxiously and tremblingly. "War Mother, Lord God," said Loich, who had been imprisoned by Ryan but had already been released due to his past interactions with God, and was now even chosen as the representative of the Snowfield Guardians to communicate with God. Lurk waved his hand, and the crowd behind him parted to make way for him. Then, a dozen or so captured mages were brought out. These are some of Inquisitor Ryan's men. They also followed Ryan in practicing forbidden necromancy. We expended a great deal of effort to capture them, and even suffered casualties. Some of them sensed something was wrong beforehand and escaped, but we will definitely bring them to justice as soon as possible and personally send them to Phoenix. What you said earlier, that as long as we hand over Inquisitor Ryan and all his accomplices, the Zhenbing tribe will immediately withdraw after receiving them. Things are different now. Ryan ambushed us a few days ago, trying to kill me and Sunifa. His intentions are sinister. God's expression was indeed calm, as if he didn't recognize Lurk. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He also waved his hand, and the large force behind him parted to the sides, and Ryan, frozen in ice, was carried out. Lurk was already sweating when he heard God's words, and when he saw Ryan's corpse, his vision went black. Although Ryan had promised to personally deal with the main force of this Zhenbing tribe and leave the ice-filled temple, the fact that this Zhenbing tribe's forces did not stop made them vaguely suspect that Ryan might have been killed. But now, seeing Ryan's body with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Ryan was a fifth circle necromancer. How could he have died at their hands? War Mother, Lord Goddard, this matter truly has nothing to do with us. We all abide by our doctrines and have never been involved in any improper matters. All those heinous acts were committed by Ryan and his men. We were unaware of them, and we did not participate. Furthermore, to establish his authority, Ryan cruelly murdered Archbishop Rune, who did not support him. Lurk hurriedly began to explain, stating that Ryan's actions had nothing to do with the Snowfield Guardians. His tone was urgent and sincere, as were the expressions of the Icefield Temple mages behind him, fearing they would be blamed. Whether it matters or not is not up to you to decide. However, Guan's face remained icy cold, showing no emotion whatsoever. Looking at God's cold expression, and then at Sunifa's subservient attitude, Lurk was at his wit's end, inwardly cursing the higher-ups who had pushed him out to communicate. Was this a job for a human being? But for the sake of the sect, he could only grit his teeth and continue to apologize. We, the Snowfield Guardians, wonder what we can do to appease your anger and make amends for our mistakes. From this day forward, there will be no more Snowfield Guardian sect. All your sect's assets, including all resources, all members, and your numerous branch churches in the north, will belong to Phoenix, God said calmly. He had already decided how to deal with the Snowfield Guardians on the way here, incorporate them. As soon as God finished speaking, Lurk and all the Icefield Temple mages behind him changed their expressions drastically. Our doctrine is to protect the Snowfields, and we are not allowed to submit to Northern Tribe. Lurk was momentarily speechless, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, unsure of what to say. You submitted to Ryan because of his power, which shows that your doctrine is not inviolable. Do you think that those of us who could kill Ryan are weaker than him? Before Lurk could finish this preamble, God interrupted him. His words were direct, pure coercion. Submit or die. The Snowfield Guardians originally had 3 fourth ring mages. Ryan advanced to the 5th ring and casually killed Archbishop Rune, who was also a 4th ring mage. Now Ryan had been killed by Sunifa. In a short time, the 3 leaders of the Snowfield Guardians were reduced to only one, Chief Quentin, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. How could the Snowfield Guardians, in this state, contend with a massive army of the True Ice tribe led by Sunifa, armed with runic constructs? Lord God, this is not a decision I can make. Archbishop Rune was killed by Inquisitor Ryan, and then he died at your hands. Now, the only person in the sect with decision-making power is Chief Quentin, but Chief Quentin's whereabouts are currently unknown. Perhaps we should wait for him to return. Lurk was still struggling. I don't have the time to wait for him to return. If Chief Quentin has any objections to this matter, he can go to Phoenix to confront us, God said calmly, only emphasizing the word confront slightly. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Within 10 breaths, either submit to Zhenbing or die. He had no patience to argue with these people any longer. Since he possessed absolute power to suppress them, why bother with these roundabout methods? He could just crush them directly. As Gauda finished speaking, an Iceborn mage stepped forward from behind him and began counting down in a completely emotionless tone. 10, 9, 3, each countdown was like an invisible blade, cutting away the last shred of resistance in the hearts of those present. I submit to Zhenbing. At the count of 3, someone finally knelt. In truth, They had long wanted to submit. Two of the sect's three high-ranking members were dead, and its decline was inevitable. The Holy Inquisitor of Ryan had led the practice of forbidden necromancy and committed evil deeds. From this perspective, the reputation of the Snowfield Guardians over the years had been largely ruined. And this Handing tribe was the #1 tribe in the north. Submitting to such an existence wouldn't be a loss of face, so why throw away their lives? The reason they had only knelt and surrendered now was simply because they felt that dragging it out a little longer, until 3, would at least make them appear more dignified. Kneeling and surrendering at 10 would only make them seem too cowardly and afraid of death. The appearance of the first person to submit was like opening Pandora's box. The psychological defenses of the other Icefield Temple mages, who had been hesitant, crumbled instantly, and they all knelt down in unison. 2, with the echo of the word 2, Loichi gritted his teeth and finally knelt down as well, bowing his head. Before he could even utter 1, there were no Icefield Temple mages still standing. Chapter 287 Huge Gains. This war was neither a sectarian conflict nor a matter of mortal enmity. The Xianbing tribe was not an evil organization, but rather a prominent and influential tribe in the north. Therefore, most of the high-rank mages of the Icefield Temple, except for a very few who harbored other thoughts, did not have much resistance to submitting to the Xianbing tribe. Their only concern was how God and Sunefa would treat them after they were incorporated into the Xianbing tribe. After the mages remaining in the Icefield Temple chose to submit, God and Sunefa openly stepped into the Icefield Temple. This ancient building stood on an extremely flat snowfield. Although called a temple, it was not a standalone building, but a large complex of interconnected buildings covering a vast area. The Snowfield Guardians were the oldest sect in the north. Because of their doctrine of protecting the snowfield, before Ryan practiced forbidden necromancy and slaughtered the northern tribes, they had almost never clashed with any power in the north. According to normal circumstances, they should have been able to continue in this way for many more years. But since someone has chosen to make a change, there must be a price to pay. And that price is rather high. This is our sect's library, most of our sect's scriptures are here, Loich explained, leading God to a black stone building. It includes doctrinal texts, spells, cultivation methods, and all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge. This was God's request. His first priority was to see the Snowfield Guardians' library, not their treasure vault. Inheritance was what God valued most on this trip. However, the Iceborn mages of this Handing tribe didn't seem to care much about this. Their cultivation methods and spells all came from bloodline awakening, so they didn't need these things. This reliance on bloodline inheritance, while powerful, was clearly a very outdated concept. Outside the north, the first of the 3 great principles of mages was, knowledge is power. However, correcting this deeply ingrained concept among the Iceborn mages wouldn't be a quick fix, and God didn't force it. While the people of this Handing tribe might not understand the importance of inheritance, they would certainly obey God's orders. For now, that was enough. Loich used a secret command to open the door to the library, then led God and Sunefa inside. The library was enormous, its walls lined with sturdy, ancient stone shelves, strong enough to withstand the harsh northern cold and the ravages of time. On these shelves were books of various materials. Some couldn't even be called books, as they were made of animal hide. There were even stone slabs and bones, inscribed with writing. While not entirely primitive, they reflected the long and rich heritage of the Snowfield Guardians. God browsed through the books with great interest. He glanced at the doctrinal texts and tossed them aside. These were essentially political books, designed to solidify faith and unify thought, used for brainwashing, the most useless knowledge to God. The miscellaneous knowledge texts, however, were closely related to life on the snowfield, covering everything from the natural environment to the flora and fauna. Dozens of thick animal hide scrolls of the same series meticulously recorded the physical characteristics, habits, and other aspects of common creatures in the snowfield. God flipped through them, discovering descriptions not only of feline creatures like snow wolves, but also of small mammals and birds, even insects. Another shelf held dozens more animal hide scrolls, containing comprehensive information on snowfield plants, including medicinal, edible, and even magical plants, detailing their appearance, harvesting methods, and growing environments. Additionally, some books recorded practical skills for living in the snowfield, such as how to find suitable campsites and food, experiences accumulated by the Snowfield Guardians over millennia. The Xianbing tribe also knew much of this, but they relied more on oral tradition than on compiling it into books like the Snowfield Guardians. Excellent. Collect all these books and transport them to Phoenix, Goddess said, increasingly pleased, solemnly instructing the elder of this Handbing tribe beside him. Yes, Your Majesty, Master, are books valuable? A small HUD popped out of God's pocket. When bored, Flora was too lazy to move, so she simply hid in God's pocket and slept. No, not really, God thought for a moment and answered honestly. Then why are you so happy, Master? Because books are the ladder of human progress. Who said that? Not me, it was Gorky. Flora tilted her head, looking at God, lost in thought. But God knew what she was thinking. They are also the ladder of progress for Lady Flora. Lady Flora doesn't want to progress. The little HUD shrank back down. Before, she would have been excited. Flora had always been a very curious child. But now everything had changed. Because after leaving Phoenix, that wretched master began teaching her arithmetic. The master told her that if she mastered math, physics, and chemistry, she could go anywhere in the world without fear. Perhaps it was true, but arithmetic was so difficult, even more difficult than magic. Although she didn't quite understand what reason and chemistry were, she had already deeply felt the terror of number. Lady Flora wasn't afraid to travel the world, but she was afraid of arithmetic. Of course, she only thought this in her heart, never uttering a word. Because the mage had always praised her for her wisdom. If she were to reveal her fear of learning arithmetic, would the mage think her wisdom wasn't actually that great? Being a smart person is so tiring, Lady Flora thought wistfully. After reading those miscellaneous books, it was time for the main event. In a corner of the wall, there was a small room. The door was open with a secret command. Inside were the mage's inheritance of the Snowfield Guardians, these precious books recording the sect's core cultivation methods and skills. The Snowfield Guardians' inheritance actually had two paths, Guardian and Hunter. Hunters excelled at tracking and hunting, and were also proficient in various combat spells. As for Guardians, they were more adept at survival and perception. Furthermore, beast taming was a common strength of both Hunters and Guardians. 90% of the mages who chose to submit outside the Icefield Temple today were Hunters. This is because only Hunters among the Snowfield Guardians are permanently stationed within the sect, responsible for daily management and external affairs. They only go out on missions when dispatched by their superiors. The Guardians, on the other hand, spend most of their time patrolling the vast, perpetually frozen tundra of the north, only occasionally returning to the sect. This room was previously only accessible to Archbishop Rune, Inquisitor Ryan, and Chief Quentin, Loich said, stepping aside, not intending to enter. This was the Snowfield Guardians' secret place, and now that the Snowfield Guardians had been incorporated into this Handbing tribe, he couldn't see what was inside without the permission of God and Sunifa. God and Sunifa exchanged a glance, then went inside together. Compared to the outside, this room was much smaller. There were only two stone shelves, each holding scrolls exquisitely crafted from parchment. God began flipping through the scrolls on the left shelf, while Sunifa looked at the right one. The stone shelves here hold cultivation methods, wilderness secrets, beast spirit walker, and nature secrets. There aren't actually many, only 6 cultivation methods in total. The shelving is quite extensive, and there are also summaries of key points left by elders of the sect, hence the large number of scrolls. The shelving on the right, unsurprisingly, contains spell recipes. While most Snowfield Guardians are Iceborn, compared to traditional Iceborn mages, they often also practice the Hunter-Guardian schools of cultivation, requiring them to learn additional spells. Of course, their primary focus is Iceborn magic, with these self-taught spells as supplementary. Furthermore, many spell materials are unavailable in the north, so the Snowfield Guardians don't actually possess a particularly large number of spell recipes. However, it's certain that these are recipes for spells and potions that can be concocted using locally sourced materials. My king, this is the Snowfield Guardians' unique spell, their signature spell. It's an improvement upon the Ice Blade spell, which all Iceborn can awaken. Sunifa handed the scroll to God. God looked at it, overjoyed. Ice Blade is a first circle conjuration spell, a very common ordinary spell. Its effect is, creates a shard of ice crystal and shoots it at a creature within a distance, 120 feet. If it hits, the target suffers piercing damage. Regardless of whether it hits or not, the shard will explode afterward, and the target and every creature within a 5-foot radius will suffer cold damage. However, the Frozen Blade, improved by the Snowfield Guardians, is an extremely rare spell. Frozen Blade, Conjuration, First Circle, creates a permanent shard of ice crystal. Afterward, the spell can be cast again at any time to shoot this shard at a creature within a distance, 240 feet. If it hits, the target suffers piercing and cold damage. Spell damage can be increased by improving the quality of the ice crystal shards. This created ice crystal shard is the Frozen Blade. Surprisingly, this is a growth type spell. Of all the spells Gauda knew, none could grow infinitely, except for the one with the Wild Agility Plus attribute after being upgraded by Fengling Gao Ying. The Frozen Blade spell recipe, besides the corresponding spell model and potion recipe, also details how to improve the quality of the ice crystal shards. The method is simple: collect ice key and infuse it into the ice crystal shards to continuously increase the strength of the Frozen Blade. Ice key is actually a naturally formed gas. Killing key only forms in dangerous, dark places, commonly found on battlefields and execution grounds. These places accumulate too much negative energy due to the large number of deaths, and this negative energy gradually condenses into killing key. Ice key, on the other hand, requires the additional condition of an extremely cold place to form killing key. Gauda didn't hesitate and directly accepted the Frozen Blade. This should be the first level attack spell he mastered. Driven by the allure of the Frozen Blade, Gauda set aside the unusable cultivation methods he was holding and diligently perused the spell recipes collected by the Snowfield Guardians. There were 2 sets of 4th circle spells, 5 sets of 3rd circle spells, 6 sets of 2nd circle spells, and 9 sets of 1st circle spells. He ignored the higher circle spells, which were not yet useful. The 1st circle spells were Sensing Emotions, Frozen Blade, Wild Agility, Mystic Chorus, Tidal Net, Wolf Speed, Animal Communication, Hunter's Mark, and Beast Bond. Except for Animal Communication, the rest were all rare spells Gauda had never seen in his general spell class. This excited him. Undoubtedly, he would take all these cultivation methods and spell recipes back to Phoenix. After leaving the library, he went to the treasure vault. The first thing he saw was a variety of spell materials, mostly for spells and potions. The magical materials needed for concocting high-level spell potions were rarer and of higher rank, so there might be some shortages. However, first-level spells, being the most basic spells, were mastered by every member of the Snowfield Guardians, so their stock of magical materials for these potions was particularly complete. After a careful comparison, Gauda easily gathered the magical materials needed for 9 first-level spell potions, each in sets of 10 compared to the unusable first-level spell recipes from the Shenbing tribe. The Snowfield Guardians were far more reliable. Not only were they of high quality, but they also came with the necessary magical materials. This meant he could immediately begin concocting magical potions and attempting to build spell models. Thinking of this, Gauda couldn't help but smile. Who said this sect was inferior? This sect was fantastic. Besides these magical materials, the vault also contained over 20 bottles of Ice Fiend of varying quality. The sect possesses a total of 7 ice caves that can continuously produce ice essence, Lochi honestly explained to Gaod. 4 of these ice caves produce Tier 1 ice essence, 2 produce Tier 2 ice essence, and 1 produces Tier 3 ice essence. Icebound Blade is the signature spell of the Snowfield Guardians. And the Snowfield Guardians have such a long history. Therefore, it's impossible that the Snowfield Guardians lack access to the ice essence needed to strengthen the Icebound Blade. A Tier 1 ice cave can produce 1 bottle of ice essence per year, a Tier 2 ice cave takes 5 years to produce 1 bottle, and a Tier 3 ice cave takes 20 years to produce 1 bottle. Calculated over a 20-year cycle, the 7 ice caves possessed by the Snowfield Guardians can produce 1 bottle of Tier 3 ice essence, 8 bottles of Tier 2 ice essence, and 80 bottles of Tier 1 ice essence. However, if you urgently need low-grade ice energy, you can collect unformed high-grade ice energy in advance. For example, a 3rd-grade ice cave can collect 1 bottle of 1st-grade ice energy every 6 months. A newly formed ice blade is considered to be at grade 0. By incorporating 3 bottles of 1st-grade ice energy, it can be strengthened to grade 1. Gauda looked at the more than 20 bottles of ice energy in the Snowfield Guardians' inventory. Only 2 of them were 2nd-grade ice energy, and the rest were 1st-grade ice energy. Chapter 288 Cultivation Methods Combined. Where exactly are the 7 ice caves that produce Ice Fiend that you know of? Gauda asked again. The Snowfield Guardian stockpile of Ice Fiend was only enough for Gauda to upgrade his Frozen Blade to Tier 1. To advance further, He would have to wait for new ice caves to produce Ice Fiend. Hearing Gauda's question, Lich quickly took out a thick scroll from his robes and handed it over, clearly having prepared it beforehand. This is a map I found in Archbishop Rune's room. Gauda took the scroll, unfolded it, and found it to be an incredibly detailed large map. This map not only encompassed almost the entire western region of the Northern Territory, but it also had various detailed markings on it. These included what kind of ores were found in which places, what magical plants were found, what ley line creatures gathered, and some dangerous places were marked with skulls. It even marked the exact locations of 3 ley lines. In addition, there were 7 blue symbols resembling caves on the map. These were the locations of the 7 ice caves that the Snowfield Guardians knew of, with a depth of color indicating the level of the ice cave. The darker the color, the higher the level. The map provided by the Snowfield Guardians is unparalleled in its detail within the Northern Territory. The credit largely goes to the Guardians who roam the Snowfield year-round. Their tireless exploration and recording, combined with the Snowfield Guardians' long history, resulted in this map. Are these 2 gold mines? Gauda glanced at the map, noticing 2 golden ore patterns among the many mineral markings, and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Lich nodded, but these are alluvial gold mines, gold particles brought by snowmelt during the snow season. The gold particles in alluvial gold mines usually originate from primary gold mines upstream. These primary gold mines are located in rocks. After weathering, erosion, and water transport, the gold particles are carried to rivers, forming alluvial gold mines. If a rich alluvial gold mine is discovered, theoretically, tracing upstream would likely lead to the primary gold mine. Did you try to trace back to the primary gold mine? Gauda asked again. No, he shook his head. First, our sex doctrine is to protect the snowfields. Our main focus is on protecting the safety and balance of this land. Second, gold mines don't actually have much use in the snowfields. Third, mining gold is inherently a labor-intensive and resource-intensive task, especially in the extreme environment of the snowfields, which our sect cannot afford, Lochi explained honestly. Gauda nodded slightly, understanding. There was no traditional currency in the Northern Territory, so gold mines were indeed of little significance. Here, what was truly valuable were resources for survival and combat, not gold and silver. However, Gauda still kept a close eye on things. If this Hanbing tribe wanted to grow stronger, it would eventually have to introduce the concept of currency. Currency is the foundation of economic activity. Without currency, there is no prosperous trade system. While bartering is feasible on a small scale, it is ultimately too primitive and inefficient. Once the scale of trade increases, it becomes flawed in every way. With gold mines, they could try minting coins. Gauda considered this in his mind. Judging from the map Loich produced, besides the 2 alluvial gold mines, there were also silver and copper mines on the snowfield. Although the numbers were small, just a few here and there, Gauda knew that these marked mineral information were definitely only the tip of the iceberg of the Northern Territory's mineral resources. Because the Snowfield Guardians' primary responsibility was to protect the snowfield, these discovered minerals were all open-pit veins that could be seen at a glance. Obviously, exposed veins were ultimately a minority. Most veins were hidden underground. However, these were things that would happen much later, so Gauda only briefly considered them before moving on. Are these all branches of the Snowfield Guardians established in the Northern Territory? Gauda traced the building markers on the map to confirm. These markers were widely distributed, almost spanning the western region of the Northern Territory. Yes, my lord, Lich dared not conceal, our sect has 13 branches in the north, all used to shelter orphans who have lost the protection of the tribes, and also to train the next generation of members of the sect. Gauda nodded slightly. At least in this respect, the Snowfield Guardians were indeed protecting the snowfield. Each of these 13 branches represented hope and a place of refuge. My king, what do you plan to do with these branches? Sunifa, who had been silent for a long time, asked. Let's keep them for now. Without solving the food problem, Phoenix can't take in so many people. Gauda did not act impulsively and saw Sunifa's concerns. Taking over these branches rashly would place a huge burden on Phoenix at present, so it was more appropriate to let them continue to operate as before. What is this place? Gauda suddenly noticed a very unique building marker on the map. Unlike the white of other building markers, this building marker was red, making it particularly eye-catching. Moreover, it was not located in the western region, but in the central region of the north. which was considered a forbidden area and almost uninhabited. That was once the location of our sect's sanctuary. Lurk's voice was tinged with bitterness. After the Iceborne bloodline began to weaken, the extreme environment of the central region became unsuitable for us, so the sect moved the sanctuary here. It is said that not everything was brought out during the relocation. Many ancient legacies are still hidden within the ancient sanctuary, Lurk continued. God's heart skipped a beat. Although Lurk used the word said, it was most likely true. The reason was simple: the Icefield Sanctuary only contained fourth ring spell recipes, while the Snowfield Guardians, as an ancient sect, must have produced many mages above the fourth ring long ago. The existence of these high ring mages meant they had once mastered even more powerful spells and knowledge. And since those high ring spell recipes weren't in the Icefield Sanctuary, they were most likely left behind in the ancient sanctuary. However, exploring this ancient sanctuary wasn't something he could do now. He could only leave it for later. Anyway, there was no rush. Even if he found those high ring spell recipes and knowledge now, he wouldn't need them. Putting away the large map, God's gaze wandered through the treasure vault again. Aside from the numerous magical materials, he noticed a high platform in the very center, upon which rested an irregularly shaped block of ice, about the size of 2 fists. The ice emitted a faint blue light, its extreme cold perceptible even from this distance. Choice. Without hesitation, God stepped forward and, to Lurk's slightly shocked gaze, calmly picked up the true ice. I'll take it back to Phoenix. Within the entire True Ice tribe, only Gada and Sunifa were authorized to touch this true ice. Therefore, Gada took on the task of transporting it himself. After inventorying, organizing, and packing all the supplies and books in the Icefield Temple, the main force of the True Ice tribe prepared to return to Phoenix. My king, what should we do with these people? Elder Khan, who had accompanied them, asked Gada for his opinion. He was referring to the surrendered Icefield Temple mages, and the necromancers who had followed Ryan in practicing forbidden necromancy and had been captured by the Icefield Temple mages, a total of more than a dozen people. These people were currently being held captive, their knees kneeling on the cold ground, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear, resentment, and a sliver of lingering hope. Gada glanced at these necromancers, his gaze icy. He walked expressionlessly to the necromancers, and with a clang, drew, North Wind, its cold light flashing. A head fell to the ground. Each swing of the sword was accompanied by a dull thud, followed by a head falling to the ground, blood splattering, staining the cold snow red. Moments later, all the necromancers were decapitated. Origin: Second Ring, Human, July 7th. Third Ring, Human, 4/7. Instantly, the origin of a second ring was fully gathered. As for the others, Gada's gaze shifted from the corpses of the necromancers to the faces of the Icefield Temple mages. These men, having just witnessed Gada's beheadings, wore complex emotions. Since you have chosen to submit, come back to Phoenix with us. From now on, you are no longer mages of the Snowfield Guardians. I will give you a chance. If you can prove your worth and loyalty, you can become members of this Handing tribe. The journey from Phoenix to the Icefield Temple took 8 days, but the return trip took much longer, a full 11 days. This round trip took more than half a month. When the main force of this Handing troops returned laden with supplies, their return was like a storm, quickly creating a huge uproar in Phoenix. The news of the Snowfield Guardians' annihilation quickly caught the attention of those in Phoenix who were interested. Actually, there was no need for them to pay special attention. Because Gouda had someone bring back Ryan and the ice sculpture formed by the zombie behemoth he summoned, and proactively spread the news that Ryan had practiced forbidden necromancy and slaughtered the northern tribes, directly positioning this Handing tribe on the side of eliminating evil for the Snowfield and upholding justice. The giant ice sculpture was the evidence, and Gouda placed it directly in the square where the ice sword challenge had been held. Everyone who saw the zombie behemoth would no longer doubt the truth of the news. However, due to the conditions in the north, this news would need some time to spread and ferment until it finally caused a reaction throughout the entire northern tribes. With a righteous cause laid out in the open, it would ensure that other tribes would not feel insecure and think that this Handing tribe was warlike. Sunifa's residence. My king, what brings you here? Sunifa welcomed Gouda in and brewed a cup of iced jade paulownia leaf water. Gouda smiled slightly, took out a book, and handed it to Sunifa. Upon looking at it, the latter found that the book was written in a common script that he did not recognize, and quickly used a language comprehension skill. Then, Sunifa softly read out the 5 large characters on the book, The scripture of longevity of the green wood, what is this? SYNOPSIS was even more puzzled. This is my cultivation method. It requires choosing a specific plant as a sacred object, forming a bond with it, and then using that plant to extend one's lifespan. Furthermore, it can accelerate cultivation by absorbing the essence of plants. God briefly introduced the scripture of longevity of the green wood, a very powerful cultivation method. SYNOPSIS pondered for a moment, giving a fair assessment. Although the knowledge of northern Mage lineage was relatively limited, she still possessed a basic ability to judge cultivation methods. A cultivation method that could extend lifespan and increase cultivation speed naturally deserved the title of powerful. Indeed, but it also has significant limitations. The lifespan extended through the sacred object will completely disappear after the sacred object dies, and the conversion rate is very low. Therefore, one must find high-level magical plants with a naturally large lifespan. God pointed out the limitations of the scripture of longevity of the green wood. My king, how did you, who cultivates this kind of method, come to the northern territory? SYNOPSIS asked, immediately puzzled. The vegetation in the north is less abundant than the number of snow wolves. By all accounts, this isn't a suitable place for God. Because Lady Flora possesses a high-level magical plant seed that can germinate and grow regardless of its environment, I need to find a place to plant it, form a bond with it, and treat it as a sacred object. But this seed, God then explained the wonders of Yuggothera and his reasons for choosing the north to SYNOPSIS. By this point, he trusted SYNOPSIS completely. I see. SYNOPSIS' eyes sparkled, filled with amazement at Yuggothera's abilities. Yuggothera is Lady Flora's seed of life. Touched by SYNOPSIS' amazement, Flora felt honored and couldn't help but emphasize. Therefore, I need you to help me choose a suitable place to plant the tree. God smiled slightly and then stated his purpose. Although he had many other things to do, planting trees was undoubtedly his highest priority. In the extraordinary world, the foundation of everything is still one's own extraordinary power. The sooner he plants the Yuggothera, the faster his strength will increase, so Gouda no longer intends to delay planting the trees. Ideally, it should be an ideal port location on the northern coastline. He pulled out a map from the Snowfield Guardians and spread it out on the table. Gouda had long planned the direction for planting the trees, and even now, as the king of this Henbing tribe, his thinking remained unchanged, even more resolute. For this Henbing tribe to grow stronger, it must break the inherent isolation of the north, establish contact with the outside world, and conduct necessary trade and exchange. History has proven that isolation only leads to backwardness. The Irwinray Mountains stand as an insurmountable barrier, isolating the north from the outside world. Therefore, the only way for the north to contact the outside world is by sea. A port must be built, a port belonging to the people of the north. First build a port, then construct ships, making it a bridge connecting the north to the outside world, an ideal port location. SYNOPSIS' eyes flickered slightly, her pale fingers slowly sliding across the map. Without much thought, she spoke, my king, there is indeed a place that perfectly meets your requirements. It's here. Her hand pointed to a point on the map. It was a bay located in the middle of the northern coastline, its outline somewhat resembling a giant arm extending inland from the coastline, flanked by towering valleys. This bay's geographical location is extremely advantageous. Its straight-line distance from Phoenix isn't particularly far, making it easier for us to help you care for the sacred tree. This was SYNOPSIS' most important point. She understood the importance of Yuggothera to God, and this Henbing tribe had to send forces to take care of it. Furthermore, God noticed that on both sides of this bay and at its end, there were large tracts of flat land, sufficient to support his grand afforestation plan. All right, God nodded slightly, quite satisfied with SYNOPSIS' recommendation. I still need to go and see for myself before making a decision. He paused, then suddenly added, however, besides needing your recommendation for a tree planting site, there's something else I wanted to discuss with you today, something that concerns you, my king. Please speak. SYNOPSIS' voice, though still cold, was very gentle. I want you to also study the Greenwood Longevity Scripture. Chapter 289 The Right Path. Cultivating the Greenwood Longevity Scripture as well. A hint of surprise flashed in SYNOPSIS' eyes. Clearly, Gouda's suggestion was somewhat unexpected. Yes, Gouda nodded, but didn't elaborate on the specific reasons. Instead, he changed the subject and asked SYNOPSIS, is it true that Ryan said the power of the Iceborne bloodline had weakened to its limit, only reaching the fourth ring? SYNOPSIS paused for a moment before slowly replying, yes, I am a pure-blooded Iceborne, and theoretically, the power of my Iceborne bloodline should be the strongest among all Iceborne. Therefore, I was able to advance from the first ring to the fourth ring in just 2 years. However, after reaching the late fourth ring, my power stagnated, and further cultivation was futile. I had reached the limit of my bloodline power. The fourth ring should be the upper limit that the Iceborne bloodline power that has awakened on its own can reach now. Sunafa's voice carried a hint of imperceptible heaviness. After a moment's thought, God asked, "Is there any way to enhance one's Iceborne bloodline?" The only known method is to consume ice marrow and then use the ice condensation ability from the True Ice secret manual to enhance one's Iceborne bloodline power, Sunafa replied, giving an answer Gauda already knew. No other way, not for now, Gauda continued. If I remember correctly, you said that to upgrade the Iceborne bloodline, you need at least 400 drops of ice marrow of the next higher rank. For example, to upgrade a third ring Iceborne mage to fourth ring, you need 400 drops of fourth rank ice marrow. So if you want to upgrade your Iceborne bloodline to fifth ring, you need 400 drops of fifth rank ice marrow. That's not how it's calculated, Sunafa corrected. What I said earlier about upgrading from third ring to fourth ring refers to upgrading from the early third ring to fourth ring, a complete level. I'm already in the late fourth ring stage, so I should only need 200 drops of fifth rank ice marrow to upgrade my Iceborne bloodline power by another level. 200 drops of fifth rank ice marrow. The quantity isn't actually important. What's important is, Gauda pointed out the most crucial core issue, that only fifth ring mages can condense fifth rank ice marrow, and the current level cap for Iceborne mages is only fourth ring, so the highest they can condense is fourth rank ice marrow. This seemed like an unsolvable vicious cycle. Without a fifth ring mage, one couldn't condense fifth tier ice mage without condensing fifth tier ice mage. However, I can only agree with half of what he said. Gauda paused, then continued. To advance further, you do need to find another method, but that doesn't mean you have to abandon your Iceborne bloodline. He looked at Sunafa and smiled. Now do you understand why I had you cultivate the Azure Wood longevity scripture as well? Sunafa was stunned for a moment, then her pupils dilated sharply. Seeing Sunafa's reaction, Gauda knew she had understood. Yes, by cultivating an additional cultivation method, after you break through to the fifth ring in the other cultivation method, you can condense fifth tier ice marrow at the fifth ring mage level, which in turn will boost the improvement of your Iceborne bloodline. This is called a rich helping the poor. In my opinion, you Iceborne are the most suitable mages in the world to cultivate multiple cultivation methods, Gauda continued. The biggest drawback of practicing multiple cultivation methods is that a mage's mental strength is limited, resulting in a limited amount of time for daily cultivation. In order to balance the cultivation of multiple methods, the progress in each method will be slower than that of a mage who specializes in only one method, but it's different for Iceborne mages. As long as your Iceborne bloodline power is strong enough, your mage level can be increased rapidly, and you don't need to waste too much time on the True Ice secret manual. This means that if you only practice the True Ice secret manual in another cultivation method, the difference between you and a mage who specializes in only one method will not be too great. That's true. Sunafa's eyes brightened a bit. As for why it's the Greenwood longevity scripture, Gauda continued, the reason is quite simple. First, the characteristics of this cultivation method are extremely suitable for you. The Greenwood longevity scripture possesses 3 major divine effects: extending lifespan, accelerating cultivation, and enhancing spiritual power. Firstly, the Greenwood longevity scripture can increase cultivation speed by absorbing the essence of plants and trees. For you, the strength of the second cultivation method you cultivate isn't actually that important. The strength of the True Ice secret transmission is already sufficient. The greater significance of the second cultivation method is to increase your mage level, which in turn will boost the True Ice secret transmission. From this perspective, the characteristic of increasing cultivation speed is most suitable for you, as is extending lifespan. After all, condensing ice marrow requires a long time. Secondly, in my opinion, this path is not only suitable for you, but for all Iceborne mages, and the more people cultivate the Greenwood longevity scripture, the more abundant the essence of plants and trees will be, and the more obvious the effect of increasing cultivation speed will be. From this perspective, the Greenwood longevity scripture is the most suitable cultivation method for Iceborne mages. Although vegetation struggles to grow in the north, once the Yugathera is planted and matures, this problem will be completely solved. Of course, this will take some time, so I don't plan to promote the Azure Wood longevity scripture throughout the tribe right now, but only recommend it to you. After all, Phoenix already has an extremely powerful and suitable magical plant for you, which can serve as a sacred object for your cultivation of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture. It's the Guardian Tree. SYNOPSIS wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was quite clever and had already realized it. Yes, it's the newly advanced Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. As a sacred object, a 6th-tier magical plant, the essence of vegetation that the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree alone can provide is enough for you to quickly cultivate to at least the 5th ring, right? And when the essence of vegetation provided by the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree is no longer enough to greatly enhance your cultivation speed, the forest I envision centered around Yugathira may already be complete. God even considered things further in the future. My king, I will cultivate this Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, without God needing to say anything more. SYNOPSIS had already answered without hesitation. Having been stuck in the 4th ring road for so long, with no hope in sight, how could SYNOPSIS not be anxious? Now that Gaod had laid out such a bright path for her, she was naturally happy to accept it. However, I'm not sure if the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree will be willing to form a bond with you. Gaod expressed his concern. It will, SYNOPSIS said with absolute certainty, a faint smile playing on her lips. The Ice Jade Phoenix Tree Mother Tree is inherently connected to the bloodline of the original Boreas, which is why it became our clan's guardian tree. I am a pure-blooded ice descendant, with Boreas's blood flowing through my veins, and I have a natural affinity and connection with the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree sapling. With this connection, it won't refuse me. That's good. With his last worry dissipating, Gaod breathed a sigh of relief and handed the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture to SYNOPSIS. After memorizing the cultivation method of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, you can try to form a bond with the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. SYNOPSIS took the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture and immediately began to memorize it. With her powerful mental strength as a 4th ring mage, memorizing the cultivation method didn't take much time. Afterwards, SYNOPSIS sat cross-legged and, following the instructions, circulated the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture once, gaining a basic understanding. My king, I can now go and form a pact with the Guardian Tree. She stood up, a faint joy on her face. Let's go together. I want to see what's going on. Although Gaod had been cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture for several months, he was still completely unfamiliar with the pact-forming process because he hadn't yet chosen a planting location. Phoenix, the core spiritual land, where the Ice Jade Wutong Tree was located. After advancing, the Ice Jade Wutong Tree, now 5 meters tall, emitted a crystalline light, like a piece of glass, dazzling and radiating a refreshing chill. Then I'll begin. SYNOPSIS slowly walked to the Ice Jade Wutong Tree, glancing back at Gaod. After Gaod nodded slightly, SYNOPSIS extended her right hand and gently placed it on the trunk of the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. She then closed her eyes, wholeheartedly immersing herself in communicating with the tree. A mysterious and profound energy rippled silently from her palm, spreading throughout the tree. This was the spiritual communication method included in the Green Wood Longevity Scripture, used for forming a bond. In the stillness, SYNOPSIS had already begun a mysterious exchange with the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. After a moment, SYNOPSIS reopened her eyes. The Ice Jade Phoenix Tree has responded to my request for a bond. It is willing to become my sacred object and share my lifespan. Then let's begin, Goddess said. SYNOPSIS no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged under the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. She circulated the Green Wood Longevity Scripture, simultaneously probing her spiritual power into the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree, slowly injecting it into its deepest depths, beginning to merge with its faint spirituality, completing the bond formation process. Gauda, with great interest, opened his Mandora's eyes, activated insight, and observed. He saw streams of pure energy flowing from the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree into SYNOPSIS' body. This must be the essence of plants and trees. Within SYNOPSIS' body, there was also a faint energy of the same origin as the energy from the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree. The magical power she had just cultivated through the Green Wood Longevity Scripture. Because she had only just begun, it was still very weak, merely the magical power of a first-class apprentice. But now, with the help of the essence of plants and trees from the Ice Jade Phoenix Tree, this weak magical power immediately began to grow stronger. The essence of plants and trees from a 6th-tier magical plant was an absolute tonic for the newly initiated magical power of the Greenwood Longevity Scripture. This process lasted for about half an hour before SYNOPSIS opened her eyes again and stood up. The Guardian Tree has become my sacred tree. Thank you, my king, for bestowing this power. With SYNOPSIS' 4th ring mage level, she easily completed the contract formation process. With the aid of the sacred tree, my progress in cultivating the Azure Wood longevity scripture won't be much less than that of this Henbing's secret transmission. After establishing this bond with the Ice Jade Wutong, she immediately felt the power and unparalleled potential of the Azure Wood longevity scripture. While delighted, she became even more convinced of Gada's abilities. Approximately how long will it take you to cultivate the Azure Wood longevity scripture to the first ring? Gada couldn't help but ask. Sunefa thought for a moment and gave an answer that almost made Gada vomit blood. About 10 days, although the Ice Jade Wutong was a 6th-tier magical plant, and although Sunefa herself was a 4th-ring mage with strong mental power, making it easier to cultivate from higher to lower levels, no matter how many all those there were, 10 days was still too much. It had taken him a full 2 years to advance from a first-class apprentice to a 1st-ring mage. Good, in the end, Gada could only offer a dry praise, but he was also happy. After all, he was also cultivating the Azure Wood longevity scripture. This further proved that his choice was correct. This is the right path, Sunefa affirmed. The next day, the day after Gada and Sunefa returned to Phoenix from the Icefield Temple, they left Phoenix again. A hunter team of about 100 people followed behind, but Gada and Sunefa had gone ahead and didn't travel with the main group. Their purpose was clear, to inspect the tree planting site Sunefa had recommended the day before. That bay, which we call Valor Bay, is actually less than 400 miles from Phoenix as the crow flies, but the Valor Mountains in between take some time. At our current speed, we should be able to get there in about 5 or 6 days. The two rode side by side. Sunefa rode a horse-like creature that seemed both real and ethereal. This was a product of the third circle spell, Phantom Steed. God was still riding Elder Grant's Snow Wolf pet. 400 miles, or 200 kilometers, if there's a sufficiently flat and wide road, riding a magical pet, we can easily get from Phoenix to Valor Bay in a day, God murmured. That's true, but building roads in the north, Sunefa hesitated. Building roads is a massive undertaking, especially on the perpetually snow-covered tundra. The most basic requirement is a sufficient population base to sustain such a large project. Even though this Henbing tribe is the largest tribe in the north, its population is only 500,000, clearly not meeting the sufficient population base requirement. To have a sufficient population base, there must be enough food and survival supplies. Under the natural conditions of the north, these seem like castles in the air, impossible to build upon. Gada rubbed his temples, temporarily refraining from mentioning his food-related ideas. Things should be done one step at a time. He'd get the tree planting project sorted out first. 3 days later, after climbing Dondurn Snow Mountain, the Valor Mountain, which was virtually unknown to the outside world, seemed rather easy to Gada. Moreover, with snow wolves for transportation and Sunefa, a 4th-ringed warrior, accompanying them, they crossed the Valor Mountain without any trouble. Valor Bay comes into view. Chapter 290 Planting Trees. Valor Bay is a deep-water bay, so vast that even seeing its outline on a map gave me a sense of its immensity, but witnessing it in person still evoked an indescribable awe. Though called a bay, it appears to be a vast ocean to me, with an endless coastline that merges with the horizon. The water is deep and azure, like a giant sapphire set atop the snow-covered, silvery white permafrost, shimmering with captivating light. Sheltered by the land on either side of the bay, the water is calm, like a mirror. It was early morning, but the full moon hung high, its bright light shining down unhindered. The water reflected the full moon, making the surface shimmer even more. Along the edge of the bay, patches of sea ice could be seen. These ice floes varied in size and color, from crystal clear blue to deep, mysterious black. Most bays in the north are frozen for at least 8 months of the year, but Valor Bay is an exception. Even during the dormant, frozen season, it retains its unique vitality. I don't know the exact reason, but the waters of Valor Bay are much warmer than other places, attracting large schools of fish. Sunefa explained the details and unique features of Valor Bay to Gada. So, when the tribe occasionally faces food shortages, we send people here to fish as a temporary measure. Sunefa didn't know the reason, but Gada understood immediately. What else could it be but because Valor Bay is situated on a warm current? Ocean currents flowing from low latitudes to high latitudes are warm currents. Although the exact origin of this warm current is unknown, the abundant heat it carries, after traversing a vast ocean area, converges in Valor Bay, significantly raising the water temperature and forming a warm water layer beneath the surface, effectively preventing the direct invasion of frigid waters. This is the so-called warm current effect, which should be the key to keeping Valor Bay ice-free. If we can really build a port here, it will be an ice-free port. Gaud's eyes lit up, even more satisfied with Valor Bay. But his satisfaction was not important. What mattered was that Flora had to be satisfied. Let's go down and take a look, Gaud suggested. Knowing this, the two followed a winding mountain road, completely leaving the Valor Mountains, and arrived at the vast coastline. The sea breeze was biting, bringing a chilling sensation to their cheeks. The frigid weather meant that the entrance to Valor Bay and the land on both sides were barren, with hardly any vegetation, desolate and barren. But Flora didn't care about that. In fact, the absence of weeds was an advantage for Flora, otherwise, she would have had to spend time and effort clearing them. What she cared about were the vast and flat expanses of land. The land along the coastline was flat, as if carefully polished by nature, with few hills and ravines, only a thick layer of snow covering it. Can all of these be used by Lady Flora to plant trees? Her eyes sparkled, like a kitten seeing a truckload of dried fish, happy yet somewhat incredulous. Yes, whatever Lady Flora likes, belongs to her, Gaud nodded firmly. Does Lady Flora like it? Yes, then let's choose a suitable place here to plant Yugathera. Okay. Upon hearing this, Gaud breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of weight lifted from his shoulders. His initial purpose in entering the north was to plant trees. Who could have imagined so many twists and turns? But fortunately, he finally got back on track. Has Lady Flora chosen a suitable place? Gaud asked again. There, Flora pointed into the distance. That was the estuary, the confluence of the sea and land, the apex of the bay. Whether to the left, right, or back, there was a vast expanse of land available, perfect for planting trees. Flora, as an expert in tree planting, naturally had an unquestionable eye for talent. My king, let's wait for Eldergain's main force to arrive before planting the trees, Sunifa softly advised. She was extremely cautious and thoughtful in this matter. When they left Phoenix, Sunifa had instructed Eldergain to bring 100 elite Iceborn mages with him. Sunifa knew the importance of Yugathera to Gaud and feared something might happen to her. Although she was very confident in her own strength, she was still alone and there would be times when she couldn't manage everything. Therefore, she needed a sufficient escort to protect Gaud during the tree planting so she could feel at ease. However, Gaud was eager to scout the situation, so they went ahead without waiting for Eldergain's main force. Now that they had decided to plant the trees here, it was safer to wait for the main force to arrive. Having found a suitable location, there was no rush, and Gaud nodded in agreement. After waiting for about half a day, figures began to appear on the mountain path they had descended. It was Eldergain leading a 100-strong tree protection team. My king, War Mother, Eldergain and his men approached Gaud and Sunifa, bowing respectfully. Everything was ready, and it was time to begin planting the trees. Gaud took a deep breath, calming his slightly excited heart. Then, he nodded to Flora. Flora fluttered her small wings and flew off Gaud's shoulder, a flat, dark brown, oval seed now appearing in her palm. The seed had gentle edges and was covered with a thin seed coat. It looked like an ordinary ash tree seed. But Gaud knew it was not simple. It was Flora's seed of life, the seed of Yugathera, and he had fully sensed Flora's extraordinary nature. Master, first form a bond with Yugathera. Lady Flora has already spoken to it, and it won't refuse you, Flora said to Gaud with an unusually serious expression. Gaud nodded slightly, stepped forward, and took the seed from Flora's hand. Then, he took a deep breath and used the spirit communication technique attached to the Azure Wood longevity scripture. Gaud slowly closed his eyes, wholeheartedly immersing himself in communicating with the seed. A mysterious and profound fluctuation emanated from Gaud's body, permeating the tiny seed. This fluctuation, like a gentle stream, softly seeped into every part of the seed, establishing an indescribable connection with it. Thus, deep within Gaud's soul, he began to receive various subtle emotions. These were the emotions expressed by the seed: welcome, friendliness, kindness, vigorous vitality, and the joy and anticipation of hatching. These emotions surged like a tide, infecting Gaud, causing the same emotions to arise within him. Flora had already communicated with Yugathera, and since Yugathera was Flora's life seed, they were inherently connected. Flora, in turn, was Gaud's familiar, sharing a deep historical bond. From this perspective, Gaud and Yugathera were naturally close. Therefore, the entire bond-forming process was smooth and without any obstacles. In just a moment, God felt an indescribable, profound connection with the seed, even sensing its faint breath, as if the seed and he were one, their life energies constantly merging and resonating. God opened his eyes and gently nodded to Flora. All done, he handed the seed back to Flora. Flora carefully held the seed and lightly flew to the snow. Mage God immediately responded, using his mage's hand to dig through the thick snow, then casting a clay spell to create a suitable planting hole for Flora. Flora carefully placed the seed into the hole as if it were a precious treasure, then gently covered it. After doing this, Flora extended her right index finger and drew a circle in the air. As her finger moved, a circle of green light formed around Flora's finger and solidified. With a gentle flick, the circle of green light moved out, like a shooting star with a long tail of flame, and entered the soil where the seed was. The next instant, centered on the Barajugathera seed, a ripple spread outwards like waves on water, spreading across the vast, boundless snowfield. This ripple expanded rapidly, beyond description, instantly affecting every inch of the Northern Territory, not only the western region, but also the central region and the absolutely forbidden eastern region. However, this ripple was too weak, too calm. It was like a gentle spring breeze brushing across the earth, without any noise or ostentation, and being underground, it only spread within the soil, so it didn't attract much attention. But weak doesn't mean useless. Beneath this land, frozen for countless years, seemingly asleep, a vigorous life force was now beginning to gestate and grow. Awaken the slumbering earth, oh, north wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Not attracting much attention didn't mean it caused no ripples. The Northern Territory, the eastern region considered a forbidden zone for life. In a dark underground space, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, their deep blue light like two blue fireflies in the darkness. What is this feeling? Though faint, it makes me uncomfortable. A cold, ethereal voice, seemingly not of human origin, echoed in the underground space. It seems to come from the distant west, the voice murmured, but it vanished in an instant, its source lost forever. No, we must send someone to investigate. Northern Territory, Central Region. Within a towering volcano, lava flowed like molten metal. The clanging sound echoed incessantly within the volcano. But at this moment, the sound of forging iron abruptly ceased for several seconds. It seems something extraordinary has appeared in the west. A moment later, an extremely powerful and deep voice resounded, spreading throughout the entire volcano and beyond. Valor Bay thud, the tree seed had clearly just been planted, but the next moment, the barred soil was pushed aside. A tender green sprout broke through the soil and grew rapidly at a visible speed, its appearance somewhat similar to that of the ice jade Wutuang during its advancement. In an instant, the sprout had grown into a green bud the size of a little finger. The bud had only 3 leaves, but all 3 leaves radiated a multicolored light. Even more strangely, the stem, as thick as a bean sprout, was engraved with intricate and tiny runes, flowing with mystery and profound power. Part of its roots emerged from the soil, winding and coiling like a dragon. Though small, they showed no trace of immaturity, but rather a powerful and ancient presence, as if it were not a newly sprouted green bud, but a 10,000-year-old tree. The other half of the roots stretched deep into the earth. As a sacred object, Gata could sense that the roots of Yugathera had extended to an extremely deep place underground, far exceeding the extent of its above-ground portion. Although it was still just a tiny green sprout, its root system was already comparable to that of a centuries-old tree. These roots were constantly drawing power from the earth, while simultaneously releasing a special kind of energy. The whole process was somewhat like photosynthesis in plants, but what Yugathera released wasn't oxygen, but something far more mystical. This energy could not only alter the geology of the land, transforming it into fertile soil, but also fix the surrounding magic within the land, turning it into a sacred place. And this transformation was already underway. Around the small green leaf, in a circle about the size of a pizza, the thick snow had melted away, revealing black soil. And the circle was still expanding. Of course, Yugathera was still in its infancy, its abilities not yet fully manifested, so the expansion of this circle was still very slow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. 1 year, just 1 year, and Yugathera will grow into a sapling. A year wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Sometimes, haste makes waste, patience is a virtue. Having waited for Eldergain for half a day, it was just dawn. The sun in the distance had just risen above the sea, and the sky was cloudless, the morning glow painting the sea and sky golden. God raised his head, Shifting his gaze from the sapling of Yogsera to the horizon, his eyes filled with light. At this moment, with the planting of Yogsera, all the repression and frustration accumulated in God's heart due to the injustices he had suffered over the past few months, the death of his mentor, being forced into imprisonment, being bound, and being threatened, vanished completely. A divine tree rises from the earth, clearing the heavens of dust for 10,000 miles. A surge of boundless pride welled up within him. Before him lay a bright and cloudless sky. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Pulling Up Seedlings to Help Them Grow. This feeling, in the next moment, a flood of profound and mysterious insights suddenly surged within Gauda's mind. His connection with Yugathera allowed him to experience the same sensory sensations as Yugathera at this moment. Gauda seemed to have transformed into an ancient tree, enduring the passage of time and constantly growing. He was completely lost in this feeling of growth, standing motionless in meditation, absorbing sunlight and nutrients, then growing, and growing again. When Gauda came to his senses from this state, half an hour had already passed. Sunefa breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief when she saw him open his eyes. Gauda's eyes were now glowing, looking at his hands, his face filled with joy and satisfaction. Only after acquiring the sacred object did his cultivation of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture truly begin on the right track. After the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture enters its proper course, as the Mage's level increases, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture will gradually grant practitioners abilities such as Immortal Body, Earth Walker, Natural Recovery, Nature's Language, and Nature's Protection. As a first-ring mage, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture has just granted him a powerful ability, Nature's Art. This name naturally came to mind, and this ability was mastered by Gauda without warning, the whole process somewhat similar to the Iceborne's bloodline awakening and acquisition of magic. In the simplest terms, Nature's Art is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Gauda can accelerate the growth of plants by consuming mana. The higher the level of the plant, the more mana is needed to catalyze its growth. At his current mage level, this Nature's Art only applies to ordinary plants that are not magical plants. Otherwise, even if you were completely drained, it wouldn't provide much growth benefit to magical plants. While it seems very limited, it's actually sufficient for now, perfectly supporting a certain idea in Gauda's mind. Moreover, the art of nature is growth-oriented. As his mage level increases, he will eventually be able to catalyze even high-level magical plants. Once the land transformed by Yugathera is developed, we can plant other tree species to accelerate Yugathera's growth, said God, looking at the still sapling Yugathera and flora. Yugathera has a special ability: the more trees around it, the faster it grows. After forming a bond with Yugathera, God's understanding of this special ability deepened. It's not just about having many trees, but also many different kinds. Explaining this is a bit complicated, but it's roughly like drug resistance. To give a simple example, if a new tree species can provide Yugathera with a growth bonus of 10, then planting the first tree will directly provide a growth bonus of 5. The remaining 5 points of growth bonus might require planting hundreds more of the same tree species. In addition, the higher the grade of the tree species, the greater the growth bonus it provides to Yugathera. For example, a Tier 1 enchanted tree species provides a growth bonus of 10 points, while a Tier 2 enchanted tree species might provide a growth bonus of 50 points. Therefore, slowly waiting for Yugathera to grow naturally is definitely the worst option. It's better to take full advantage of initiative, constantly searching for new tree species and continuously planting trees. Before entering the north, God had already been entrusted by Flora to search for tree species in Elohim. Unfortunately, Elohim is located at the foot of the Irwinrea Mountains, in a snowy region where trees are scarce. Even though God offered a reward to local hunters for their help, he only managed to collect about 10 kinds of tree seeds. Moreover, they were all pine, fir, and birch species. He had to build a port, construct ships, and collect tree species through trade to transform Valor Bay into a forest of 10,000 trees. What Snowfield Guardian? He had directly transformed into a World Guardian. Thinking of this, God couldn't help but mentally pat himself on the back. Plant other tree species. Flora looked at God with sparkling eyes. Yes, God made the pie seem even more delicious. Flora ate the pie intently, her eyes shining even brighter. Yuggothera still needs time to grow before it has basic self-defense capabilities. We'll need your help to look after it during this time, God said to Sunifa. This was originally his biggest worry during the tree planting process, because he was all alone, and if he encountered any unexpected situations, such as a pack of beasts, he couldn't guarantee he could protect the newborn Yuggothera. But now, this problem was no longer a problem. Behind him stood the most powerful tribe in the entire north. Sunifa nodded slightly, then turned and instructed, Elder Gain, you will lead them to stay here and guard the sacred tree. You must not allow anything to happen to it. I will have your supplies sent later. Upon hearing this, Elder Gain immediately stood ramrod straight, pounding his chest with his fists, as if demonstrating his resolve and loyalty to God and Sunifa. He assured them in a powerful voice, My king, War Mother, rest assured. We will certainly fulfill our mission and protect the sacred tree. Unless we are all wiped out, we will not allow anything to happen to it. As Elder Gain finished speaking, the 100 or so Iceborn behind him all made the same gesture, their right hands pressed tightly to their chests, their faces filled with determination, expressing their commitment to God. Phoenix. After returning from Valor Bay, God spent the entire night at home carefully considering his next steps. As for Yuggothera, he still needed to wait some time for its roots to continue extending and its domain to expand. Otherwise, given the soil of the permafrost tundra in the north, no tree could sprout. He naturally didn't want to be idle during this waiting period. Besides cultivating in this fourth-tier spiritual land and quickly mastering the 9/10 of the first ring spells brought back from the Snowfield Guardians, he also needed to address the food problem. These were the three highest priorities at the moment, and they didn't conflict with each other. Having made his decision, Gada had one more thing to do before that. Gada gently pushed open the half-closed door and walked steadily into the room where Catherine was temporarily under house arrest. A gentle smile graced his face, as if you were visiting a long-lost friend. Your Excellency, it's been a long time since I've visited you. Catherine was sitting quietly on a stone chair by the table, her face hidden behind a mask, only her eyes visible. When those eyes glanced at Gouda, they revealed an indescribable complex emotion. I never imagined that the Snowfield Guardians, whose lineage had lasted for so long, would perish at your hands. Her voice was calm and low. After returning from the Icefield Temple, God didn't imprison the surrendered Icefield Temple mages, but he restricted their movements, effectively placing them under house arrest. As for Loich, he was sent back the same way, continuing to be locked up with Catherine. Therefore, from Loich's words, she already knew that the Snowfield Guardians no longer existed, having been absorbed into this Hending tribe. Although her feelings towards God were complex at this moment, there was no resentment, especially when she said those words. It was more of a sense of Ganke, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and regret. Gouda noticed Catherine's emotions and was slightly surprised. You don't hate me, Ryan, as the Holy Inquisitor of the sect, led his subordinates to practice forbidden necromancy, going against the sect's doctrine and slaughtering northern tribes. The Snowfield Guardians were already dead in name only from that point on. What you did only accelerated this process. She paused, then said sincerely, you even saved the Snowfield Guardians. If you hadn't intervened, the Snowfield Guardians, who once took protecting the Snowfield as their doctrine, would probably have become a great scourge of the Snowfield under Ryan's leadership. Rather than watching the sect degenerate into an evil organization, it's better to just turn to dust, Catherine said slowly. Your Excellency truly knows right from wrong. Gouda couldn't help but look at Catherine with new respect. This seemed like a simple truth, but understanding and accepting it was not easy. I dare not accept such praise. Catherine gave a bitter smile, her voice dry. If I truly knew right from wrong, I shouldn't have repaid kindness with enmity, confining you to Phoenix. Therefore, my current house arrest is a consequence of the evil I sowed back then. I am reaping what I sowed. As for your Excellency, the Snowfield Guardian is no more. What kind of saint am I now? After saying this, Catherine hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently removed the bronze mask from her face. This was the first time God saw Catherine's face. What came into view was an extremely handsome face. The lines were distinct, the features sculpted, and a resolute air emanated from her brows. Her skin was far less fair and delicate than Sunifa's, but it radiated a healthy glow. Undoubtedly, Catherine's face behind the mask wasn't ugly, but it wasn't far inferior to Sunifa's. After all, women as beautiful as Sunifa were rare, and it was still a far cry from the beauty Gouda had imagined. According to the plots of TV dramas and novels from his previous life, weren't these masked women usually hiding stunningly beautiful faces? Was the difference between reality and fiction really that great? Various thoughts raced through Gauda's mind, but he couldn't help asking, why do you, as a saintess, need to wear a mask? I don't think anyone else among the Snowfield Guardians has this habit besides you. Catherine thought for a moment, and finally said, because I look too much like my mother. You could even say we're cut from the same mold. To avoid gossip. So, who is your mother? Lucy Hernandez, the former Archbishop of the Snowfield Guardians, Catherine said calmly. Upon hearing this, Gauda's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood everything. Lucy Hernandez, as the former Archbishop of the Snowfield Guardians, was the sole leader of the entire Snowfield Guardians during her tenure, not the later three-way power struggle. With such a mother, and Catherine resembling her, coupled with her status as a saintess, rumors and gossip were inevitable, attracting countless eyes and discussions. Under such circumstances, wearing a mask to conceal her appearance was a helpless yet wise choice. My lord, you've come to see me today, surely there's something else on your mind, Catherine asked again. God smiled, cutting to the chase. Although your Icefield Temple mages immediately took action to capture those who followed Ryan in practicing forbidden necromancy, some reacted quickly and escaped first. They practice forbidden necromancy. If we don't track them down and capture them soon, it will likely cause considerable bloodshed and harm the people of the North. Catherine's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and she nodded in agreement. You two are experts at tracking. Gauda had already experienced this firsthand, having been relentlessly pursued by Catherine and Loich across the vast snowfields. And you, being a hunter by trade, are experienced, so I'd like to entrust this manhunt to you. Consider it a chance for you to redeem yourself. After all, this is a legacy issue of your Snowfield Guardians, and it's appropriate for you to resolve it. You can take half of the Icefield Temple mages with you on this mission. Gauda paused, then continued. The other half of the Icefield Temple mages would remain in Phoenix as hostages, a point he didn't explicitly state, but Catherine was a smart woman and would surely understand his meaning. Gauda was a good person, but never one to be indiscriminately kind. He had his own considerations. After you complete the manhunt, I will release you all, he finally offered his condition. Think about it. No need to think about it. I accept. However, Gauda's words had barely finished when Catherine's voice rang out. He looked at Catherine. Her eyes were filled with determination and hatred. The destruction of the Snowfield Guardians, while directly caused by God, stemmed from these cultists who practiced forbidden necromancy. Catherine harbored a heavy burden of negative emotions towards them. Now, to personally enforce the law and simultaneously rescue her imprisoned companions, how could she not be willing? Then you are free now. God clapped his hands, and the half-open door opened. Thank you. Catherine bowed sincerely to God. My lord. Catherine, along with Loich and a carefully selected group of skilled fighters, set off in a flurry. God watched them leave, then, without further thought, headed to his next destination, the plains at the foot of Mount Wesker. Elder Grant had already received word and was waiting there. My king. Upon seeing God, he quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. God waved his hand, indicating there was no need for formalities, and then surveyed the plains before him. The most distinctive feature of the North is its vast land and sparse population. Of course, for the people of the North, this vast land is useless, as it's all barren land incapable of growing any plants. But for God, it's not like that. Looking at the expansive, flat snowfield before him, and the black soil hidden beneath the snow, a certain bloodline within him seemed to be awakened. What a waste! Such excellent terrain is truly perfect for farming. And in the North, plains like this are everywhere. Before he came, he didn't care about the North people's wasteful use of resources. But now that he's here, everything will change from today. Quad arrived at the plain, found the most pleasing spot, and softly called to Flora on his shoulder, Lady Flora. Yes, the next moment, a large, black barley seed appeared in Flora's small hand. Chapter 292 Cold-Resistant Wheat. This is a barley seed that Gauda discovered atop the Donder Snow Peak, in a snow-spotted cheetah's den. Alongside Mandora's tears, the extreme cold of the North hadn't extinguished its vitality. Upon closer inspection, a faint hint of green could be seen beneath its black shell, its vibrant life force. According to Flora, this is a cold-hardy barley variety, best suited for growth in temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius or even lower. Such a barley seed is virtually unheard of. But the adaptability and evolutionary power of nature are truly wondrous. Perhaps one day, a tiny mutation in a gene can open the door to a new world. Undoubtedly, this barley seed was born for the north. The permafrost tundra, barren and desolate for so many years, deserves its own unique crop. Perhaps similar barley varieties appeared long before, but no one noticed them until Gata spotted them this time. Just like planting a tree, Gata used his mage's hands to dig through the thick snow, then used clay to dig a 20-30 centimeters deep planting hole. Simultaneously, with Gata's wool, the soil was kneaded and shaped like soft clay. This was to improve the soil structure, making the hard soil loose and layered, increasing its aeration. After doing this, Flora placed the hardy barley seed into the planting hole. Gata then covered it with a 3 to 4 centimeter layer of clay and leveled the ground. Normally, the next step would be to wait quietly for the seed to germinate. Under normal circumstances, barley takes 3 to 7 days to germinate from sowing. But Gata already possessed abnormal abilities. He took a step forward and used the natural technique he had obtained from the Greenwood longevity scripture. A natural and harmonious wave burst forth from his palm, directly flowing into the place where the seed was buried. The next moment, the leveled soil suddenly stirred. A tender green sprout broke through the soil, initially curled up, but quickly unfurled, growing rapidly at a visible pace. Time seemed to be compressed to its extreme at this moment, the whole scene resembling a plant documentary on fast forward. The sprout continued to climb, the leaves unfolded rapidly, the stem gradually thickened, and side branches began to form, all completed in an extremely short time. Just a few minutes later, a robust wheat seedling stood on the previously empty land, swaying in the wind. The price was that Gata's liquid mana was rapidly depleted, already nearly half gone. But this was not enough, because the wheat seedling had only just passed the germination and emergence stage and was in the tillering stage. This process, naturally, would take about 15 to 20 days. In other words, it could be understood that, at Gata's current mage level, consuming 1 drop of liquid mana could help an ordinary plant skip about 2 days of growth. Gata continued to cast nature spells. As the natural forces continued to work, the hardy barley plants continued to produce new leaves and tillers, while the root systems expanded. When they reached a height of over 20 centimeters, the first internode at the base of the plant began to elongate noticeably. This elongation of the basal internode is a key physical indicator of the start of the barley's jointing stage. The stem no longer lies flat against the ground but begins to extend upwards. Shortly after jointing, the barley enters the heading stage. From tillering to jointing, approximately 20 days of natural growth are required. Soon after jointing, according to natural laws, the barley enters the heading stage, where the internal ears begin to develop. Subsequently, the ears gradually emerge from the top of the barley plant. This process is called the heading stage, which is also the last stage before the barley enters reproductive growth. However, at this point, Gata stopped using his natural powers, because his magic had been exhausted. Furthermore, barley plants have a relatively high nutrient requirement during the jointing stage and need appropriate top dressing. However, Gata didn't need to do this himself. Elder Grant, at his behest, had already prepared fishmeal to fertilize the golden radiance wheat. Fishmeal is simply the residue of fish, excluding edible parts, including innards, head, bones, and scales, which is then naturally dried in the sun and manually ground into powder. According to the experience of this Henbing tribe, this powder, when directly sprinkled on the fields, promotes the growth of the golden radiance wheat. In Gata's eyes, it boils down to one thing: it's rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, essential nutrients for plant growth. Elder Grant took out the fish meal and evenly spread it into the soil of the cold-resistant wheat. Too much or too little, frankly, controlling the amount of fertilizer is not easy, especially for a crop completely unfamiliar to Elder Grant. But for the true expert, Flora, this was no problem at all. Therefore, Gata was completely at ease and took out a purple fruit he carried with him. This was a magical plant that this Henbing tribe had gathered on the snowfields. Its effects were somewhat similar to mana-restoring potions, helping mages quickly recover their mana. After consuming the fruit, Gata immediately began circulating the Azure Wood longevity scripture, restoring his depleted mana, completely unaffected by the external environment. Having evolved the Mage Ninja body, he could now achieve what only a seasoned high-level mage could, quickly entering a mage's state anytime, anywhere. In less than half an hour, with the help of the purple fruit, Gata had fully restored his mana, while the fertilization work on the other side was already completed. "Continue," he said, rising to once again infuse the barley plant, which, with the help of the nature technique, had skipped nearly 2 months of growth. With the infusion of the nature technique's power, the top of the barley began to show vigorous life, first sprouting ears, then entering the flowering stage. The tender green spike-like inflorescences opened one after another, emitting a faint fragrance. But at this point, Gauda stopped again. Because during the flowering period, the barley had another very important task to perform: pollination. If you were to continue using natural arts to force the barley to grow faster, the hardy barley stalk would not have had time to pollinate before passing its flowering period, and naturally, it would not produce any grains. There was only this one hardy barley seed, and there could be no mistakes. Elder Grant was still in charge, although only this one hardy barley stalk could be found in the world. It was a single stalk. Fortunately, barley is a self-pollinating crop, and its flowers are hermaphroditic, meaning that the same flower contains both stamens and pistils, so it has the ability to self-pollinate. And there was no need to worry about offspring. Elder Grant took out a fine brush made of the soft inner fur of a snow wolf that he had prepared beforehand. Under Flora's guidance, he found the already open stamens, gently brushed the yellow anthers on the stamens with a fine brush, and carefully collected the pollen into a small bottle. After collecting pollen from all the stamens, he used a fine brush to gently apply the pollen to the stigma of the pistil. To increase the pollination success rate, this process needed to be repeated multiple times. While Elder Grant was busy, God consumed another purple fruit, beginning to recover the mana he had consumed. To be honest, before acquiring the nature arts, God was quite worried about the margin for error. With only one hardy barley seed, the entire planting process couldn't afford any mistakes, and barley takes about 4 months from seed to maturity. 4 months required meticulous care. Any small error could lead to failure. Even with Flora's help, the pressure was still immense. However, now, with the nature arts ability granted by the Azure Wood longevity scripture, he could compress the barley seed's 4-month growth period into half a day. Coupled with Flora's assistance, it was difficult for problems to arise under these conditions. As Gauda's magical power surged to its peak once more, Elder Grant completed the pollination process. The expedited growth continued. The pollinated barley flowers gradually lost their vibrancy and former brilliance, replaced by swollen green grains, signifying the barley had entered its final grain filing stage. As the grain filing process progressed, dry matter accumulated within the grains, starch solidified, moisture content decreased, and the grains became increasingly hard, their color changing from green to pale yellow, until finally settling on a dazzling golden yellow. Finally, a mature barley plant laden with the golden ears of grain stood proudly before Gauda. He glanced at it and quickly determined the yield of this hardy barley plant. 37 mature grains. Frankly, this yield wasn't high. But that wasn't the point. The important thing was that this was barley grown on a snowfield, in an extremely cold environment. Nature's art could only accelerate the natural growth process of a plant. It couldn't make plants that couldn't grow normally thrive. In other words, even without the art of nature, this barley stalk would have grown to its current state in 4 months. Who could say it wasn't a miracle? Gwent felt a surge of emotion. He was about to give some instructions to Elder Grant behind him, but after calling out several times, he received no response. Turning around in surprise, he found that Elder Grant's face was now completely flushed. He will bring spring, he will bring life to the permafrost, he will ensure that the children of the Iceborn no longer suffer from hunger. Elder Grant's thoughts echoed with Sunifa's soft chanting from the ancient frost mouth. Although he had confirmed that God was the new king, the one who had been prophesied, seeing the things the prophesied had foretold before his eyes still made him feel parched, almost unable to stand, and his heart pounding. All the blood in his body rushed to his head, making him feel slightly dizzy. He stared wide-eyed at the barley stalk laden with ripe wheat, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Is this wheat? Elder Grant's voice trembled slightly. Elder Grant was in charge of cultivating golden radiance wheat in this Henbing tribe. Although golden radiance wheat and cold-resistant wheat were not the same variety, they were both barley and shared many similarities in appearance, so he shouldn't have reacted so strongly to a single barley plant. But the problem was, this wasn't barley grown on volcanic soil, but on a snowfield. In the north, such snowfields were everywhere. What did this mean? Not only his voice, but Elder Grant's body also began to tremble slightly. Yes, Elder Grant, Collect these grains as a seed, God ordered. With a thud, Elder Grant knelt before the barley plant, kneeling in the most devout posture. A miracle. This is a miracle. No more of our people will die of hunger. He trembled as he reached out, gently stroking the grains of barley on the stalk, as if touching a priceless treasure. Those who weren't from the north simply couldn't fully comprehend the profound impact such a barley plant could have on them. Even Elder Grant, an old man and a seasoned iceborn mage, was completely overwhelmed with emotion. Elder Grant, this is just the beginning. The high yield potential of the cold-resistant barley is still questionable. Its reproductive capacity and seed vigor haven't been investigated, and it doesn't possess the cold-resistant properties of golden radiance barley. Gotta help the distraught Elder Grant to his feet and said softly, after obtaining enough original seeds, we need to conduct hybridization and continuous optimization to cultivate a barley variety truly suitable for the north. Cold-resistant barley was the name Gotta had given this barley, simple and easy to understand. Elder Grant couldn't fully comprehend Goda's words, as they were too advanced for his time, but he at least understood the meaning behind Goda's words. At this moment, in his eyes, God was the one who created miracles. If his previous obedience and awe of God came from prophecy, now it came from his heart. Elder Grant carefully collected the 37 hearty wheat seeds as if they were his own newborn children, afraid that even a single grain might be damaged by a tremor of his hand. Flora stored the 37 hearty wheat seeds in her small space. My king, what should we do with this barley stalk? Elder Grant asked, pointing to the now bare hearty wheat stalk. Shovel it up, and then I'll trouble Elder Grant to help cultivate a piece of land today, following the pattern we made before. As for the spacing, God paused, and Flora immediately understood, already gesturing on the ground. To be honest, not only in the north, but in this world, the planting technology was still at a relatively low level, the most distinctive feature being the lack of clear standards. Everyone cultivates their land according to their own experience. Some sow densely, some shallowly, some fertilize heavily, some fertilize lightly. Naturally, yields fluctuate randomly. Each crop should ideally have an optimal method, but finding that optimal method requires not only awareness but also scientific experimentation and summarization. Undoubtedly, this is a troublesome and time-consuming task. However, this world has its mystical aspects. Therefore, what should have been a laborious task, Flora, with her talent, could complete in an instant, and with impeccable quality. Tomorrow, I will continue planting this first batch of barley seeds to obtain more cold-resistant barley seeds. As for this land, it will be cultivated as a pollen field. Afterwards, I will have SYNOPSIS select a group of people specifically responsible for guarding and protecting this pollen field. Chapter 293 Establishment of the Ministry of Agriculture. The past 10 days have been busy and fulfilling for Goda. During the day, he's been working in the pollen fields to encourage the growth of cold-resistant wheat and obtain its seeds. He's also been taking Flora to the volcanic soil to guide the cultivation of golden wheat. Although this Henbing tribe has a long history of cultivating golden wheat, to be honest, they are still far from fully understanding its secrets. With just a little guidance from Flora, they can increase the yield by at least 10%. This is only because of the limited resources of this Henbing tribe, otherwise, it could be increased even more. Furthermore, their primitive farming methods mean that despite years of cultivation, the Henbing tribe has never optimized or improved the quality of its golden wheat seeds. And these are things that need to be done from now on. Frankly, even with Flora's skills and Goda's understanding of the art of nature, the entire grain production process is still very difficult. The preliminary preparations alone, including the cultivation of the original cold-resistant wheat seed, the male parent, and the optimization of the golden wheat seed, the female parent, are a huge undertaking. Without the aid of extraordinary power, it would take at least 2 years to cultivate a sufficient number of original seeds from a single cold-resistant barley seed. However, after the first 10 days, Goda's situation became much easier. This was because on that day, SYNOPSIS cultivation of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, propelled by her own strong foundation and the sacred artifact, the Ice Jade Wutong, also reached the first ring. Upon advancing to the first ring, she naturally gained the ability of nature arts, but SYNOPSIS was different from Goda. Her magical power was at the 4th ring level. Unlike Goda, who painstakingly cultivated only one cold-resistant barley plant a day, SYNOPSIS easily cultivated 200 mature cold-resistant barley plants with minimal effort. SYNOPSIS' arrival accelerated the cultivation and accumulation of original cold-resistant barley seeds. Of course, The cultivation of these plants using nature arts was only a temporary measure. The real accumulation of original seeds still relied on traditional planting methods. Therefore, every day, Elder Grant planted the cold-resistant wheat seeds he had obtained the previous day according to Flora's standards. In this way, 4 months later, this pollen field would yield its first naturally grown, mature cold-resistant wheat, and the supply would continue uninterrupted. As for the evenings, he would study the azure wood longevity scripture and construct spell models. Although Yugathira was still a sapling and had no rank, thus unable to provide any buffs to God, the abundant magic power from the 4th-tier spiritual ground, with a concentration greater than 4,500, still gave him a feeling of flying. 10 days of cultivation had yielded more significant progress than the 5 months of arduous training he had undergone after advancing to first ring mage. Regarding spells, God maintained his usual high efficiency. With the 8 unmastered first ring spells he had obtained from the Snowfield Guardian, and with all the necessary spell potion materials, he quickly concocted the corresponding spell potions and had already successfully constructed spell models for 2 of them. One of these was naturally Frozen Blade. This was the first damaging first ring spell God had mastered, and a rare one at that. The second successfully constructed spell model is Wolf's Speed. Wolf's Speed, alteration, first ring. Use this spell to gain the speed of a wolf. Your speed increases to 60 km per hour for the duration of the spell, 1 hour. It's also a rare spell, and the reason for its rarity is obvious: a numerical spell, Great Stride, also a first ring spell that increases movement speed, increases it by 15 km per hour. Even adding your base movement speed of 10 km per hour, the total increase is only about 25 km per hour, less than half of Wolf's Speed. Of course, as discussed in Spell Basics, spells may differ in strength, but there's absolutely no reason why a stronger spell of the same type can completely replace a weaker one. First, Great Stride can buff other creatures, making it a support spell. Wolf's Speed, however, can only target the caster. Additionally, the effect of Great Stride is to increase a fixed movement speed, while the spell effect of Wolf's Speed is to increase movement speed to a fixed value. In most cases, Wolf's Speed will definitely have a higher value. However, if the caster's movement speed is equal to or greater than 50 km per hour, then Great Stride will actually provide a greater benefit. But none of this was Goda's consideration. For him, Wolf's Speed was the most useful at the moment. The Elder Hall should actually be called the City Hall. This was the name Goda had just changed to a few days ago. He summoned Sunifa, who had been busy stimulating the growth of the frost-resistant wheat these past few days. Upon seeing the frost-resistant wheat growing in the extremely cold environment of the snowfields, Sunifa, although not as excited and devout as Elder Grant, was no less shocked and moved. Just from the fact that the mighty war mother of the clan had been running to the pollen fields so often these past few days, one could tell a lot. Sunifa, on the other hand, would only visit the golden wheat field a few times a year. "My king, is there something you need?" Sunifa's voice was soft, carrying a subtle hint of obedience. Theoretically, she and God were of equal rank. In fact, in this extraordinary world where strength reigned supreme, as the chief mage of this Handing tribe, she was the true decision-maker. But as she said, if their wills clashed, she would yield to God's will, and that's exactly what she did. Actually, there are still many things to do, and each one is urgent. For example, universal education. Although this is a supernatural world, I believe that in any world, in any era, universal education is absolutely the most effective means of promoting civilization, and education is something that should definitely begin as early as possible. But the problem is, we have no teachers, no schools, no books. More importantly, even if we had all those things, to get people to value education, we first need to fill their stomachs. How can they learn if they can't even get enough to eat? Expanding the tribe's size is also crucial. If we want to develop rapidly, we need a sufficient labor force. 500,000 people is still too few. Relying on our own people to reproduce is too slow. We must absorb other northern tribes to increase our population, and this also requires enough food. Otherwise, we can't absorb people first and then let them starve. Besides, even if we reproduce, we still need enough food. Therefore, no matter how many things there are to do, they can only begin after the food problem is solved. As for how to solve the food problem, we already have an idea. The initial work can be done by just a few of us, but later on, we'll definitely need a large workforce. Such a large workforce requires a corresponding management department, and we need to establish a corresponding system in advance, otherwise it will definitely be chaotic. Therefore, I need to set up a department for our city hall in Phoenix first. To be honest, this is just the first department, there will be many more later. After all, a qualified governing body should manage all aspects of the people's lives, including their food, drink, and basic needs. Currently, Phoenix's power structure is still too crude, however, this is based on Phoenix's actual situation, which I understand. But in short, let's set up this department first. SYNOPSIS blinked her beautiful blue eyes, listening attentively. Gauda rattled off a lot, and she didn't actually understand much, but she tried her best to remember what Gauda said and then combine it with the subsequent actions to understand it. Gauda continued, the department I'm going to establish is called the Ministry of Agriculture. Its responsibilities should be a comprehensive management department for industries such as planting, animal husbandry, aquaculture, and land reclamation, in charge of agricultural development. Of course, its primary responsibility at present is still to oversee barley cultivation. SYNOPSIS was stunned for a moment, and Gauda continued, the Ministry of Agriculture will initially have one minister, followed by two deputy ministers. Lady Flora will serve as the minister, and one of the deputy ministers will initially be Elder Grant. The other position will be decided later. In addition, all those who have worked in golden glow wheat cultivation will be included in the Ministry of Agriculture first. After SYNOPSIS left, Master, what is a minister? What is the Ministry of Agriculture? What will Lady Flora do? The little one's questions kept ringing in her ears, probably more than 100,000. Gauda patiently answered each question. The minister is the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. Everyone in the Ministry of Agriculture must listen to the minister, Lady Flora. Without modern industry, there's no doubt that for a very long time, the Ministry of Agriculture will be the department with the largest number of people in Phoenix. Then, Lady Flora will truly be a lady. Yes, also, the Ministry of Agriculture will be the department with the heaviest workload in Phoenix for a long time. Gauda kept this to himself, not daring to say it aloud. The Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for feeding all the people of Phoenix. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people, so from now on, the Ministry of Agriculture will be the sky of Phoenix. What Lady Flora needs to do is use her wisdom to cultivate superior barley varieties so that all the people of Phoenix can eat barley. Really? Flora asked doubtfully. Gauda knew that what she cared about was the part about Lady Flora truly being a lady. Really? Really? Flora was delighted. God glanced at the elated Flora, feeling a little guilty. His words weren't entirely false, but he hadn't actually said the other side either. However, Flora didn't need sleep or get tired. Wasn't she born with an innate superhuman physique? Nothing could possibly stop her. God silently convinced himself. Under God's will, the Ministry of Agriculture was quickly established, although its personnel were currently very small. Minister Flora, Deputy Minister Grant, and over 20 people who had previously worked in the volcanic land, incorporated into the Ministry of Agriculture as apprentices. But barley cultivation work continued. The cultivation of the original cold-resistant wheat variety had been handed over to SYNOPSIS and the 20-odd apprentices. Grant, on the other hand, was working with God and Flora on the superior breeding of golden radiance wheat. To say he was working with them was more like learning. His main task was to meticulously record everything Flora described, including the depth of tilling, sowing intervals, the significance of different stages of the golden wheat's growth, proper fertilization methods, the amount of fertilizer needed, and how to select superior seeds. All of this, according to Gauda's requirements, had to be recorded, compiled into a manual, and standardized. Future planting work would then follow these standards, with a Ministry of Agriculture responsible for promotion, guidance, and supervision. Guidance required that one first understand the material. Flora spoke, Grant wrote. At the same time, Gauda was also speaking, and Flora needed to write as well. Although right now I'm explaining the methods and Flora is responsible for completing them, Flora is now the Minister of Agriculture. In the future, I'll only be responsible for setting requirements, how to complete them will be up to Flora herself. Therefore, Flora also needs to understand these principles, Gauda patiently explained. Oh, Flora nodded her little head, somewhat bewildered. Gauda continued, the selection of parental lines for hybrid barley, that is, the choice of the male and female lines, is actually quite important. Even with the same hybrid combination of cold-resistant barley and Jinhu barley, the offspring of hybrid barley bred from the male and female lines of the cold-resistant barley will exhibit significantly different traits. In the hybridization breeding process, the female line should typically possess excellent agronomic traits and strong reproductive capacity. The former helps improve the overall performance of the new variety, while the latter ensures the quantity and quality of the hybrid seeds. The male line, on the other hand, focuses on complementary traits to the female line, such as disease and pest resistance, cold resistance, and drought resistance. Therefore, Jinhu barley, with its long planting history and proven track record, is clearly more suitable as the female line, and the cold-resistant barley, with its relatively low yield but unprecedented cold resistance, is the best choice for the male line. The current problem is that the yield of Jinhu barley as the female line is still too low. Gouda did a simple calculation. Limited by the relatively simple farming tools, planting methods, and seed quality of this world, the yield of barley in this world is about 60 kilograms per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.165 acres. Sowing 1 mu of barley requires about 10 kilograms of seeds. This can be understood as a seed-to-yield ratio of 1:5. Golden Glory wheat also falls within this range. Undoubtedly, this seed-to-yield ratio is too low. In Gouda's previous life, the global average barley yield could reach about 230 kilograms per mu, 4 times that of this world. In some regions with higher levels of agricultural technology and management, the average barley yield could easily reach 500 kilograms per mu, or even higher. The Ministry of Agriculture's first task is to increase the yield of Golden Glory wheat to about 120 kilograms per mu as soon as possible. Gouda set a KPI for Flora. Modern precision agriculture and mechanized operations aren't feasible yet, but Gouda's requirements aren't high. He'd be satisfied if she could increase barley yield to around 120 kilograms per mu. Doubling the yield sounds exaggerated, but it's actually not that difficult. Because the most important factor affecting yield is still the selection of superior varieties. Although this world lacks modern breeding technology, it possesses extraordinary abilities. Which is stronger is hard to say. At least in Gouda's view, Flora's abilities have greater potential. Modern breeding technology improves methods and cultivates superior seeds through science and continuous experimentation. But Flora communicates directly with plants, using extraordinary abilities to directly see through their essence and needs. This process is simpler and more precise. What's lacking is the ability to achieve this process. All points allocated in Chapter 294. Phoenix, City Hall. Gouda is at his desk, working on a calculation: how many acres of land the Ministry of Agriculture needs to cultivate, and how many people Phoenix needs to invest in agriculture. Taking into account individual differences among children, young adults, the elderly, men, and women, and using an average, each person needs at least 0.5 kilograms of barley per day. The Xianbing tribe currently has a population of approximately 500,000, but it's foreseeable that after the food problem is solved, there will be a population explosion. Therefore, the first round of farming can meet the grain needs of 500,000 people, but in terms of land cultivation and manpower, the plan should be set at least to feed 5 million people. 5 million people, each consuming 0.5 kilograms of barley per day, for 360 days a year, that's 900 million kilograms of barley needed annually. Let's calculate the yield based on the initial target of 120 kg per acre. Barley can be planted 3 times a year, without considering crop rotation. That means 1 acre can produce 360 kilograms of barley per year. This requires cultivating 2.5 million mu of land. In practice, a safety factor must be considered to address the impact of weather changes, pests, and other factors. Let's tentatively set the safety factor at the highest level of 20%, which means cultivating 3 million mu of land. 3 million mu of land. Keep in mind, this world doesn't have tractors, excavators, bulldozers, or other highly mechanized equipment. However, some spells can serve as substitutes, such as sculpting earth, but a mage's magical power is limited, and mana recovery takes time. Moreover, mages are always a minority. Ordinary people are the majority, even in this Xianbing tribe. In short, cultivating 3 million mu of land, even with largely leveled land and without the need for large-scale terrain modification, is an epic undertaking. But one must take things one step at a time. This is only the final plan. Initially, only land sufficient to support 500,000 people needs. That's 300,000 mu. Furthermore, Gada believes that with flora around, barley yields per mu will only increase, and reaching over 200 kilograms per mu in the future is definitely not a problem. This is just his conservative estimate. With the aid of extraordinary power, achieving yields per acre exceeding those of modern agricultural technology in the previous life is not entirely impossible. Even with magic assisting with some of the work in the 300,000 mu of barley fields, the majority still requires manual labor. Given current agricultural technology and tools, at least 40,000 permanent laborers would be needed. Fortunately, the relatively primitive structure of this Henbing tribe means that most people's primary occupation is obtaining food. This allows this Henbing tribe to be highly targeted and efficient, unlike highly specialized societies where it's difficult to allocate so many people to new tasks at once. The three-step approach: first, cultivate 300,000 mu of barley fields, recruit 40,000 farmers, and transform this Henbing tribe's diet into an agricultural one, replacing meat as the staple food with grains. Second, gradually cultivate 3 million mu of barley fields, increasing grain production to 900 million kilograms annually, initially meeting Phoenix's future expansion needs. Third, improve work efficiency and standards. 3 million mu of land, under the current circumstances, requires 400,000 permanent workers. 400,000 full-time farmers are needed to feed 5 million people. Under modern agricultural technology, one farmer can feed 100 people. In developed countries, one farmer can even feed over 150. We don't expect the Northern Territory to reach that level, that's unrealistic, but expecting one full-time farmer to feed 30 people isn't unreasonable. After all, magic exists in this world, it just needs further development. Strive to reduce the number of full-time farmers to below 200,000, while simultaneously cultivating at least 500,000 mu of land as backup. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Gotta put down the sheepskin he had written so densely and let out a long sigh. Although it was a huge project, he didn't feel too tired. Because it was all feasible, there was hope. Although there would inevitably be some twists and turns and unexpected events along the way, as long as he followed a planned process, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Besides, the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that such a task could bring was too strong, completely overshadowing the hardship of the process. Ensuring that all the people of the North could have enough to eat was such a magnificent thing, enough for countless people to sacrifice their lives for it. What was a little hardship compared to that? My king, these are the first-line ley line creatures that our iceborn mages encountered and captured while hunting, as per your request. However, some ley line creatures are quite rare, so we couldn't gather 7. Not long after returning home from the city hall, Elder Landwin came to report to Gouda with a small team. They were escorting a large number of ley line creatures. Before the cultivation of hybrid barley, the Henbing tribe's diet consisted mainly of fish from the Arctic lake and hunting by their hunters. On their first day back in Phoenix, God made a request to all hunters: when hunting, if they encountered any first-ring ley line creatures, they should capture some alive, without hindering their own movement. These captured first-ring ley line creatures didn't need to be perfectly intact, they just needed to be alive. Only 7 of each type of ley line creature were required, no more. On the snowfields, carrying capacity was a precious resource, and too much could be wasted on meaningless items. Therefore, each hunting party typically brought back only 1 or 2 live ley line creatures per trip. However, the Henbing tribe had a large number of iceborn mages and hunters, so even if each hunting party only brought back 1 or 2 first-ring ley line creatures, the accumulated number was still enormous. Before Gouda lay a diverse array of ley line creatures, all appearing pitiful and on the verge of death: frost goblins, humanoid ley line creatures that craft simple, crude weapons, possessing no extraordinary abilities, their only outstanding qualities being strength and tenacious vitality; blue mushrooms, strange ley line creatures the size of a human, resembling blue mushrooms, attacking by whipping living things within their reach with their tentacles, which contained toxins; and cave-dwelling snow worms, large, worm-like ley line creatures with 4 tentacles, typically hiding in ice crevices, patiently waiting for prey to come to them before attacking with their tentacles. Looking at these various ley line creatures, Gouda felt as excited as if he were seeing a pile of gold. Because these weren't just ley line creatures, they were pure, unadulterated source. Thinking back to the days he had painstakingly and diligently earned source, and then looking at this now, how could Gouda not be excited? The day he dreamed of having all his spell points maxed out was about to come true. The variety of creatures rotting in the snowfields was incredibly rich. "Thank you for your hard work," Gauda nodded slightly. Then, he drew his North Wind sword, walked to the helpless rotting creatures, and with a swift stroke, head after head fell. In the blink of an eye, Gauda's origin points had increased by 8 complete first ring origin points and 3 more still progressing. This gain was immense. "Elder Landwin, this task will require the tribesmen to continue. I still need any rotting creatures that haven't yet gathered 7 first ring origin points. Those that have, don't need them," Gauda instructed Elder Landwin again. As for his intentions, Gauda didn't explain. Because no explanation was needed. He was the king of this Handing tribe, many things didn't require explanation, he simply ordered them to do it. "As for these, please have the elders haul them away. Those that can be used as food should be stored in the warehouse, and those that cannot should be disposed of," Gauda said, pointing to the haphazardly lying corpses of the Leline creatures on the ground. "Yes, sir." Elder Landwin clenched his right fist and pounded his chest in a loud reply. Although Sunafa valued the matter at the pollen field, she did not deliberately hide it. Therefore, the elders of this Handing tribe had gradually learned about the cold-resistant wheat over the past few days. Everyone who knew about it personally went to the pollen field to witness the miracle firsthand. After seeing the barley seedlings growing on the snowfield, swaying in the cold wind, and learning that it was all thanks to Gauda, all the elders' trust in Gauda increased significantly. It's no wonder that Elder Landwin, a 4th Circle Mage, was so excited when he met Gauda. After Elder Landwin and his men disposed of the corpses of the ley line creatures and left, Gauda, finally unable to contain his anticipation, returned home and focused his attention on the rudimentary information panel of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow spells. First ring, gain a pet plus, environmental tolerance plus, wild agility plus, language proficiency, ice skating, shield, frozen blade, wolf speed, emotion sensing, tidal net. A total of 10 first ring spells, the last 2 of which he had just mastered in the past few days. For a mage who had only advanced to the first ring less than half a year ago, such a spell library was quite impressive. Many mages, even at the mid-first ring stage, didn't have as many spells as Gauda. Not to mention, of the 10 first ring spells Gauda currently possessed, 6 were rare spells, exceeding half. At it big. Gauda, who had never been so generous before, waved his hand, focusing his attention on the constantly flashing yellow plus symbol after the language proficiency spell attribute. Hiss. With each point of source energy consumed, the language proficiency attribute trembled slightly, then the Big Dipper emerged from its nest, merging into the language proficiency spell model, branching out and sprouting leaves, just like a magical plant advancing. A few breaths later, the plus after the language proficiency spell attribute moved to a different position and stopped flashing. Language proficiency plus prophecy, first ring, for the duration of the spell, 1 hour, know the literal meaning of all languages you hear. Bonus, for the duration of the spell, you can write the corresponding characters for all languages you hear. The change had already occurred. Although Gauda hadn't yet imagined the specific applications, something was better than nothing, and it would come in handy eventually. Of course, most importantly, Gauda now had abundant source energy, so even if he added a point or two that wasn't useful, he wouldn't feel a pang of regret. Let's continue. Gauda didn't stop, shifting his attention to the flashing plus sign after ice skating. At it, ice skating plus alteration, first ring, bonus. The spell's effect can stack with other spells that increase movement speed. Good. Gauda secretly praised himself. The improvement from ice skating plus was immediately apparent. A spell that can stack is a good spell. Just like even the richest person wouldn't complain about having too much money. Again, another point of mana consumption. A few breaths later, shield transformed into shield plus, protection, first ring. An invisible mana shield appears around you, protecting you, and this spell completely shields you from damage caused by magic missiles. Bonus, the duration and protective effect of the mana shield are increased to a certain extent. Even better. As a defensive spell, unlike offensive spells, Gauda didn't need shield to come up with any strange new uses. Directly enhancing spell effects, also known as numerical boosting, is the best arrangement for defensive spells. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow never disappoints him. Again, Gata focused his mind on the 4 rare spells he obtained from the Snowfield Guardian. A moment later, Frozen Blade Plus, Conjuration, First Ring, creates a permanent ice crystal shard. Afterward, this spell can be cast again at any time to launch the ice crystal shard at a creature within a range, 240 feet. If it hits, the target suffers piercing and cold damage. The spell damage can be increased by improving the quality of the ice crystal shard. Bonus: the ice crystal shard becomes smaller, making it easier to carry and conceal. Sensing the new effect of Frozen Blade Plus, Gata's heart stirred, and he subconsciously cast the spell, launching the ice crystal shard he had hidden at his waist. Swoosh! An almost imperceptible transparent shadow flashed by. The ice crystal shard had suddenly changed from the size of a dagger to the thickness of a silver needle. Staring at the frozen blade, which should be called an ice needle rather than an ice crystal shard, God was dumbfounded, quite surprised. He knew it was shrinking in size, but who would have thought it could be condensed to this size? It had instantly transformed from a sharp weapon into a hidden weapon. He was secretly delighted, and inspiration struck. He chose to hide the ice needle in his right ear. A double win. After experiencing the changes from Frozen Blade Plus, Gaod was even more eager for the remaining 3 spells, and quickly continued to consume his essence to add points. Wolf Speed Plus, Transmutation, First Ring, bonus. During the spell's duration, in addition to gaining wolf speed, you will also gain wolf jumping ability, 3-4 meters jump distance, 1.5 to 2 meters jump height. Nothing much to say, it's basically an upgrade from a half-wolf form to a full wolf form, with the most noticeable improvement in movement in obstacle-filled terrain like the jungle. Perception of emotions plus prophecy, First Ring, you adjust your senses to receive the emotions of others for a duration, up to 10 minutes. While you cast this spell and until its end, you may focus your senses on a visible humanoid being within your vicinity, 60 feet equals 20 meters. You will immediately perceive the target's primary emotions, such as love, anger, pain, fear, calmness, or others. If the target is not actually humanoid or possesses extremely high mental resistance, you will perceive a calming emotion. Additional, if the target becomes immune to this spell's effects, they will not be able to detect the spell being cast unless their mental strength is far superior to yours. Perceiving emotions is somewhat similar to Flora's innate ability to sense malice. However, because Flora's ability is innate, she can sense malice even from beings far stronger than herself, without needing to actively cast a spell, and without being detected by the target. In comparison, perceiving emotions has far more limitations. Not only does it require active casting, but for the spell to take effect, it also requires a contest of mental strength. If the target's mental strength is higher than yours or they possess abilities to increase mental resilience, perceiving emotions will not be effective. That's not the main point. The main point is that if the target is immune to the perceive emotions spell effect, they will still be aware that you cast the spell on them. It's all or nothing. If it fails, there's a high probability of creating an enemy. Perceive emotions plus modifies this aspect. Undoubtedly, it's a very practical enhancement. Gata focused his attention on the last unadded point in the First Ring spell with satisfaction. A few breaths later, Tidal Net plus Conjuration, First Ring, you magically create a tidal net made of water, launching a ranged spell attack on a visible target within casting range, 120 feet equals 40 meters. A large or smaller creature caught in the net will be bound, and the binding will last until the creature is freed. The net cannot affect inanimate objects or giant or larger creatures. Creatures can break free of the net with great strength or destroy it with their sharp claws, thus ending the binding effect. Additional, the size of the tidal net can be increased by consuming additional mana to affect giant or larger creatures. Chapter 295 Northwest Barley Number 1. This time, Gata was somewhat disappointed with the additional effect of Tidal Net Plus. After adding points to Feng Ling Yu Ying, Tidal Net is a control spell, extremely effective in temporarily restricting enemy movement in combat. It's also an excellent beast catching spell for the Snowfield Guardians, as they are skilled at beast taming. Taming beasts begins with catching them. Only after catching can one proceed to subjugation and control. Although Tidal Net can only be used on creatures of large size or smaller, it's sufficient in most situations. After all, creatures that can be considered giant or larger are rare on the snowfield. And while a creature's strength isn't necessarily proportional to its size, generally, large creatures aren't weak either. From this perspective, giant creatures are at least second ring level, so even if a first ring spell could be cast on them, it probably wouldn't be very effective. Therefore, the enhancement to Tidal Net Plus seems somewhat lackluster. However, with readily available and abundant origin points, Gada's mindset was quite good. Better than nothing, after all. Castella, volcanic land. Before neat field of golden wheat, the core figures of this Hanbing tribe were all gathered. This included King God of this Hanbing tribe, War Mother Sunifa, Phoenix Minister of Agriculture Flora, Deputy Minister Grand, and the other 3 fourth ring elders. Not one was absent. Today marked the first attempt by the Ministry of Agriculture to cultivate hybrid barley. For this Hanbing tribe, and even for the North, this could be a world-changing experiment. Anyone who knew the significance behind this experiment had no reason not to witness it firsthand. The golden wheat in the field before them was in full bloom. The first step in hybridization was to adjust the flowering period, ensuring the male and female plants bloomed at the same time for crossbreeding. Normally, this required methods such as light control, staggered sowing, and temperature management. Simultaneously, to avoid contamination from foreign pollen, the selected female plants needed to be physically isolated, and the ears of grain about to bloom were covered. But in Phoenix, it wasn't so complicated. Sunifa personally intervened, using her natural arts to force the small patch of golden glory wheat to reach the optimal flowering period for hybridization, skipping the long preparation period. It was precisely when the golden glory wheat ears emerged, the stems below the ears protruding about 2 centimeters from the leaf sheaths. The anthers were green, and neither the anthers nor the ovaries were fully mature. After adjusting the flowering period, the next step is to select ears. We need to choose well-developed, robust ears from the main stem or large tillers, free from pests and diseases, as the female parent, Gada instructed from the side. Deputy Minister of Agriculture Grant was responsible for recording, while the agricultural apprentices were responsible for checking the selected ears. Frankly, this step, from an experimental standpoint, didn't need to be so complicated, because with Flora's abilities, she could easily select a high-quality female parent in one go. However, Gada understood that while he could rely on Flora in the early stages, he couldn't rely on her abilities forever. It's crucial to ensure the Ministry of Agriculture has the capacity for independent hybridization even without Flora. Therefore, standards must be followed from the outset, with records and regulations established for future reference. After selecting the ears, the next step is ear preparation. Ear preparation involves removing the later developing spikelets from the upper and lower parts of the ear, retaining the best developed and strongest spikelets from the middle. Under Gauda's guidance, the apprentices were already operating with extreme care. The process itself wasn't particularly demanding, but the watchful eyes of so many important figures in the tribe made the apprentices quite nervous. Furthermore, it was their first time doing this kind of work, so their movements were slow. However, they managed to complete it smoothly. The apprentices, having worked tirelessly for so long, breathed a sigh of relief, wiped non-existent beads of sweat from their foreheads, looked up at Gauda, and awaited further instructions. After ear preparation, immediately proceed with stamen removal, carefully removing the stamens from each spikelet. Be careful not to damage the pistils. The apprentices had already been taught how to distinguish between stamens and pistils. This step was much more delicate than ear shaping. However, after the ear shaping process, the apprentices' tension eased considerably, and they relaxed a bit. To ensure the experiment proceeded smoothly, Gada had previously activated a magical model, casting a Divine Guidance Plus spell on each of the apprentices. Under the Divine Guidance Plus blessing, the apprentices immediately got into the zone, taking out their special tools and beginning their work. Gada silently opened his third-tier Mandora's eye, using his farsightedness and magnification abilities to observe. Even with the Divine Guidance Plus blessing, the process wasn't entirely smooth. Some apprentices inevitably damaged the pistils due to shaky hands. However, these were all predictable situations, and seeing that Gada hadn't blamed them for their mistakes, the apprentices completely relaxed. After more than half an hour of hard work, the emasculation was finally complete. Gauda waved his hand, and Grant, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture who had been observing and recording the entire process, immediately understood and took out a dozen small bottles of ice crystals. Inside were fresh, mature pollen collected from the hardy barley plants. Pollination is generally done the day after the female barley plant is emasculated, mainly by observing when the stigma of the pistil matures. The signs of maturity are feathery forks, a glossy appearance, and the secretion of a sticky substance. This is when the pollination success rate is highest. Gotta continued. To be honest, in his previous life he majored in mathematics, not agriculture, so he only had a general understanding of the hybridization process. The reason he could now describe so many details and specific procedures was due to experience gained under Flora's guidance during the recent cultivation of hardy barley. Normally, the next step of pollination should take a day or two. However, that was under normal circumstances. This was an experimental process, so speed was paramount. Therefore, Sunnifa intervened again, using her natural magic to induce all the emasculated female barley plants to mature at the time of pistil stigma maturity. After the pollination process was complete, the apprentices took turns receiving the small vials of ice crystals from Grant. Using brushes, they carefully applied the pollen from the vials to the stigmas of the female barley plants, ensuring even distribution. This was a small-scale experiment, allowing for a higher level of precision. Larger-scale hybridization experiments typically use artificial pollination by broadcasting. The apprentices had already mastered pollination techniques from their previous work cultivating cold-resistant barley varieties, so no further instructions were needed. To ensure successful pollination, these apprentices, with years of experience in the Golden Glory wheat fields, usually performed multiple pollinations. Even though Flora could immediately tell if pollination was successful, this experiment wasn't just about successfully cultivating the first generation of hybrid barley. It was also about establishing standards and regulations, so Gouda preferred to spend more time. After pollination, the mother plants must remain isolated until the seeds mature. Simultaneously, their growth must be closely monitored, and any abnormalities recorded. While this was the stated procedure, the actual work was still carried out by Sunnifa, who accelerated the ripening of all the successfully pollinated Golden Glory wheat mother plants. The Golden Glory wheat field, which had been in bloom not long ago, had turned completely golden under the art of nature, laden with heavy, drooping grains. Generally, at this stage, these grains can be collected as first-generation seeds, Gouda explained slowly. The following steps were actually quite simple. Even without professional knowledge, he could deduce how to proceed. The purpose of hybridization is to cultivate seeds that combine the cold resistance of cold-resistant wheat with the high yield and cold-resistant properties of golden radiance wheat. Therefore, after harvesting the seeds, we need to sow these first-generation seeds on the snowfield for selection. Those that can germinate and grow naturally on the snowfield indicate that they have inherited the cold resistance of the father. The next step is to observe their yield and whether the harvested wheat grains possess cold-resistant properties, in order to determine whether they have inherited the excellent traits of the mother, golden radiance wheat, and thus select individuals carrying the ideal traits. For now, we will skip this step for the time being and let Lady Flora conduct the selection, God said. Leave it to Lady Flora, Flora said, head held high. Flora's abilities allowed her to know the traits of these first-generation seeds simply by touching them, without needing to plant them. This is where supernatural power surpasses technology. Sometimes, supernatural power is indeed somewhat unreasonable. The apprentices from the Ministry of Agriculture immediately busied themselves harvesting the wheat grains that had formed in this field of golden radiance wheat. This process allowed for more flexibility, so they abandoned the traditional manual harvesting methods and began using magic. Magical fluctuations arose, ice blades flashed, and wherever they passed, swathes of barley fell without harming a single ear. A quick rub with a mage's hand, and the grains fell away. Watching this, a glint of light flashed in Gouda's eyes, but his mind was elsewhere. After collecting all the grains, the next step was the sorting process, overseen by Flora. Looking at the nearly mountain of barley seeds, Flora unconsciously frowned. Although she could determine the characteristics of the seeds simply by touching them, the sheer number of barley seeds was staggering. Flora looked up at Gouda, saying nothing. But Gouda understood everything. Lady Flora, do you remember what a minister is? He's the boss. Everyone in the department has to listen to the minister. And do you remember what the Ministry of Agriculture is? Gouda looked down at the little figure, who looked up at him. It's the department responsible for everyone's meals. It's the foundation of Phoenix. Lady Flora has such a good memory, truly insightful. Then what does the Minister of Agriculture do? To cultivate superior barley varieties so that the people of Phoenix can all eat barley. Flora answered quickly. Yes, although Lady Flora is now the Minister of Agriculture, this is the job she should be doing, but it's still very hard for her to inspect so many barley seeds, so I still have to say something to her. Gauda looked at Flora, whose eyes were clear and pure. Gauda suppressed his guilt and solemnly clasped his hands in a salute, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Flora." The little figure's expression changed slightly, but he was still a little confused, feeling that something seemed off. But before she could figure it out, "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Flora," Sunifa, who had been observing for a while, chimed in, bowing to Flora with the same clasped hands gesture as God. God glanced at Sunifa in surprise, but she kept her eyes straight ahead, maintaining her aloof demeanor, as if what she was doing was perfectly normal. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Flora. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Flora." Everyone else reacted as well, bowing to Flora in unison. "It's nothing." Surrounded by so many people, Lady Flora had forgotten what she was thinking, tilting her head back. "This is simply Lady Flora's duty. Lady Flora is truly a responsible minister," God said. "Of course, afterwards, we will need to conduct multi-generational selection, starting with the second generation of seeds and gradually implementing the selection process. We will also need to select outstanding individual plants and conduct regional trials in multiple locations to evaluate their stability and adaptability." Gauda's tone was sincere. "This process will take a lot of time. If Lady Flora could directly conduct the seed selection, it would save a lot of effort. Of course, I know that without me saying it, as the Minister of Agriculture, Lady Flora will naturally take the initiative. Without the Mage saying it, Lady Flora will take the initiative. Lady Flora not only has a wise heart, but also a sense of responsibility." "That's right, but in the future, there will be so many barley seeds for Lady Flora to select. Won't Lady Flora find it tiring?" "No." After firmly answering her Mage's question, Flora flapped her little wings without hesitation and came to the barley mountain. She stretched out her little hand and picked up a grain of barley that looked like a fruit to her. The next moment, she made her judgment. "This one is fine. This one isn't. This one isn't. This one is fine." Flora's clear voice echoed through the golden wheat field, while her apprentices followed her judgment, classifying the seeds. This busy work lasted for half a day. In the end, seeds possessing the three traits of cold resistance, high yield, and cold tolerance accounted for 80% of all barley seeds. Normally, first-generation seeds show high uniformity and excellent growth vigor. Because they are hybrids from carefully selected parents, they usually show heterosis, so almost all seedlings should exhibit the ideal traits. However, the final proportion of ideal traits was only 80%. Scientifically speaking, this means that cold resistance is likely a trait controlled by multiple genes. But this wasn't a major problem. Selection continued in the second and subsequent generations until the proportion of seeds with ideal traits approached 100%. "Is this all?" Grant asked, watching Flora select the seeds. "They look almost identical to Golden Glory barley seeds. These barley seeds, just by looking at them, didn't seem particularly special. And could such simple manipulation really produce barley that combined the characteristics of both Golden Glory and cold-resistant barley?" He wasn't doubting God and Flora, but he found it incredible, beyond his comprehension. God smiled slightly. He knew Grant's question was shared by everyone else present. They only look similar, but they were no longer Golden Glory barley. They're a completely new barley variety. God thought for a moment and immediately named it. "Let's call it Northwest Barley Number 1. Next, let's take Northwest Barley Number 1 to the already cultivated farms for trial planting." Chapter 296. Back on track and good news. Following Gauda's orders, Grant had already recruited a group of people from the tribe and was working tirelessly to cultivate the first batch of 300,000 acres of land. However, before the Northwest Barley Number 1 was successfully developed, the Zhanbing tribe could not dedicate too much manpower to land reclamation. Because until a stable food source was secured, the tribe's workforce had to prioritize obtaining food and could not be involved in land reclamation, which offered no immediate returns. Food storage had always been a difficult task for the Northerners. They struggled to even feed themselves, let alone store food. This resulted in their poor resilience. Even though the Zhanbing tribe was the largest tribe in the north, they were not much better off in this regard, especially considering the recent squandering of their food reserves after a campaign against the Icefield Temple, which had dwindled their already meager reserves. Therefore, even though Gauda was 99% certain of the hybrid barley's success, He could not rashly make a decision that, if it failed even by 1%, would lead to the starvation of many tribesmen. Naturally, with limited manpower and resources, the area of farmland cultivated in Phoenix is still far from the target of 300,000 mu. The snowfield outside the Phoenix Ice City wall marks the starting point for the first batch of 300,000 mu of farmland planned by Gouda. A group of people arrived here with Northwest Barley No. 1 seeds. Nearly 100 members of this Handing tribe had been waiting there for some time, as ordered. They were the people responsible for cultivating the land. Following Gouda's instructions and under Flora's guidance, these nearly 100 Handing tribesmen received the Northwest Barley No. 1 seeds and began sowing them at the most suitable spacing and density. The dozen or so apprentices from the Ministry of Agriculture were responsible for recording the planting. After this Handing tribesmen had planted all the Northwest Barley No. 1 seeds they brought, Gouda nodded slightly to Sunifa beside him. Sunifa immediately understood, selected a row of planting pits already covered with soil, and cast a nature spell. At this moment, Gouda was also somewhat excited. He wasn't worried about the growth of the Northwest Barley No. 1, and he had great confidence in the hybridization experiment. What he cared about was that this was destined to be a great moment. From today onwards, barley would officially appear on the permafrost tundra, and the change in the north would begin from this moment. Under Sunifa's nature's art, and under everyone's watchful eyes, more than 100 barley seedlings quickly broke through the soil and grew rapidly. Although they hadn't seen these seedlings harvested yet, seeing these seeds, clearly harvested from golden radiance barley that could only grow on volcanic soil, sprouting on the snowfield, left everyone in this Handing tribe speechless. Those Handing tribesmen who came to sow the seeds according to orders were even more astonished. The following steps were actually the same as the cultivation process of the original cold-resistant barley variety. Except for the need to stop for artificial pollination during the flowering period, everything else was accelerated by Sunifa using nature's art. Everything went smoothly, as if by magic. Over 100 tall and lush Northwest Barley No. 1 plants, laden with heavy, golden ears of wheat, appeared before everyone, looking vibrant and fresh. With just a cursory glance, Gouda knew the yield per acre would definitely meet his target of 120 kilograms. A gentle breeze carried the rich aroma of wheat, invigorating the senses. Gouda used his magical hand technique to casually pluck a handful of ears of wheat from a barley plant, then gently rubbed them in his hand. The hard husk peeled away, revealing golden yellow grains with slightly translucent vertical stripes. They resembled golden glory barley, but the differences were clearly apparent. Gouda popped a handful of grains into his mouth and began to chew. This was the best way to eat golden glory barley. It was crisp and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness. Of course, while the texture was important, it wasn't Gouda's primary concern. After he chewed and swallowed the barley grains, a warm current instantly rose from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body and warming him considerably in a moment. This was precisely the cold-dispelling property of golden glory barley, which was also what Gouda valued most. Warmth and food had always been the biggest survival challenges for the people of the North. Northwest Barley Variety No. 1 offered solutions to both of these problems simultaneously. You should try some too, Gouda said with a smile to everyone. Grant, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, swallowed hard, took the lead in plucking a handful of barley, rubbing off the husks, and nervously stuffing the grains into his mouth to chew. The next instant, Grant's slightly cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing his reaction, the others couldn't resist and followed suit, plucking handfuls of barley to taste. Immediately afterward, everyone's eyes shone brightly, and their bodies trembled slightly with excitement. My king, if this barley can grow without volcanic soil, no more children in Phoenix will starve. Can it really be grown on a large scale in the snowfields? Grant's voice was dry and trembling, still incredulous. As you can see, Vice Minister Grant, God spread his hands. The snowfields are the most suitable growing environment for Northwest Barley No. 1. On the contrary, if it is planted in volcanic soil, it will not grow properly. However, we haven't cultivated enough suitable snowfield land yet. God changed the subject, pointing out a current problem. He paused, then turned to Sunifa and said, next, while ensuring that the food supply is not a problem, we should shift the tribe's focus to cultivating the land. Of course, my king, Sunifa said. The breeding work for Northwest Barley No. 1 still needs your help, God added. To quickly obtain Northwest Barley No. 1 with stable and ideal traits, the rapid growth method of natural arts is indispensable in the short term. Thinking of this, God couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Without the art of nature, it would have taken at least 4 or 5 years to cultivate the first generation of Northwest barley number 1. Subsequent generations of selection would have taken several more years. Unlike now, where everything is already on track after only half a month. Sunifa nodded emphatically. This wasn't just farming, but a transformative event for the entire Shanding tribe and even the entire Northern Territory. As for the guidance and standard supervision of land reclamation, and the subsequent multi-generational selection and breeding of Northwest barley number 1. That's the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture. The Ministry of Agriculture currently has few available personnel and so much work to do, so you'll have to work hard for now, Geode said to Flora and Grant. With the hybrid barley project on track, Geode wasn't planning to be a full-time steward. He would delegate the remaining work of grain cultivation entirely to the Ministry of Agriculture. Geode would only occasionally check on the progress and results, offering some relevant suggestions. Delegating authority when necessary freed up his own resources and also cultivated talent. It's not just the Ministry of Agriculture that has too few capable people, the entire Phoenix region has far too few. A rapidly developing organization can never have only one department. But the establishment of a department represents a new responsibility and capability, requiring sufficient management talent and a solid foundation. Otherwise, building an empty shell is meaningless. The more Gada thought about it, the heavier his shoulders felt. Phoenix lacked so much, it was essentially starting from scratch. The only consolation was that, because of its primitive, closed, and backward nature, coupled with the near-blind faith of this Shanding tribe in him, any of Gada's ideas that seemed heretical to outsiders could be resolutely implemented here. In Gada's view, going from 0 to 100 in the north was actually easier than going from 40 or 50 to 100 in the outside world. Because going from 0 to 100 only required 100 of the effort. Outside, it might seem like the process involves first destroying 40 and 50 to 0, then starting from 0 again, requiring an effort of 140. 10 days quickly passed. With the blessing of the 4th-tier spiritual land, 6 months after advancing to the first ring mage level, Gada condensed a new drop of liquid mana. His cultivation was finally on track. Mana power. 21 drops of liquid mana. Spiritual power. 132. This was Gada's current state. He had also successfully mastered the last 4 first-ring spells he received from the Snowfield Guardian, having constructed spell models for them all. The number of first-ring spells in Gada's spellbook had now expanded to 14. This number was practically indistinguishable from that of a seasoned first-ring mage. Furthermore, thanks to the efforts of the Shanding tribe members, Gada gained another 6 points of first-ring essence, bringing his total to 7 points. However, at this point, his efficiency in acquiring source energy wasn't as high as before. After all, there were only about 20 or 30 types of first-ring leyline creatures commonly found on the snowfields, and only about 10 in the area surrounding Phoenix. The other first-ring leyline creatures were either uncommon or there weren't enough to gather 7 of them. But this wasn't a big deal. Because right now, God's requirement was simply for his people to capture some first-ring leyline creatures while hunting for food. Once the Northwest barley number 1 seed was fully deployed and he no longer had to worry about food, he could easily form a hunting team specifically to capture leyline creatures for him. With this in mind, God allocated all his points to the 4 new first-ring spells he had learned, without being stingy with source energy, animal conversation plus, prophecy, first ring, for the duration of the spell. Gain the ability to understand and communicate with wild beasts. Many wild beasts are not very intelligent, so their cognitive level is quite limited, but they can at least provide you with information about the surrounding area and monsters, including anything they have perceived now or in the previous day. There's a small chance you can persuade a beast to do you a small favor. Additional, the spell will also affect leyline creatures of lower rank than you. The original, Animal Talk, was considered one of the essential spells for Snowfield Guardians. In the remote snowfields, it was incredibly useful for gathering intelligence and locating targets. Even in cities, Animal Talk is still very effective. The size and habits of beasts allow them to go to and notice places humans wouldn't normally pay attention to. Furthermore, humans are naturally less wary of beasts. Just as a fugitive seen by a human might be killed to cover their tracks, being seen by a rat generally wouldn't warrant such a serious extermination. Animal Talk Plus expands the spell's range, further enhancing its practicality. Hunter's Mark Plus, Prophecy, First Ring, designates a visible creature within casting range, 180 feet equals 60 meters, and magically marks it as your prey. Until the spell ends, 1 hour, each weapon attack you land on the target deals additional damage, and you will find the marked creature more easily. Bonus, your spell attacks deal an equal amount of additional damage upon hitting the target. Beast Bond Plus, Prophecy, First Ring, you establish a mental link with a beast you have contacted that is friendly to you or has been charmed by you. If the beast's intelligence is too high, above monkeys, wolves, or certain birds, the spell will fail. This link remains active as long as you and the beast are within each other's line of sight until the spell ends. Through this link, the beast can understand your telepathic messages and will telepathically communicate its basic emotions and desires to you. Bonus, the mental link will be successfully established as long as the creature is friendly to you or has been charmed by you, regardless of its intelligence. Mystic Chorus Plus, Illusion, First Ring, a form of music of your choice plays within a 60-foot radius around you. The music can travel around corners and follows your movement, remaining centered on you for its duration. Until the spell ends, you can use an action to trick a creature of your choice that is near you, can see you, and can hear the music. This creature must engage in a mental battle. If it fails, it will become friendly towards you for the duration the creature can hear the music and for 1 hour afterward. Tricks and other negotiation actions against creatures that have become friendly due to this spell will have increased success rates. Additional, you can control the target of the music. Creatures not within the spell's range will not hear it, even if they are within the spell's area of effect. Hunter's Mark is a typical combat spell, extremely cost-effective against tough line creatures. However, because the spell's effect only increases weapon damage, it's actually only suitable for melee mages like Barak who excel in martial arts. At least for God, it's a lackluster spell. But with a Wind Spirit and Moon Shadow skill points, Hunter's Mark Plus becomes suitable for all mages. Beast Bond is a beast-taming spell, used by members of the Snowfield Guardians to strengthen their bond with animals and build close relationships. Mystic Caruses, a rare illusion spell. For Gauda, while both spells are rare, their uses are limited, making them more of a better-than-nothing spell. However, for the entire Shending tribe, Beast Bond is a spell Gauda believes should be vigorously promoted, as it will be invaluable for both future development of animal husbandry and transportation. Gauda rose, preparing to inspect the progress of the Golden Radiance farm, which was being vigorously cultivated outside the city. The first batch of 300,000 acres of land to be cultivated had already been named Golden Radiance Farm, after the Golden Radiance wheat. Unexpectedly, Sunafa arrived first. My king, the area of land transformed by the Sacred Tree and Valor Bay has met your requirements. She brought Gauda good news. Chapter 297 Reciprocation, Increased Lifespan, Enhanced Mental Strength. The Sacred Tree is your Gathera. As the sacred object of the king of this Shending tribe, it is naturally also the sacred tree of this Shending tribe. To the Shending people, this name is perfectly acceptable. Gauda didn't bother to correct the name, but accepted it readily. Upon hearing the news brought by Sunifa, Gauda's spirits immediately lifted. Most of the miraculous effects of the Greenwood longevity scripture, whether it's increased lifespan or enhanced spiritual power, actually originate from the sacred object with which the bond is formed. However, Yugathera is currently just a green sprout, its foundation unstable, so it cannot be said to grant Gauda longevity. But letting Yugathera grow naturally is too slow, not a viable method. It must be accelerated. The method to accelerate Yugathera's growth is planting trees. The higher the rank, the more diverse the species, and the greater the number of trees around it, the faster Yugathera will grow. However, the environment of the snowfield itself is not suitable for tree growth. Before this, the vegetation on the permafrost tundra was limited to moss, lichen, and occasionally some low shrubs. There was almost no trace of large trees. At least for now, the only known large tree in the north is a Norse cedar within Viking territory. The hope of planting trees against the environment relies on the ability of Yggdrasil. It can gradually transform the surrounding land into a magically concentrated, plant-friendly spiritual ground centered on itself. Currently, because Yggdrasil is newly planted and still in its nascent stage, its ability is weak, so its land transformation speed is still very slow. However, after a month of accumulation, the land transformed by Yggdrasil is barely enough to plant some other trees. God's strategy is simple: ignore planting for now, and don't worry about overly dense planting affecting Yggdrasil's growth. Plant trees wherever there's space to provide initial growth benefits for Yggdrasil. Later, when the spiritual ground transformed by Yggdrasil is larger, a more rational plan can be made. Those that can be transplanted, and those that cannot be transplanted can simply be cut down. Gauda immediately pulled Elder Landwin and the incredibly busy Minister Flora along, giving her a paid vacation, and left Phoenix without stopping, heading straight for Valor Bay. Even though he knew the route well, it still took Gauda nearly 4 days to cover the 400-mile distance. The road absolutely had to be repaired, and a tunnel too. This made Gauda prioritize road construction even more. Valor Bay. Compared to a month ago, there were some minor changes. The most obvious change was that dozens of simple tents had been erected around Yuggothera, forming a small camp. Elder Gain's 100-man tree guarding team had never left during this time, guarding the sacred tree day and night. This small camp was set up by them. This was the surface change. Deeper changes required closer inspection. The little finger-sized green sprout, after a month of growth, had hardly changed at all, still only having 3 leaves, radiating a colorful glow. For a tree known for its long lifespan, especially a high-level magical plant, a month is far too short. However, the land within a circular area of about 10 meters in radius centered on Yuggothera has undergone a dramatic transformation in just 1 month. The thick layer of snow on the surface has melted, revealing the soil beneath. Within the soil, a faint magical energy is surging. Yuggothera is still small and its abilities are not yet sufficient to directly transform the land into sacred ground in one step, but such land is already suitable for planting ordinary trees. The circular area with a 10-meter radius is actually about half an acre in total. Half an acre can only accommodate 30-50 trees with large canopies, any more would hinder their growth. But in reality, the number of trees that can be planted is even less. This is because although Yuggothera appears to be a sapling, its root system beneath the soil has already expanded outwards. Therefore, the only land area truly suitable for planting other tree species is the outermost ring, the area where the roots of Yuggothera haven't yet expanded. Gauda roughly estimated that these areas could only accommodate about 10 trees at most. A bit few, but that's perfect, since he only had about 10 different tree species. He could plant one of each and harvest his first-time recharge bonus first. My king, upon seeing Gauda arrive, Elder Gain, who was guarding the sacred tree, hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "How has the situation been this past month?" Gauda casually asked. Actually, Elder Gain had been reporting the situation in real time through Sunifa's magical falcon Azure, but often, the purpose of asking wasn't to get an answer, but rather to give the elder a chance to claim credit. "My king, aside from the occasional leline creatures and beasts wandering nearby, there have been no unusual occurrences. As for those creatures and beasts that did appear, we have killed them all, ensuring they had no chance to approach the sacred tree, and guaranteeing that no accidents will happen. Thank you for your hard work." God patted the latter's shoulder with satisfaction, then led Flora to Yuggothera. The closer they got to Yuggothera, the stronger the mysterious connection became. In Phoenix, God couldn't sense any connection with Yuggothera at all. But at this distance, through the bond formed with Yuggothera, God could clearly feel its joy and a certain longing for his and Flora's arrival. God bent down and gently stroked the sapling, also expressing his affection. What he could feel, Flora, with her even closer connection to Yuggothera, could naturally feel as well, even more specifically. "Yuggothera longs for the tree seed from Lady Flora," Flora said. With a flick of her small hand, several tree seeds of varying shapes appeared in her palm, all collected by Guardian Elohim. The oval-shaped, brown seeds with irregular stripes on their surface were pine seeds. Slightly larger than pine seeds with smoother outer bark were cedar seeds. The relatively slender and small ones were birch seeds. Upon seeing the seeds, Yuggothera was immediately overjoyed, her desire intensifying. "Don't rush, I'll plant them for you right away," Gaudi said to the seedlings. The seedlings seemed to understand Gaudi's words, and their intense emotions actually subsided considerably. Gaudi didn't just make empty promises, he immediately took action. He used soil shaping to dig a ring of appropriately deep and sized planting pits around the outermost edge of the land Yuggothera had transformed. Flora then took the seeds from her small space, flew to the planting pits Gaudi had dug, and placed the seeds in one by one. God then used soil shaping to cover the tree seeds with soil, making it loose and breathable yet tightly packed. This is the convenience of magic. Seeing that all the seeds were planted, God immediately cast nature magic to accelerate their growth. These large trees are all very long-lived, if they grow in a suitable environment and are not affected by natural disasters or diseases. They can easily live for over 500 years. Long lifespan also means a very long growth period. It generally takes more than 10 years for a tree seed to grow into usable timber, unlike barley, which can be harvested in 3 or 4 months. However, God didn't need to accelerate them to that point. He only needed to let the seeds germinate, break through the soil, and grow steadily. At this stage, Yugathera would receive the corresponding growth bonus. As nature magic continued to be cast, the seeds planted in the soil began to sprout as if summoned by nature. At first, there was a slight tremor, followed by tiny cracks appearing on the soil surface. Finally, with a soft plop, tender green shoots emerged from the earth. As these saplings broke through the soil, Yugathera began to change. In God's consciousness, he could sense a strange power emanating from these newly sprouted shoots, flowing through the soil and into Yugathera's root system. This power was like some kind of special nutrient. Once absorbed by Yugathera's roots, they immediately began to extend and grow rapidly, burrowing deeper into the earth. As the root system expanded and grew, the Yugathera saplings exposed above the ground also began to grow rapidly. The green shoots, which were originally only the size of a little finger, quickly grew larger and taller. The bean sprout-like stems also thickened. 4 inches, 5 inches, 6 inches, a foot. In an instant, Yugathera grew from a green sprout into a sapling over 3 feet tall, its leaves increasing from 3 to 14, all shimmering with iridescent light, an indescribable wonder. However, at this stage, Yugathera's rapid growth halted. This meant the growth boost from the newly planted seed had ended. Next, Yugathera reverted to its previous state, relying on its roots to draw upon the energy needed for growth, slowly maturing. Just as Gauda was about to say something to Flora, his expression suddenly changed. A surge of extremely pure life force was flowing into his body. Gauda involuntarily sat cross-legged, circulating the Azure Wood longevity scripture, entering a state of focused concentration, diligently absorbing and digesting this life force. Extremely nourishing, he exclaimed instinctively. This life force, like a warm current, flowed throughout his body, merging into his flesh and blood, making him vigorous and full of vitality. As time passed, a layer of moist, luminous light began to appear on Gauda's skin, and his already youthful body radiated a vibrant vitality. Life extension, a very clear feeling surged into his mind. He could sense that under the infusion of this vitality, his lifespan had increased by 10 years, from the maximum lifespan of 150 years for a first-ring mage to 160 years. This was the life-extending ability of the Azure Wood longevity scripture. It might not seem like much, but it's important to understand that a sacred object can only transfer 1/10 of its own life force to the lifespan of its bonded member, and the conversion process itself is only 1/10. In other words, the life force that Yugathera possessed at this moment was a terrifying 1,000 years of lifespan. And this was just a 3-foot-tall sapling. It's unimaginable how terrifying the life force of a fully formed Yugathera would be. And that wasn't all. Besides lifespan, Gauda also sensed a strange spiritual power contained within this life force. After enhancing his vitality, this power directly surged into his mind, beginning to nourish his soul. Immediately afterward, Gauda noticed that his mental strength had surged to 132 after drinking the ice jade wutong water, reaching the limit for an early-stage first-ring mage, where it could no longer increase. However, nourished by this strange life force, it began to slightly increase again. Given a first-ring mage's precise control over their own condition, this perception was infallible. After a long while, his mental strength finally rose from 132 to 133. What seemed like a mere 1-point increase was actually far more significant, as a mental strength value of 133 was normally only attainable by a mid-stage first-ring mage, a bottleneck. Visibly, after crossing this hurdle, Gauda's mental strength growth rate skyrocketed 134, 136, 150. It continued to rise until it reached 150 before this strange power was completely exhausted. Gauda opened his eyes at the opportune moment, stood up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Lifespan 160, spiritual power 150, mana 21 drops of liquid. This was his current state. Although his mage level hadn't increased, a significant change had occurred. Reciprocal nourishment, Gada murmured. He knew that the life force appearing within him was a reciprocal nourishment from Yugathira as it reached a new stage of growth. With each new stage and advancement Yugathira reached, he, as the one bound to it through the azure wood longevity scripture, received this nourishment. However, similarly, if Yugathira were to perish, the life force he received through this nourishment would vanish completely. This was a matter of shared prosperity and shared loss. After forming the bond, Gada's and Yugathira's destinies had become intertwined, forming an inseparable tie. While enjoying the many benefits brought by Yugathira, he also had to remain vigilant and protect it, while doing his best to help it grow and advance rapidly. 160 years old, and I'm only 16 now, only 1/10 of that lifespan. Such a long lifespan is simply unusable. This was just the beginning. If he advanced to a second circle mage, his lifespan limit would increase by another 75 years. And as Yugathira grew, it could continue to replenish his life force, constantly raising God's lifespan limit. Moreover, as long as I diligently plant trees, the more abundant the essence of the vegetation, the faster my cultivation speed will become. Combined with a sufficient lifespan, my future potential will be unimaginable. SHH. 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 Just then, Yugathira's 14 leaves began to tremble, making a rustling sound, and a faint emotion emanated from it, reaching God's mind. More, advancing ability, it wanted God to plant even more saplings so they could continue to grow. As it grows to the next stage, Yugathira will awaken certain unique abilities, and it yearns for these new powers. Then you must first work hard to transform the land so I can plant more trees, said God, in high spirits. Although he also eagerly anticipated Yugathira's new abilities. He gently stroked its leaves to soothe its anxious emotions. Grow up quickly. Yugathira has now grown into a 3-foot-tall sapling, and undoubtedly, its speed in transforming the land into sacred ground will increase dramatically. It's truly a scene of flourishing growth. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 The All-Seeing Eye. I'll have to trouble Elder Gain for a while longer. With things temporarily settled here, God was preparing to return to Phoenix, but before leaving, he had a few things to explain. It's our honor to protect the sacred tree. It's not hard work at all, Elder Gain said solemnly, taking a deep breath. God nodded slightly. Notify me as soon as the radius of the land transformed by the sacred tree doubles, and I'll come again. Yes, Your Majesty. Mounting his snow wolf, God began his journey home. For some reason, Flora was unusually active on the way back, constantly flying around him like a little bee, as if trying to make her presence known. After a while, God finally couldn't help but ask, Lady Flora seems to be in a good mood today. How did you know, Mage? Flora asked in surprise. How did you know? You practically wore your happiness on your sleeve. I guessed why Lady Flora is happy, God asked. Mage, Lady Flora has already mastered the friendship spell. Flora looked up at God, speaking with a seemingly casual air. Oh, God exclaimed in surprise. The Ministry of Agriculture has been so busy lately, I've seen Lady Flora swamped with work, yet you still have time to practice magic? I knew Lady Flora was intelligent, but I never expected her to be so diligent. Flora's expression hardened, and her breathing quickened involuntarily. She wanted to say something, but dared not speak, forcing a tight expression on her face. At the same time, she quickly mentally reviewed all her unhappiness, afraid that she might slip up and reveal her extreme pride and joy. She had to be reserved, elegant. After a moment, feeling her emotions had calmed down, Flora flapped her little wings and said seriously, actually, half the credit goes to Yugathira. As it grew, Lady Flora's abilities also improved a bit. Of course, the other half of the credit came from Lady Flora's diligence and wisdom. Flora didn't say anything, pretending to be indifferent, but looked at God with expectant eyes. God, on the other hand, suddenly realized when he heard Flora's words that Yugathira was not only his sacred object, but also Flora's life seed. He had gained so much from Yugathira's growth, how could Flora not have benefited? God glanced at Flora, who was silent but with bright eyes, and chuckled. Although Yugathira contributed, success depends on human effort. Lady Flora's achievements today are all due to her own hard work and talent. The little girl couldn't help but take a deep breath and clench her little fists. Damn it. I was mentally prepared. Why is it still so hard to control? After a while, Flora finally let out a long breath and calmed down. Now that you've learned friendship spell, I'll teach Lady Flora clay shaping. With Lady Flora's wisdom, I'm sure you'll master it easily. After mastering clay shaping, Flora will be able to dig holes and plant trees by herself, God said to Flora in a tone as if it were some great news, as they hurried along. Flora paused, took another deep breath, and clenched her small fists again. At this moment, she felt a little confused. It sounded great, but why couldn't she be happy? Learning magic was hard work, working was hard work, and learning magic to work was even harder. However, seeing the mage's happy expression for her, and remembering the mage's praise of her earlier, diligent and hard-working, Flora shook her head and pushed her distracting thoughts aside. No problem. Lady Flora's tone and expression were both incredibly firm. Elder Landwin, who had overheard the entire conversation, struggled to suppress his laughter, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Gouda, however, handled the situation with ease, pursing his lips and saying naturally, compared to your progress in magic, Lady Flora's progress in arithmetic has been somewhat slow. With Lady Flora's wisdom, this shouldn't be the case. Is it because you've been working too hard and have become a little lax? Flora began to worry, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to answer yes or no. While Flora was still pondering, Gouda added, actually, Lady Flora already has so much on her plate, it's already quite tiring. We shouldn't be too harsh on her studies. It's mainly because I think Lady Flora is intelligent and can handle both, but there needs to be a balance between work and rest. It's wrong of me to have such high expectations of her. Lady Flora is already amazing, he praised enthusiastically. Good children are praised into being good. Gouda knew this well. That's right, Flora nodded in agreement, secretly thinking that she should sleep a little less in the future and secretly study arithmetic while the maid rested, so as to surprise him and solidify her intelligence. She actually had a bit of fear and apprehension about arithmetic, but after Gouda's words, she had long since forgotten about it. Lady Flora must work hard. Flora clenched her fists, encouraging herself inwardly. On the third day of their return journey, it suddenly began to snow heavily. Snowflakes fell heavily, like goose feathers. At this time, Gouda was less than 100 miles from Phoenix. If it was snowing here, Phoenix would likely be experiencing the same. However, Gouda wasn't too worried. The reason the cold-resistant wheat thrived in the north was because it could absorb trace amounts of ice elements from the extreme cold to replace sunlight and water for energy. Therefore, even if it snowed, it wouldn't affect the Northwest barley number 1, which inherited the cold-resistant wheat's properties. In fact, it could be interpreted as good weather, promising a good harvest. This was truly a case of a timely snow promises a bumper harvest. When he returned to Phoenix, the small city was already draped in a white veil, the sky overcast. This was actually quite common weather in the north, so the lives of the people in Phoenix weren't affected. Gouda returned to the city hall, which had been renamed from the Elders' Hall, and had just sat down in his office when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. As soon as Gouda finished speaking, Grant, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, rushed in, but not to see Gouda. My king, I heard you've returned. Has Lady Flora returned as well? As he spoke, Grant's eyes darted around before finally landing on Flora on Gouda's right shoulder, his eyes lighting up. Flora was extremely important to the current Ministry of Agriculture and even to Phoenix. Especially her ability to select seeds by touch. For Phoenix, whose agriculture was just getting on track, that was core technology. After learning that Gouda had taken his minister away, Grant felt like the sky had fallen, and he eagerly awaited Gouda's return every day. I'm here to see Lady Flora. Gouda lowered his head and said to Flora. Then, a smile appeared on his face, and he said with emotion, without realizing it, Lady Flora has become so important. This family can't be without Lady Flora. Gouda was happy, and Flora was even happier. Lady Flora is truly capable, she emphasized. Yes, incredibly capable. This wasn't just flattery, it was a genuine compliment. You must be tired from your journey, Lady Flora. Would you like to rest? Tired from your journey? Flora didn't understand. It's just a long trip, not tired at all. Then we'll have to trouble Lady Flora to work hard. Everyone depends on you for a chance to have enough to eat. No trouble at all. Flora's tone was crisp and full of energy. Then, she waved her hand and called out in a clear voice, Vice Minister Grant, let's go to the fields. After seeing off the two giants from the Ministry of Agriculture, Gada's office welcomed another visitor. Sunifa. My king, we've discovered something strange. Kang Lan found it during her patrol. As soon as she saw Gada, Sunifa got straight to the point. Something strange? Gada frowned instinctively. And I. Come with me. It's hard to describe, you'll have to see it for yourself, okay? Gada suppressed his curiosity and got up to follow Sunifa. As they walked, Sunifa briefly explained what had happened. This eye was discovered by Sunifa's magical falcon, Azure, during a routine aerial patrol the day after he left Phoenix for Valor Bay. It appeared on the edge of the planned area of Golden Radiance Farm, but fortunately, due to the slow progress of reclamation, it was still a wasteland. Upon receiving Azure's report, Sunifa was very vigilant and immediately took action herself. After all, Golden Radiance Farm was too important to this Handing tribe and even the Northern Territory. She couldn't tolerate any accidents. Its strength was unexpectedly powerful. I even had to use Breath of the Wild to capture it alive. As she said this, Sunifa's expression became serious. Gada's expression also turned solemn upon hearing this. What the hell? A single eye was enough to force Sunifa to use Breath of the Wild. Although capturing it alive was more difficult than killing it, it couldn't mask the fact that this eye was extraordinary. More importantly, in Gada's mind, Sunifa was already the strongest in the north. There were no openly acknowledged fifth-ring mages in the north, and the only fifth-ring necromancer, Ryan, had been personally slain by Sunifa. The strongest in the north certainly wasn't invincible, given the abundance and power of the Leeline creatures there. But at least, Leeline creatures that could give Sunifa a headache should be rare. How could one appear so quickly, and outside Phoenix at that? This gave Gada a bad feeling. As they spoke, Sunifa led Gada to the place where the eye was temporarily imprisoned. Because its origin was unknown, Sunifa had cautiously kept it outside Phoenix and entrusted Elder Claude with its guard. My king, War Mother. Upon seeing Gada and War Mother arrive, Elder Claude bowed respectfully. This thing, upon seeing the true form of the eye, Gada couldn't help but gasp. It really was an eye, an extremely deformed eye monster. Its overall structure resembled a terrifying creation of an infinitely magnified human eyeball. The enormous eyeball occupied the center of vision, its diameter more than a person's height, emitting an ominous, deathly white glow. The whites of the eye appeared abnormally cloudy, devoid of any vitality. In the center of the eyeball was a strange purple pupil, constantly contracting and expanding slightly, like breathing. Even more horrifying were the dozen or so twisted, winding purple tentacles surrounding this enormous eyeball. They swayed gently like living things, their surfaces covered in slippery mucus, with tiny suckers faintly visible at their ends, seemingly searching for targets to entangle or attack. At this moment, the surface of this deformed eyeball was covered with a thin layer of ice, Sunifa's handiwork. It was this thin layer of ice that restricted all its movements. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Gada asked. Sunifa shook her head. This is the first time I've seen such a creature, and it doesn't look like a Leeline creature. Gada nodded slightly in agreement. This thing clearly didn't belong to the same lineage as Leeline creatures. Its blood is purple and extremely corrosive, capable of corroding even snow and soil. Also, its eyes can shoot out beam-like attacks with extremely high intensity. Sunifa explained to Gada in detail about the eye's characteristics. The strangest thing is that although it doesn't look alive, it seems quite intelligent. After exchanging a few blows with me, its first instinct was to flee. Very decisive. Gada nodded silently, his sense of gravity deepening. He thought for a moment, then widened his eyes and looked at the strange eye before him. The next instant, deep within Gada's left pupil, a golden blue interwoven rune flashed and disappeared. Third tier Mandora's Eye, Insight, Power. He activated the Mandora's Eye to observe and model the eye monster before him. Unknown creature, unknown gender, 160 centimeters tall, referring only to the height of the eyeballs, excluding tentacles, weighing between 100 kilograms and 500 kilograms, due to the inability to directly measure the weight of the tentacles. Skeletal structure unknown but exceptionally sturdy, body covered in a slippery layer of mucus, possessing powerful corrosive blood and ray attack capabilities. Number of tentacles: 13, each approximately 2 to 3 meters long, with small suckers at the end for wrapping or attacking. Nervous system exceptionally sensitive, reaction speed extremely fast, extremely high intelligence, possessing a certain degree of strategic thinking. Unknown energy flow within the body, extremely high energy intensity, possibly related to its extraordinary strength and speed. As his mana rapidly depleted, a concrete model of the eyeball monster gradually took shape. Of course, Gowder wasn't satisfied with this, so he continued observing. The longer the observation, the more abilities the observed object displayed, and the more comprehensive and accurate the model became. As the Mandoraza continued to unfold, and Gowda's mana was about to run out, he finally noticed something different. A faint, invisible, yet incredibly stable thread stretched northeastward from the eyeball monster's pupil, its end nowhere in sight. Gowder instinctively activated his farsightedness, following the direction of the thread. The next moment, he shuddered, his face turning deathly pale. In that instant, he clearly saw a gigantic blue eye, staring directly at him from an unknown distance. The overwhelming pressure almost suffocated Gowder, freezing him in place. It felt like staring into the void. Thankfully, the blue eye vanished in an instant, as if it had all been an illusion. "What's wrong, my king?" Sunifa noticed Gowder's distress and asked with concern. Coming to his senses, Gowder glanced at Sunifa's equally beautiful blue eyes and slowly exhaled. "This thing cannot be kept," he said. Although uncertain, Gowder vaguely sensed that this eyeball seemed to be connected to another eye. Through it, the blue eye could see everything here. Gowder drew North Wind, took a step forward, and plunged it directly into the purple pupil of the eyeball monster, then twisted it hard. Origin: 5 rings, artificial omniscient eye, 1/7. Chapter 299 Planting Trees for All. An artificial omniscient eye. Looking at the name of the eye-shaped monster displayed by Wind Spirit Moonshadow, Gowder murmured subconsciously. Just as he had thought, this eye-shaped monster was indeed not a Leeline creature. He simply hadn't expected it to be at the 5th ring level. But it was far weaker than he had imagined, because even the newly entered 5th ring necromancer, Ryan, had found it extremely difficult for Sunifa to kill it. Therefore, after learning that she could capture the eye-shaped monster alive, Gowda's expectation should have been a 4th ring level. The reason it was so weak was perhaps because of the word artificial, Gowda guessed in his mind. Artificial things generally always have some flaws, as the saying goes, a bootleg can't beat the original. However, the word artificial made Gowda's mood even heavier. Who created it? Since they could create a 5th ring monster, the person behind it should at least be at least a 5th ring level. Moreover, thinking of the blue eyes he had just seen, Gowda understood that the other party was definitely more than a 5th ring. Even from an unknown distance, it could exert such a terrifying sense of oppression. 6 rings, 7 rings? Gowda didn't dare to think of 8 rings. Because 8 rings were already the highest level of power in this world. He didn't know who it was, but judging from the appearance of the eyeball monster, it didn't seem like something a righteous character would create. Furthermore, this artificial omniscient eye appeared outside Phoenix. Was it just passing by, or was it specifically coming for Phoenix? And why now of all times? It had never appeared before. A bunch of questions flooded Gowda's mind with the appearance of the name artificial omniscient eye. "My king, did you just say omniscient eye?" While Gowda was still pondering, Sunifa raised an eyebrow, as if she had thought of something, and asked for confirmation. "Yes," Gowda nodded subconsciously, then realized, "You know about this." Sunifa thought for a moment and said, "I know a little." She organized her thoughts slightly and continued, "As you know, in ancient times, there were actually 3 major iceborne tribes in the north. After the iceborne bloodline began to weaken, the Frostguard tribe, one of the 3 major iceborne tribes, migrated to the eastern region of the north and disappeared from the world. Therefore, in the western region of the north, only our Zhanbing tribe and the Winter Hammer, formerly known as the Claw of Winter, remain. The eastern region of the north is a forbidden zone of -100 degrees Celsius. Even those with iceborne blood cannot survive in such extreme cold, so no one knows why the Frostguard tribe's war mother made such an absurd decision. Did they really settle in the eastern region and pass on their lineage, or did they become extinct? No one knows. According to some fragmentary records in the tribe's ancient books, the route taken by the Frostguard tribe's war mother to the eastern region was guided by an all-knowing eye. The ancient texts don't describe the Eye of Omniscience in much detail, only mentioning its name, so I didn't recognize it until your majesty mentioned it. At this point, a hint of surprise flashed in Sunifa's deep blue eyes. How did you recognize it? Even they, the natives of the north, couldn't recognize the origin of the eye-shaped monster. How could God immediately name it? I have acquired a great deal of knowledge. God pointed to his head, giving a vague answer. After all, the wind spirit moon shadow was too mysterious, even he himself didn't understand its origin and principles, let alone how to explain it. However, SYNOPSIS readily accepted this vague answer. Although they were natives of the north and hadn't seen much of the world, she was certain that the hybrid breeding method God used in cultivating the Northwest barley No. 1 variety was a groundbreaking and invaluable piece of knowledge, not only in the north but even in the outside world. Having mastered such profound knowledge, recognizing an all-seeing eye didn't seem too strange. Thinking this, SYNOPSIS quickly moved on from the matter and focused on the all-seeing eye, something only recorded in ancient texts, appearing in the distant past, has now reappeared in the world. Where did it come from? And why? It must have come from there. God had an answer in his mind, pointing northeast. There's no mistake, that's where the all-seeing eye ultimately went. Its return must also be from there. You mean, the eastern region of the north? Or perhaps this all-seeing eye is related to the Frostbeard tribe that went there? Yes. After a pause, God decided to be honest and recounted the blue eyes he had just seen. Blue eyes, pure-blooded iceborn, SYNOPSIS murmured, making a certain deduction. While not everyone with blue eyes is a pure-blooded iceborn, it's true that all pure-blooded iceborn have blue eyes. And those blue eyes came from the eastern region of the north. It's no wonder SYNOPSIS made this connection. God nodded silently, agreeing with SYNOPSIS' idea. Is this for real? Hearing their conversation, Elder Claude felt a cold sweat instantly spread from the back of his head to his entire body. The iceborn bloodline has declined to its extreme by now. How could there still be such a powerful being among the iceborn? This was the first point of doubt. SYNOPSIS was a pure-blooded iceborn, and even though she was only a fourth-ring iceborn, to be able to bring such a terrifying sense of pressure to God from a distance of countless miles was clearly something that a fourth or fifth-ring iceborn mage could not do. Moreover, since the Frostbeard tribe's war mother led her people to the eastern region, the Frostbeard tribe has completely disappeared without a trace. How could there suddenly be an all-knowing eye connected to them? If that's the case, why did they come? Elder Claude was deeply puzzled, and this was also the question that SYNOPSIS and Gauda were pondering. Gauda remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly. When the Frostbeard tribe left, did the prophecy appear? SYNOPSIS paused, then murmured, back then, it was after the War Mother Orisha performed the ancient iceborn ritual spell that Skadi, the current War Mother of the Frostbeard tribe, led her people to migrate to the eastern region. In the tribe's records, it's mentioned that War Mother Skadi, along with War Mother Orisha and War Mother Karekati of the Winter's Claw, had an argument over the prophecy. It seems that War Mother Skadi didn't accept the prophecy's weighting, advocating instead for self-preservation. But in the end, neither of them could convince the other, and later War Mother Skadi led her people to migrate. SYNOPSIS recounted the ancient secrets. So, is it possible that this all-seeing eye is aimed at me? God continued SYNOPSIS' words. Orisha and Skadi had major disagreements on how to save the declining iceborn bloodline, and ultimately parted ways. It's hard to say which of their ideas was right. But let's assume that the Frostbeard tribe still exists. It seems they have been keeping an eye on the other two tribes in the western part of the north, and when the person Orisha prophesied through ritual magic actually appeared, it's understandable that they couldn't help but send out the all-seeing eye to investigate the situation. This, SYNOPSIS and Elder Claude exchanged a glance, both hesitant. God's speculation, upon careful consideration, did make some sense. The reason for their hesitation was that they still found it difficult to imagine how the Frostbeard tribe had survived to this day in the eastern part of the Forbidden Lands of Life. Not to mention that ordinary people couldn't withstand that extreme cold. Where did food and water come from in such a place? Moreover, if it is truly believed that the all-seeing eye originated from the Frostbeard tribe, then without a doubt, the Frostbeard tribe not only inherited it, but even preserved the power of the iceborn bloodline remarkably well. This is unbelievable no matter how you look at it. Regardless of where the all-seeing eye came from, the important thing is their intentions. Gaudi waved his hand, interrupting their thoughts and getting straight to the point. They're not here with good intentions, he concluded with absolute certainty. Because those blue eyes held only coldness, without even a trace of positive emotion. Elder Claude's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. However, the situation shouldn't be too bad, Gaudi reassured him. Since they've been silent for so long, it indicates one thing: they must be unable to enter the western region of the north for some reason, or unable to leave the eastern region. Both are possible, but the result is the same. Hearing this, Elder Claude finally breathed a sigh of relief. SYNOPSIS, however, was less optimistic. But the opponent's strength is obvious. Just one all-seeing eye, only I and the entire tribe can handle it. What if next time it's not one all-seeing eye, but 2, or 3, given their hostile intentions, we must prepare for the worst, she frowned. The guardian tree, though powerful, cannot move, and its protected area is limited to Phoenix. That's true, God nodded in agreement. Therefore, we must also strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible, Sunifa. I think it's time to promote the Azure Wood longevity scripture to the Iceborn mages of the tribe. He was determined to have all the Iceborn mages of this Handling tribe begin studying the Azure Wood longevity scripture. After the sacred tree is spurred to growth, its abilities will greatly increase, and it should soon be able to transform a suitable spiritual land for magical plants to grow. Even if the clansmen cannot yet form a bond with this sacred artifact, the Azure Wood longevity scripture is still a formidable cultivation method. Furthermore, the clan's Iceborn mages can begin searching for their own sacred artifacts earlier. Vegetation is scarce on the permafrost tundra, but magical plants are plentiful. In fact, it could be said that magical plant resources are far richer than outside. This is because the area is so primitive, many resources remain undeveloped. And its long history has allowed numerous high-level magical plants of extremely advanced age to grow on the snowfield. Alright, Sunifa said decisively. God's order was the primary will of this Handling tribe, not to mention the obvious benefits it brought. Sunifa had already personally experienced the wonders of the Azure Wood longevity scripture. Putting aside everything else, the first ability gained from practicing the Azure Wood longevity scripture, nature arts, was extremely important to Phoenix. It could rapidly advance agricultural development and free Sunifa from her current position as Grand Druid. Cassie, are you really sure? Jessie's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible worry. Cassie nodded, affirming to her good friend Jessie. The War Mother said that after selecting the sacred object and forming a pact, as long as the Azure Wood longevity scripture is practiced to the first level, one can gain the ability of nature arts. That's an ability that can accelerate plant growth and crop ripening, and this ability is extremely important for the Golden Radiance farm that the tribe is currently developing. But Cassie, you must understand, the higher the rank of the chosen relic, the more beneficial it will be for our future development. The seed you found is from the Ice Blue Snowberry. The Ice Blue Snowberry is only rank 2, and it's just a shrub or fruit tree. How can the lifespan of a shrub or fruit tree compare to that of a large magical plant? If you form a bond with it, the lifespan increase you can gain will be very limited. Jessie tried to dissuade Cassie from this unwise decision. Cassie was still young, already a second circle Iceborn mage, and with the Azure Wood longevity scripture, as long as he carefully selected a high-ranking magical plant as his relic, his future would be limitless. Jessie, you should remember. I have a younger sister, right? Cassie didn't directly respond to Jessie's suggestion, but instead asked him a question. I remember. Jessie hesitated. Yes, she's very cute, with big eyes. Although she can't speak yet, I can already imagine her following me around calling me brother when she grows up. Cassie's expression turned dreamy, then his expression darkened, and his voice lowered. But that year was the year of the Ice Age, with 6 consecutive months of heavy snow, plunging the entire tribe into crisis. Wild beasts hide away, and even the fish in the Arctic lake were scarce. Although the tribe used its stored food, many people still couldn't survive those 6 months, including my sister. Now, as long as we obtain the art of nature, we can help the tribe establish the Golden Radiance farm and produce barley. Once the Golden Radiance farm is fully built, we will no longer have to worry about food, and no one in the tribe will starve to death. Cassie clenched his fist. The ice people can die in battle, but they cannot starve to death. The War Mother said the more people master the arts of nature, the faster the Golden Radiance farm will expand. Cassie sighed softly, but then her expression hardened. I'm willing to dedicate my efforts to this. It's not just me. Benelin next door, and Fide on another street, they all think the same way, and they've already gone ahead to plant trees in Valor Bay. Cassie finished speaking, waved to Jessie, and strode away, leaving only her back view. I can't fall too far behind them. Chapter 300 Return. As the snowfields on both sides of the Phoenix ice wall were gradually cleared and northwest barley number 1 was sown, the Zhenbing tribe was drawing ever closer to self-sufficiency. The progress of the reclamation wasn't initially particularly optimistic. Clearing wasteland and cultivating arable land are two completely different concepts. Normal land reclamation involves burning, tilling, fertilizing, leveling the land, and digging irrigation ditches. However, snowfield agriculture is unique. First, the snowfield land is mostly flat, eliminating the need to clear loose rocks and shrubs, and there's no need for burning. The main work is simply clearing snow and tilling the soil. Secondly, the Northwest barley No. 1's ability to absorb ice elements means that fertilizing and irrigation ditches are unnecessary, saving considerable effort. However, the Zhenbing tribe's farming techniques were exceptionally backward. Even worse, as a non-traditional agricultural people, the Zhenbing tribe lacked the necessary farming tools. If it weren't for a volcanic area providing some agricultural foundation, they might not have had a single tool at all. Therefore, they could only simultaneously develop the farm and urgently manufacture farming tools. They also relied on magic, although the Iceborne bloodline's self-awakened magic didn't include clay shaping. It was still just a trick, requiring no spells or potions, and the spell model was relatively simple to construct. So, after Gauda wrote down the clay shaping spell formula and distributed it to the Iceborne mages of the tribe, they, with at least a one-ring high-level mage, didn't need to spend too much time learning the next trick. Soon, clay shaping became a standard spell for the Iceborne mages of this Zhenbing tribe. Even though it was just a trick, in Gauda's view, its efficiency in land reclamation was comparable to the large machinery of his previous life. This was the allure of extraordinary power. The 300,000 acres of land expected for the Golden Radiance farm, under normal circumstances, given the Zhenbing tribe's underdeveloped conditions, would take at least 20 years to fully reclaim, even with 20,000 laborers. However, with the aid of magic and the unique characteristics of snowfield agriculture, the first batch of 10,000-acre farms was established in just over a month. And as everyone became more proficient, the pace of land reclamation accelerated. The field closest to Phoenix, enclosed by the ice wall, was the breeding field for Northwest barley No. 1. During this time, Flora and Sunifa spent almost all their free time in the breeding field. From his office window, God looked into the distance. With the terrifying far-sightedness of the Mandela Eye, he could vaguely see Northwest barley No. 1 growing wildly in the breeding field enclosed by the ice wall. For example, the clumps of golden barley he saw now, dazzling to the eye, were actually green ears of barley in the morning. This dramatic change within a single day was naturally thanks to nature's magic. Relying on the magical abilities of nature's magic, Northwest barley No. 1 was rapidly accumulating seeds at a rate of 1 or 2 harvests per day. This was something Sunifa couldn't have accomplished alone. Thinking of this, Gauda picked up the parchment on his table and began to read it. The parchment contained the tree planting applications submitted by the Iceborne mages of his tribe during this period. 2 months had passed since he and Sunifa decided to fully implement the Azure Wood longevity scripture in the Zhenbing tribe. The progress was far smoother than Gauda had imagined. There was no need to publicize the benefits of the Azure Wood longevity scripture. The mere fact that its natural arts could help develop the Golden Radiance farm was enough to make the Iceborne mages of the Zhenbing tribe disregard everything else and begin practicing this cultivation method without hesitation. In Gauda's expectation, given the importance of sacred objects to the Azure Wood longevity scripture, most Iceborne mages should have been waiting for the best price, carefully selecting and deliberating on suitable sacred objects. However, the reality was that, in order to quickly acquire the ability of natural arts, many Iceborne mages didn't care about the so-called future prospects at all, only wanting to quickly form a bond with a sacred object to help the tribe cultivate fields and grow food. The same problems that Gauda faced when choosing the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra also exist for the Iceborne mages. Even the lowest-ranking magical plants require sacred grounds to grow, as magic power is essential for their growth. Moreover, sacred grounds are often just the most basic requirement. Different magical plants have different additional requirements regarding soil properties. High-ranking magical plants are generally unlikely to agree to a mage's bond requirements, making cultivation from a seed the most realistic option. However, magical plant seedlings are incredibly delicate, easily susceptible to accidents or harsh environments once placed in the wild, and daily care is extremely energy-consuming, clearly an impractical task for most. Of course, since Gauda chose to promote the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra, he must have already prepared solutions to these problems. The land transformed by Ugathera is precisely the sacred ground suitable for magical plant growth. As long as bond-forming relics are planted around Ugathera, Elder Gain can lead the tree guarding team to protect the sacred trees and, simultaneously, the relics. This saves manpower and utilizes resources efficiently. However, God made two demands. First, if any sacred objects were to be planted around Yugathera, the chosen objects must be tree species. Only tree species could provide Yugathera with growth benefits. Currently, the land Yugathera is cultivating is limited, so resources must be utilized to the maximum extent. Once there is surplus land, God will allow the cultivation of any type of magical plant. Second, the sacred objects must be unsprouted seeds or newly sprouted seedlings, not transplanted mature magical plants. Yugathera was only recently planted, and even after one period of intensive cultivation, it is still only a small sapling with very weak abilities. While the land it has cultivated now possesses a small amount of magic, it is still far from becoming a sacred ground and is insufficient for the healthy growth of magical plants. Magic tree seeds or seedlings do not require as much magic power in the soil, and the land Yugathera has cultivated is currently barely sufficient. Of course, as they grow, the magical tree's demand for magic power will certainly increase. But don't forget, Yugathera is also growing. And its growth rate is faster than other magical trees, since Yugathera's characteristic is that the more magical trees around it, the faster it grows. By then, Yugathera should have already transformed the land into sacred land. This is called growing together. Furthermore, magical plant cultivation is a profound science. The knowledge-poor Zhanbing tribe doesn't have much exposure to this subject. This should have been a major obstacle to promoting the Azure Wood longevity scripture, but Gayode has Flora, a natural tree planting saint. For any tree species, as long as it passes through Flora's hands, she can determine the most suitable cultivation method. What about the Central Plains? What about the Balanced Temple? The true lineage of the Azure Wood longevity scripture lies in the north. If finding magical tree species weren't so difficult, requiring time and a bit of luck, probably more than half of the Iceborn mages in the Zhanbing tribe would have already chosen sacred objects to form bonds. But even with so many limitations, the number of mages in the Zhanbing tribe who have chosen sacred objects to form bonds is still a large number. This is a huge number, far exceeding the land area that Yugathera has currently developed. Therefore, to plant trees in Valor Bay, an application process must be followed first. For this purpose, God even established a forestry office within the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically responsible for tree planting. The head was, of course, Flora, but she was assigned 2 additional staff members to collect and screen the tree planting applications submitted by the tribesmen. Including this batch of 7, there are now 31 qualified Iceborn mages in the queue, God said, reviewing the applications. Even with such stringent requirements, demand still far exceeded supply. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was a happy kind of trouble. He then mentally calculated 12 first-tier magic trees and 6 second-tier magic trees. These were the new magic trees planted around Yugathera over the past 2 months, all sacred objects bound by the tribe's Iceborn mages. To maximize resource utilization, the tree planting applications he approved were for different species, all of which were magical tree species with relatively universal soil requirements. The growth benefits that magical plants could provide to Yugathera were far greater than those of ordinary trees. Therefore, once these 18 magical trees were planted and successfully took root and sprouted, the growth benefits they could provide would be equivalent to hundreds of ordinary trees. However, magical plants contain more complex vitality and magical energy, which cannot be easily cultivated by natural arts, requiring 10 or even dozens of times more mana. Even with SYNOPSIS' help, only 11 of the 18 planted trees have sprouted so far. But the sprouting of these 11 magical saplings was enough to bring about a tremendous change in Yugathera. In just 2 months, its height increased dramatically from over 3 feet to over 9 feet. The increase in height was secondary. The more obvious changes were in the root system and trunk. The trunk grew thicker, and the mysterious and intricate runes on it became clearer, brimming with vibrant power. Over 200 new leaves appeared, shimmering with multicolored light, dreamlike and ethereal. The root system expanded further, penetrating deep into the earth, the exposed roots becoming even more robust and powerful. It's not far from Yugathera advancing to the next stage. Probably in a week or 2, Yugathera itself conveyed. Once it entered the next stage, Yugathera would awaken a portion of its innate abilities. God had been eagerly anticipating this for a long time. My king, Catherine has returned and is waiting outside for your summons. Just as God was still lost in his daydreams about the grand project of afforestation, Grant, the recently overwhelmed Deputy Minister of Agriculture, suddenly arrived, bringing God unexpected news. Finally back, God's eyes lit up, and he said, "Let her in." A moment later, Grant brought Caitlin in and didn't leave. Caitlin was, after all, a high-rank mage, not a true Ice Clan member, so Grant naturally wouldn't let her be alone with God in a room. "My lord, I have successfully completed the task you assigned." As soon as she entered the office, Caitlin bowed respectfully, her voice carrying just the right amount of respect. Her expression showed some fatigue and a sense of having traveled a long way, clearly indicating that she hadn't had an easy time lately. Nearly 3 months had passed since Caitlin led her team away from Phoenix to the snowfields to hunt down the killer. In those 3 months, she hadn't dared to rest or slack off for a moment. The longer the hunt for the killer dragged on, the higher the workload became, so it had to be done quickly. 3 months of high-intensity pursuit had taken its toll on even Caitlin, a seasoned hunter. Fortunately, the result was good. Among the Snowfield Guardians, we've tracked down all the necromancers who studied forbidden necromancy under Inquisitor Ryan and then fled. 4 of them fiercely resisted upon discovering us, forcing us to kill them. The remaining necromancers were captured and brought back to await your judgment. God already had a plan for dealing with these people. Golden Radiance Farm is currently short-handed for reclamation. After applying the forbidden ice needles, hand them all over to Vice Minister Grant to do hard labor. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Grant was overjoyed at God's arrangement. The reclamation of Golden Radiance Farm was desperately short-staffed. After arranging the necromancer's whereabouts, Goddard turned to Caitlin. "I promised you that if you completed the mission, I would set you all free." He paused, then nodded under Caitlin's slightly tense gaze. "That promise is true. From now on, you are free." Caitlin's face lit up with uncontainable joy, feeling that all the fatigue of the past few days had been worthwhile. However, but before she could rejoice for long, Goddard spoke again. Just hearing the first 2 words made Caitlin's heart tighten. "You should have noticed when you came back that Phoenix is currently undergoing massive construction." Caitlin nodded subconsciously, recalling what she had seen and heard before entering the city. When she left, the snowfields on both sides of the city gates were still barren land covered in snow. In just 3 months, they had been transformed into fields, and barley plants were indeed growing there. Further away, thousands of Xianbin people were busy clearing snow, turning the soil, and leveling the land. When Caitlin first saw this scene, she thought she was under an illusion spell or dreaming. Even now, she still couldn't understand it. Meanwhile, God continued, "Phoenix is currently very short of people, especially capable ones. Therefore, I would like to invite you to stay in Phoenix and serve me." "Of course. You can refuse." God's final words far exceeded Caitlin's expectations. "You mean, you're inviting us to serve you?" Caitlin asked incredulously. "Yes," God nodded. "Is there a problem with the power of this Handing tribe?" "You didn't need to be so polite to me." Caitlin still found it hard to understand. They were in a subordinate position. God needed them to do things, and they couldn't and wouldn't dare refuse. "I don't need people with ulterior motives," God explained. In fact, having transmigrated, he wasn't particularly fond of the word serve. It was too feudal. But he knew that sometimes emphasizing equality and freedom was meaningless. Different strokes for different folks. In such a world, it is foolish to turn away from one's own class. What he should do is, within the constraints of this world's conditions, cultivate the most abundant harvest possible. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.